Hi friends, myself Durga. I'm working as a Java and Python trainer for the last 16 years in Durga Sir. I'm very happy to launch my new tutorial on Python exception handling. Observe the title. So exception handling in Python 3. Exception handling in Python 3. So this course is going to cover 5 important keywords. Have you observed right? Try, except, else, finally, rise like. So all these 5 keywords we are going to perform post-mortem like anything, sir. This is one of my favorite topic. You people can expect much subject from this tutorial, especially, right? Okay. So at of this, what things we are going to cover is our agenda. Have a look once here. Just this is our agenda, friends. Okay, so first we are going to discuss syntax error versus runtime error. So what about syntax error? So some examples. What is the runtime error? Please give some examples like we will discuss, right? So the 3 most important questions about exception handling. So what is exception? What is the purpose of exception handling? So what is the meaning of exception handling, like we are going to discuss, right? Next, default exception handling and exception hierarchy. Remember, default exception handling and exception hierarchy we are going to discuss. So which class acts as root for all Python exceptions, like base exception, like we are going to discuss all. Next, customized exception handling by using try except. Sir, I want to handle exception, then how you can use a try, how you can use except block, how our application will become normal termination instead of abnormal termination. All the things we are going to discuss here. Next, and after the control flow in try except. So within the try block, if an exception got riser, what will happen? Inside except block, if an exception got riser, what will happen? Like we have to discuss in detail. Next, how to print exception information to the console. Array, what is the riser exception name? What is the description? What is the stack trace? Like a complete information about exception. How you can print that one will be there. Sir, at the part of this we discussed, sir. Next, try with multiple except blocks. Sir, maybe a chance single try can be associated with multiple except blocks. What is the need? So what is the advantage of such type of possible syntax? We are going to discuss, right? Okay, well, sir, next, sir, after this, after these things, the next thing what we are going to discuss, single except block that can handle multiple different exceptions. Have you remembered? So one except block only that can handle multiple exception. How you can? So for to handle multiple different type of exceptions, how you can write a single except block? That part we are going to discuss. Next, default except block and the various except block syntaxes, right? So you know there is a default except block is there. Next, total how many syntaxes are there for just writing except block? All those things we are going to discuss, right? Next, finally block. What is the purpose and what is the specialty? Very important, sir. What is the purpose of finally block? To maintain cleanup code. What is the purpose of, what is the specialty of finally block? Finally block will be executed always irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handle or not handle. Like so always it's going to execute, sir. So with the practical examples I showed, sir. Next, there is only one situation where the finally block won't be executed. That is OS underscore exit of 0. If you are using this one, then finally block is not going to be executed. Next, important intro questions are very important. What is the difference between finally block and destructor? Finally block meant for cleanup code. Destructor meant for cleanup code. So then what is the difference between these two things? We have to discuss. Next, the control flow in try except finally. Within the try block, if an exception rises, what will happen? Inside except block, if an exception rises. Inside finally block, if an exception rises, what will happen? If you handle, what is the flow? If you are not handle, what is the flow? Like a complete control flow we require to discuss, right? Next, nested try except finally. Theory and demo programs are observe. Try except finally nested. What is the need of try except finally inside a try block, inside except block, inside finally block. So one or two scenarios I am going to explain, and then demo program also we are going to cover as a part of this. Next, control flow in nested try except finally. Sir, beautiful concepts are almost 14 cases I discussed as a part of this one. Sir, do you know, you people are going to get much clarity about sir, these are syntaxes, right? Just this topic is a very very important topic, sir. 15th one. Next, and after that, okay, sir, after that we have to talk about else block with the try except finally theory. So what is the purpose of else block? What is the need of else block? Like so how to use, like we are going to discuss, right? Next, else block with the try except finally demo programs, right? Multiple programs I'm going to discuss as a part of this. Next, various possible combinations of try except else finally. Sir, beautiful concept, almost around 25 so combinations I discussed as a part of this one. Next, types of exception, predefined exception, user defined exception. So what is the meaning of predefined? What is the meaning of user defined? Like next, how to define and raise customizer exceptions on the demo program. Remember this one, how to define and raise customizer exceptions on the demo program. This part also we are going to discuss. Clear, right? Almost around 20 topics we are going to discuss. It is a part of 6 hours concept, more than 6 hours concept. You are going to get much clarity, much perfection, much confidence in the subject, sir. So do you know, each and everything first I am going to explain on the board. Once you people are comfortable, then I will execute on the system. So theoretically, programmatically, you people are going to get much perfection. Okay, be ready to give left and right to the Python exception handling. Okay. Hi friends, the next topic what we have to start, exception handling, one of my favorite topics, sir. So you can expect a concept like anything from this concept, I'm sure, sir. Okay, just I did some great research kind of thing so that you people can get much concept from this topic especially, right? So now in any programming language, if you consider any Python program, you wrote multiple Python programs, right? So in any programming language, can you please spell out how many types of errors are possible? Okay, so there are 2 types of errors are possible. Okay, one is syntax error, second one is runtime error. What is the first one, sir? Syntax error. Second one, runtime error. Okay, what is syntax error? Okay, it's a very very simple, sir. So because of invalid syntax in our program, because of invalid syntax in our program, invalid syntax, you didn't follow the syntax rules properly. If you are writing the code, we may get syntax error. So so because of invalid syntax, syntax errors will be raised. Remember this one, sir. Best example, sir, assume I am taking x is equal to 10. Assume that x is equal to 10. Sir, if x is equal to 10, print x value 10, like I want to take, sir. Okay, this is my first example. You can ask array Python virtual machine, can you please run this code? Like if I can ask Python, then immediately Python is going to give left and right. So you are taking if where is colon is missing, it is a syntax, invalid syntax, syntax error. Like immediately Python virtual machine is going to tell, sorry, I can't start execution because there are some syntactical mistakes are there in your program. Like it's going to tell, sir. Have a look once here. I have to run this code, sir. Just observe a bit very very carefully about this one. Here x is equal to 10, I'm taking x is equal to 10. If x double equal to 10, if x double equal to 10, can you please print sir x value here, X value is 10, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all, this is my code. Okay, now, sir, here observe a bit very carefully about this one, py test.py. What is the answer we are going to get? If I run this code, immediately Python virtual machine will give left and right. Can you please observe syntax error, invalid syntax. So immediately I will correct that mistake. So colon, if I can take a colon, then happily it is going to run, sir. Okay, X value is the 10, like so. Syntactical mistakes because of invalid syntax errors will be raised. Are you in the position to understand, sir? If you want another example, just observe carefully, sir. If I can go for print hello friends, like this I'm taking, sir. Print hello friends, like I'm taking. Now I will ask, Array Python, can you please run this code? Python virtual machine, can you please run this code? Like immediately Python virtual machine is going to tell, sorry, I can't run. There is a syntactical mistake in your code. Okay, what mistake is? For the print statement, parentheses are mandatory. You didn't take parentheses. That's why I can't run this code. Like so, it's going to tell, sir. Now, so in Python 2, it is the valid. Because in Python 2, parentheses are optional for print statement. But in Python 3, parentheses are mandatory. Just have a look once. So how the Python is going to respond for this code? Here I'm taking print hello friends, like this I'm taking, sir. Print hello friends, like I'm taking. Now observe carefully, sir. Here what is the answer? By default you will get syntax error, missing parenthesis in call to print. Missing parenthesis in call to print. Did you mean print of hello friends? Okay, like sir, how beautiful Python virtual machine is going to tell, yes, this information, right? Syntax error, missing parenthesis in call to print. Did you mean print of hello friends? Yes, my meaning is the same. Now let me take sir, print of hello friends, like now I'm including parenthesis, right? Okay, now observe carefully, hello friends, like it's going to get the chance. So the important conclusion what you people should be aware, because of invalid syntax in our program, we will get a syntax errors. Who is the responsible to correct these syntax mistakes, right? Syntax errors? Programmer, because that is our mistake, right? Programmer is the responsible to correct these syntax errors, right? Once all syntax errors corrected, then only the program execution will start. Remember this one. Once all syntax errors corrected, then only Python virtual machine will start execute our program. First syntax checking will be there, sir. So any doubt about this terminology? The first category syntax errors, right? Now the second category, okay, runtime errors. Now runtime errors, like this I'm taking, sir. Runtime errors. Observe very carefully about this runtime errors, right? So you know there are no syntactical mistakes of our program. In our program, no syntax mistakes, right? Yet runtime, while executing program, execution already started. Yet runtime, something goes wrong because of invalid input, invalid end user input, or memory problem, or some programming logic, wrong programming logic. Yet runtime, something goes wrong. Then we will get the runtime errors. Remember this one. Some people in some languages, these runtime errors also known as exceptions. These runtime errors also known as exceptions. In some other languages like Java, we can use the word exceptions, right? Okay, well, so at the runtime, while executing the program, something goes wrong because of end user input, or because of memory problem, or because of some logic mistake in the program. Some way at runtime something goes wrong, then immediately we will get the runtime errors. Remember this one, sir. Sir, best example, if I can consider example 1. Observe carefully, sir. Here, let me read, sir, two numbers from the keyboard. Okay, x is equal to int of input of int of input of enter first number. Enter first number, like this I'm taking, sir. Because this number I'm always expecting int type, that's why typecasting to int. Next y is equal to int of input of enter, int of input of enter second number, enter second number, like I'm trying to enter, sir. Okay, there are two numbers I'm trying to read from the keyboard. Now my target is print of the result, print of the result is x by y, print of the result x by y, like this I'm taking, sir. So can you please tell, in this program any syntactical mistake? No syntactical mistake, everything is proper, sir. Okay, at runtime, maybe because of end user provided input, maybe a chance of some problem may come, I don't know. So let me execute this code, sir. Observe very carefully. Here is, sir, let me type this code. X is equal to int of input of enter first number, enter first number, like I'm taking, sir. Enter first number. Y is equal to int of input of enter second number, enter second number, like this, right? Print of the result, the result x by y I'm taking, sir. That's all. This is my code. Okay, there are no syntactical mistakes in this code. There is no syntactical mistakes. Perfectly it should work, sir. Okay, let me execute this code. Now observe this one. So now end user providing data. Enter first number 10. Program execution already started. Enter first number 10. Enter second number 2. Now the result 5.0. Perfect. It's working. No problem at all, sir. Let me run again. Enter first number 10. Enter second number 0. Enter second number 0. Now observe what happens, sir. So 0 division error, division by 0. 0 division error and division by 0. Now can you please tell, this 0 division error is because of programmer mistake or because of end user input? Respond, friend. Because of what? End user input. End user provided second number as the 0. How divide with 0 is going to be happen? That's why. So at the runtime, because of end user input, now the problem is coming. This type of errors are by default considered runtime errors. Clear, right? Can you please spell out which error we are getting? 0 division error. 0 division error. This runtime error we are getting. Clear? Any explanation is required? Now observe. Same thing, sir. Here just let me run this one. Enter first number. Enter first number. TEN I'm taking. So we are trying to typecast this string into int type. Input is always going to take string format. This string into number, int type. But this TEN is not int. Then immediately what will happen here is, so we are going to get, observe that, value error. Okay, invalid literal for int with base 10 TEN. Boss, TEN we can't convert into int value. That's why we are going to get what? Value error. Are you in the position to understand? So because of end user input at the runtime, something goes wrong, we are getting these errors. These errors are called runtime errors. Can you please give an example for runtime error? 0 division error. Next value error, like this, right? Okay, let me go for one more example, sir. Observe this. So in this program, at runtime, which type of errors are possible? Can you please spell out? The first one, 0 division error. Sir, these words are very, very important. Minimum hundreds of times we are going to use in the exception handling only. That's why take special care. 0 division error. Second one, sir, value error. Value error we are getting. Okay, well. Sir, now let me go for one more example. I'm taking f is equal to, sir, open, can you please open? So sir, here xyz dot txt file. Can you please open xyz dot txt file and read print data, print f of read. So here what I'm trying to take, what I'm trying to take is, I'm trying to print the data present inside xyz.txt file. Can you please tell, is there any syntactical mistake in my application? No. So perfectly it is a valid, sir. At runtime, it is trying to read the data and printing that data to the console. By mistake, at runtime, if this file is not available, if this file is not available, then we will get a file not found error. Are you getting what is this one? File not found error, we are going to get at runtime. Okay, so file not found error is not because of mistake in my program, okay, because this file is not available, that's why we are going to get this error. Let me cross check, sir. Here I'm trying to take f is equal to open xyz dot txt file I'm taking, sir. Okay, like, sir, print of f dot read like this, right? So I'm trying to open the file and I'm trying to read the data. Now have a look once. Now I'm trying to execute this code. Observe that immediately we are getting, sir, file not found error. File not found error, no such file or directory. File not found error, no such file or directory. Okay, xyz.txt. So everyone in the position to understand clearly, not required to keep much explanation, sir. File not found error is not a mistake because of my program. So because that file you didn't provide, then how I can execute this one? That is the problem with your file, not the problem with my program. So such type of errors are by default considered as what? Runtime errors, which are also known as exceptions, right? Suppose assume I'm taking abc.txt. Assume abc.txt. abc.txt file is already available in my system. Now let me run this code, sir, with let me change the file name. Okay, abc.txt like this, right? So let me cross check in my system abc.txt file is available or not. Yes, friend, it's already available. Hello, this is the data from abc.txt file. This data is already there in this file. Now observe, what is the name of this file? abc.txt is already there, sir. Okay, now let me run this code. Let me run this code. Perfect, my program definitely is going to execute. We never going to face any problem. Hello, this is the data from abc.txt file. So are you in the position to understand, right? So if the specified file if you provide, then my program will work. Because you didn't provide specified file, that's why, sorry man, it is not in a position to continue. Immediately it will be stopped by raising what? File not found error. So at the runtime, while executing our program, if something goes wrong because lack of required resources or invalid end user input or otherwise memory problem, at the runtime something goes wrong, then our program will be terminated by raising these runtime errors. Such type of things are called exceptions or runtime errors. So can you please give an example for runtime error? Please respond. So zero division error, value error, next and after that what is this one, sir? File not found error. Okay, that's all. So in any program, how many types of errors are possible? There are two types. What the first one? Syntax errors because of invalid syntax. Second one, sir, runtime errors, which are also known as exceptions. So no problem in our program at runtime because of lack of resources or end user input, some way something goes wrong. Okay, then runtime errors we will get. Now my question is, exception handling concept, is it related to syntax errors or related to runtime errors? I told right, runtime, it is exception handling. So handling related to exception. Exception means what? Runtime error. That's why. So exception handling concept applicable only for runtime errors but not for syntax errors. Remember this one, sir. Suppose you are traveling in the car or otherwise bike. So you drunk because of that accident happened. Okay, you drunk because of that accident happened. Whose mistake it is? That is your mistake. You require to correct, which is nothing but something like syntax error. So while with the drunk don't drive. Are getting with the drunk don't drive? That is your mistake. So this is the syntax error. So my driver is good. Okay, my driver is good. Next vehicle is too good condition. Happily is going on. So opposite, one drunk driver came and he hit our car. Then automatically have you observed, right? Now it's not our mistake because because something goes wrong at runtime, which is accident, real accident, which is something like runtime errors. Are you in the position to understand, right? Take a bit very special care. What is the difference between syntax error and runtime errors? Exception handling concept applicable only for runtime errors. Sir, have a look up to this whatever we covered. Just let me review these things, right? Okay, now here observe exception handling. In any programming language there are two types of possible errors. What is the first one? Syntax errors. Second one, runtime errors. Okay, next sir, syntax errors, the errors which occurs because of invalid syntax, such type of errors are considered as syntax errors, right? Next, programmer is responsible to correct these syntax errors. Once all syntax errors are corrected, then only program execution will be started. Okay, like next, what about runtime errors, right? Also known as exceptions. Runtime errors also known as exceptions. While executing the program at runtime, if something goes wrong because of end user input, while executing the program at runtime, if something goes wrong because of end user input, memory problems or programming logic, then we will get runtime errors. Okay, exception handling concept applicable for runtime errors but not for syntax errors. Clear for all of you, right? The basic idea, how many types of errors are there, exception handling concept related to which one? Any doubt? Sir, in the last video we covered very clearly about, sir, what is syntax error, runtime error, exception handling is related to which concept, like we covered, right? Okay, well, sir, now the next thing, three most important questions, okay, related to exception handling, sir. So can you please observe what is an exception? Next, what is the main objective of exception handling? Sir, just now I told our topic name is exception handling. What is the main purpose of exception handling? Next, what is the meaning of exception handling? Sir, handling means what? Compulsory you people should be aware about this terminology, right? Okay, first, can you please spell out what is an exception? What is an exception? Can you define an exception, or can you define a runtime error? Yes, friends. Okay, very, very simple, sir. Suppose assume you start seeing this video. So your flow is, you have to start this video. You have to understand, you have to listen carefully. You have to listen very carefully. So, and then you have to use this concept somewhere, maybe in certification exam or maybe in your day-to-day coding, like. So, you started watching the video. Almost, sir, half of the video completed, assume. Suddenly, internet gone, the video is not playing. So, some unexpected, unwanted event occurs. Some unexpected, unwanted event occurs that disturbs your normal flow. Correct or not? An unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs a normal flow, which is nothing but exception or error. Okay? In this case, let me use internet error I got, sir. Okay, in this case, internet error I am getting. Okay, well, an unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs your normal flow of the program is by default considered as an exception or error. Sir, here we are getting internet error. Okay, well, suppose, assume that you are attending this class live, assume, sir. So, almost you waited for last 1 week onwards to attend this live session. Okay, session started, faculty started explaining the things. So now each and every point what your faculty is telling, you have to listen, you have to understand, you have to use this subject in your day-to-day coding. This is the regular flow. So faculty started, sir. Now happily you are listening the session. Suddenly in the middle, you are getting full sleep. It's a very common thing, sir. In my regular classes also, I saw several students who are sleeping. Okay, so I thought that to give left and right, but they are very tall than me, so I can't do that. Okay, anyway, so you got full sleep. You are getting sleep. You are not in a position to listen this class properly. Remember this one, sir. You are not in a position to listen this class properly. So some unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is happening. In this case, what we got, sir? Sleeping error. Okay, observe very carefully, sir. Sleeping error we are getting. Suppose assume that you have to go to the office by 9 a.m. 9 a.m. you should reach office, because at 9 a.m. client meeting is there, sir. Assume that client meeting is there, which is the mandatory for you. So from the house, at 8 a.m. you started. Within 45 minutes you can reach office. That is about your plan. 8:45 you can reach office. By 9 you can attend your client meeting, right? Okay, like. So on the two-wheeler you started, on the bike you started, sir. Sir, almost around 8:30 after traveling half of the distance, suddenly your bike tire got punctured. Okay, so too early morning, no repair shops also, then automatically by walk you reached the office. Assume that, sir. Then automatically time happened 10:15 a.m. your client meeting already completed. So tire punctured, because of that your regular flow by default got disturbed, sir. Correct, right? So an unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is called exception. In this case, what we got, sir? Tire punctured exception or error we are getting, sir. Tire punctured error we are getting. Are you getting, right? So there is a flow of events are happily happening. Some unexpected, unwanted event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is going to be happen. These kind of things are by default considered as exceptions or errors. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, just theoretical, okay. Can you please explain with an example? Already I told, right? Runtime errors. Best example. I want to read the data from remote file locating at London. Assume that, sir. F is equal to open, okay, London file .txt I'm taking, sir. I'm trying to, sir, read the data from the London file. Assume. So now print off f dot read, then automatically what will happen? Assume at runtime, if London file is not available, sorry, you are not in the position to continue. Some unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program happens. So here in this case, what error you are going to get? File not found error. I hope, are you in the position to understand? File not found error like we are going to get. So what is an exception? An unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is called exception. Can you please give an example? Yes, internet error, sleeping error, next and after that tire punctured error, next sir, file not found error, value error, zero division error, type error, like multiple errors are there. Have a look once, sir. The first equation is very clear, I hope. So what is an exception? Okay, an unwanted and unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of program is called an exception. Okay, like internet error, sleeping error, tire punctured error, okay, file not found error, zero division error, value error, like multiple errors are there. Up to this, any doubt? Clear, right? What is an exception? Is it good thing or bad thing? Bad thing, which disturbs our normal flow. That's why never recommended. If something goes wrong, then automatically there is a problem. So as it is a bad thing, as it disturbs our normal flow, that's why handling must be required, which is nothing but exception handling. Any doubt? Sir, up to this we covered very clearly about what is an exception. The next thing what I have to discuss, what is the main objective of exception handling? Remember this one, sir. What is the need? What is the main purpose of exception handling? Sir, very simple. It is highly recommended to handle exceptions. Highly recommended, sir. That's why exception handling topic came. Highly recommended to handle exceptions. What is the purpose? What is the need? Just have a look once, sir. I have one program is there. Open DB connection. Open database connection. Okay. Next, read the data from database. Okay, read data from database. If you want to read data from the database, first we have to open connection. Next, read data. And then use that data based on our programming requirement. Once reading completed, we have to close DB connection. Are you getting? We require to close DB connection. Sir, this is my program. Assume that, sir. Of course, Python database connectivity separate topic is there. There I will explain how you can do this programmatically, but anyway, aware. Sir, here I open successfully database connection. No problem at all. Assume that it is my DB. I open database connection successfully. While reading data, something goes wrong. There is a mistake in my SQL query, or otherwise database side there is a problem. So my read operation, while reading the data, something goes wrong. I am getting some errors. Okay, if you are not handling that error, what will happen is, so while reading data, there is a problem, right? You successfully open connection, but while reading data, there is a problem. Now, if you are not going to handle, then the program will be stopped here only. Okay, well, the program will be stopped here only. So if the program stopped here only, without executing rest of the code, okay, the program terminated abnormally. This is called abnormal termination, because in the middle only the program terminated, right? Now the point is, if the program terminated here only, so without executing the rest of the code, then who is going to close the DB connection? No one is going to close. No one is going to close. So one database connection open, but no one closing that, no one using that. Unnecessary. One DB connection is going to be wasted. Remember this one, sir. So like that, sir, 10 programs, 10 connections open, 10 programs are terminated abnormally like. So 10 connections open, but no one is using. So 11th person is coming. Sir, I want to communicate with the database. I want to communicate with the database. I'm trying to open DB connection. Then immediately my DB server is going to tell too many open connections. Or max number of connections already reached. Sorry, you can't communicate with this database. Like total application, total project is going to be down. Are you getting right? So you didn't handle exception. Because of that, the resources will be blocked. At certain point, total project, total application itself is going to be down because of this mistake. Remember this one, sir. So our resources should not be blocked. Remember, we should not miss anything. Okay, so such type of graceful termination I want. That is the main objective of exception handling. Remember, so what is the main objective of exception handling, sir? Graceful termination of the program. We should not sir, block our resources. We should not miss anything in our program. Okay, well, sir, just one more small example I will tell. So most of the people having this type of experience, right? Suppose assume, sir, project report I have to submit in my college at 9 a.m. Assume that, sir. That is the last day to submit my project report at 9 a.m. Now, early morning, 4 o'clock onwards, I started preparing so this document and giving the finishing touches. Almost up to 8 a.m. keep on doing the required modifications, alignments, diagrams, So 4 hours I worked, sir. Almost ready to complete. Suddenly power gone. It is the desktop. No backup facility is there. Then automatically what will happen? Power gone. My total work, 4 hours work, whatever I did, by default gone, sir. So it is abnormal termination. It is a non-graceful termination because you are missing something. We don't want this type of abnormal termination. I want a normal termination. We don't want this type of non-graceful termination. I want graceful termination, man. I should not miss anything. Okay? That is the main objective of exception handling. Remember this one. So if any person is asking, what is the main purpose of exception handling? Simple words are, I want a graceful termination. I should not block any resources. I should not miss anything. That's what you should aware. Have a look once. What is the main objective of exception handling? Okay, it is highly recommended to handle exceptions. The main objective of exception handling is graceful termination or normal termination of the application. That is, we should not block our resources and we should not miss anything. Clear for all of you, right? So what is an exception? What is the main purpose of exception handling? Any doubt? Sir, up to this we covered very clearly what is an exception. What is the purpose of exception handling? Now the next one, what is the meaning of exception handling? Exception handling means what? So don't feel exception handling means repairing an exception. We are not in the position to repair that exception. Suppose London file is not available, we are not responsible. Our program is not responsible to place that file. If internet is not working, our program is not responsible to make internet available. Are you getting? Don't feel exception handling means repairing an exception. No, exception handling doesn't mean repairing an exception. Then what is the meaning of exception handling, sir? Very, very simple. Suppose while preparing project report, so frequently power gone, then automatically whatever work you did, that work by default will be gone. You are losing that data, sir, that updation. What you can do immediately? You can have some power backup at least for 10 minutes. Okay, power gone, power backup is already there, UPS facility is there for your system. So now you will save whatever work you did, shut down the system. Once power came, now again you can open where you stopped, from there you can continue your work. So if for power you are providing alternative facility, UPS power backup, sir. Okay, are you in the position to understand? Same way. Okay, so if internet gone, immediately in your mobile, okay, hotspot is there, you can on hotspot, mobile hotspot, and you can continue your work. Just observe. So defining alternative way to continue rest of the program normally. This way of defining alternative way is nothing but exception handling. Remember this one, sir. So we have to define some alternative way to continue rest of the program normally. Defining alternative way to continue rest of the program normally is nothing but exception handling. Best example, sir, I will show two statements for you. Which statement there is a maximum chance to succeed? Okay, just have a look once about this one, sir. Here, just so I have two statements are there, sir. This weekend I'm planning to go to my native place by bus. Sir, first person is telling, "Arey, I'm planning to go to my native place by bus." This is the first person is telling. Second person is telling same statement but in more descriptive way. Observe that. This weekend I'm planning to go to my native place by bus. If a bus is not available, bus tickets if I didn't get, then I will try for train. Okay, if a train is not available, then I will try for flight. If still it is not available, then I will go for cab. Sir, observe, if you can ask a fresher to write a program, if you can ask an expert to write a program, so this is the way of coding for the fresher, this is the way of coding for the expert. Remember this one, experienced person know what kind of common problems are there. He is already ready with alternatives at the beginning only. Are you getting right? But this person don't know at runtime which problems are going to come. Boss, I want to travel by bus. Array, bus tickets are not available. What? He is not having any backup plan. So this type of coding, so is always abnormal termination. Maximum chance to terminate abnormally. So everything get ready. Go to the bus stand. Array, for the bus. Sorry, bus ticket is not available. Then he has to come to the room. Are you getting right? He has to come back to the room. But what about this one? So he is having some alternative plans. Happily, this program there is a maximum chance to continue to succeed. Are you in the position to understand, right? So what is the meaning of exception handling? Defining alternative way to continue rest of the program normally is the concept of what? Exception handling. Okay, have a look once about this one, sir. Here just exception handling doesn't mean repairing an exception. We have to define alternative way to continue rest of the program normally. Okay, like this way of defining alternative is nothing but exception handling. Are you in the position to understand, right? Okay, just observe. Assume that my programming requirement, I have to read the data from London file. I have to read the data from London file. At runtime, if a London file is not available, then file not found error, stop the program, which is abnormal termination. Remember this one, because you are not handling, you are not handling exception, file not found error, immediately stop the program. But now I want to provide local file to continue rest of the program normally. So defining this alternative is nothing but what? Exception handling. Just observe carefully, sir. My requirement is read the data from remote file. Read the data from remote file locating at London. Locating at London. Okay, like this is my code, sir. So if I'm writing only up to this code, then at runtime, if London file is not available, then I will get file not found error, the program will be stopped, which is never be recommended, sir. What I want to take here is, so I will take this code inside a try block. Remember, very important, sir. I will write this code inside a try block. So while executing this code, if file not found error occurred, except file not found error, okay, except file not found error came. If file not found error came, use local file and continue. Use a local file and continue rest of the program normally. Are you getting? So if file not found error came, use a local file and continue rest of the program normally. Okay, this thing is by default considered exception handling. So we are defining alternative way. If in the main flow, sir, I can use the word, this is the main code, sir. This is the main flow. This is alternative code, sir. So in the main flow, if there is no problem at all, then this alternative is not going to execute. In the main flow, if there is a problem, immediately alternative code is going to execute and the remaining code by default will be continued normally. Are you getting? Is it graceful termination or not? Yes, it is the normal termination, graceful termination, even exception got raised, even error got raised, no problem at all. Our code in a position to handle and continue rest of the program normally. This way of handling an exception, this way of defining alternative is nothing but exception handling. Remember this one, sir. So what is the meaning of exception handling? Exception handling means defining alternative way. If something goes wrong, maybe a chance, man, don't expect everything goes fine as per your requirement. At runtime, something goes wrong, we should have alternative to continue rest of the program normally, right? Okay, suppose everyone, sir, I want to marry Katrina Kaif. Okay, this is my main flow. I want to marry Katrina Kaif, but Katrina Kaif may not interest on me. Then I should have some alternative to continue my rest of the program or not? Yes, obviously, which is nothing but what? Exception handling. Remember this. So defining alternative way to continue rest of the program. So in our day-to-day life, every time we are using this concept, but unfortunately we don't know. It is called exception handling, sir. Sir, I want to go to the office. First I will check for bus. Bus is not available. I will check for auto. Auto is not available. Then I will ask my friend lift. Then I may go to the office. Defining, always you are searching for alternative, which is nothing but exception handling. You are going for the movie. So you are ready. Just release the movie. You are trying for the ticket. If you are not getting the ticket for that movie, then immediately you can check for alternative theater or otherwise alternative movie. Are you getting? But you won't come back to the room. You won't come back to the house. So you will go for alternative theater or alternative movie, and then happily after completing the program, you will come to your house. continues. So the way of defining alternative to continue rest of the program normally, which is nothing but what? Exception handling. Are you in the position to understand, friends? Okay, that's all. So what is an exception? What is the purpose of exception handling? What is the meaning of exception handling? These are three things you should be aware. Unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is called exception. Okay, then the main purpose of exception handling, graceful termination of the program. What is the meaning of exception handling? Defining alternative way to continue rest of the program. Sir, here I use two keywords. What is the first one? Try. Second ones are except. These two are keywords for exception handling. What is the purpose? Which code I have to take inside try block? Which code I have to take inside except block? I will explain in detail in the next videos. Up to this, any doubt? Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly the basic introduction to exceptions, right? What is exception? What is the meaning of exception handling? How to handle exceptions, right? Now the next topic what I have to discuss, default exception handling in Python. Sir, observe, default exception handling in Python. Sir, if you are not handling an exception, if an exception got raised, by default what will happen? That part we have to aware. Sir, best example, let me go for a small example so that you will get much clarity, sir. Sir, here I am taking print of hello, like this I am taking print of hello. Next print of 10 by 0 I am taking. Next print of hi, like this I am taking this code, sir. Assume that. Sir, have you observed? If I execute this code, immediately error we are going to get because of 10 by 0. Yes, you know that because of 10 by 0 an error will occur, sir. Sir, now the important point. So whenever an exception got raised, by default what will happen? Sir, in this example, so which exception will be raised? Okay, 0 division error will be raised. Correct, right? 0 division error, exception got raised. Every exception in Python is a class. Remember this one, sir. Every exception in Python is a class. That's why 0 division error is a class, sir. 0 division error is a class. Whenever an exception raised, immediately Python virtual machine will create an object for the corresponding class. Okay, now observe this one. 0 division error exception class object will be created by Python virtual machine. Remember, so in our Python code, anywhere if an exception raised, first step, sir, so Python virtual machine will create an object for the corresponding exception class. So it is a 0 division error class object. 0 division error is our exception class. Okay, like an object got created. Next, immediately Python virtual machine will check, is there any handling code is available or not? Okay, any handling code, is it available or not? If handling code is available, then handling code will be executed and the rest of the program will be continued normally. Remember this one, sir. So after creating this exception object, immediately Python virtual machine will check, is there any handling code or not? If handling code is available, so Python virtual machine will execute that handling code and the rest of the code will be continued normally. Okay, but I'm not having any handling code. If you are not having any handling code, immediately the program will be terminated. Yes, there only at the second line only the program will be terminated and the printed exception information to the console. Remember this one, sir. The program will be terminated there and the printed exception information to the console, and the rest of the program won't be executed. Remember this one, sir. Sir, this is abnormal termination. Are you getting? This one is what? Abnormal termination. Okay. So if an exception got raised, Python virtual machine will create an object related to exception class and check for a handling code. If a handling code is available, it will handling code will be executed and the rest of the code will be continued normally. Okay. If handling code is not available, the program will be terminated there only. Rest of the code is not going to execute. Print exception information to the console, the program will be terminated abnormally. What is this termination, sir? Is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Abnormal termination. Is it graceful termination or non-graceful termination? Non-graceful termination. Suppose here you open one database connection. Assume that you open one database connection. While reading data, the problem came. So now this is the closing database connection. So no one is going to close my DB connection, obviously. So it's a bigger problem. That's why abnormal termination, non-graceful termination, we don't want. Okay. To prevent this abnormal termination, we require to go for what? Exception handling by using try and except blocks. Sir, how you can use that part I will take care. Don't worry, sir. Up to this is the clear for all of you, right? Have a look once, sir. Sir, now default exception handling in Python. Just observe carefully, sir. Let me execute this code. Here, if I can take print of hello, I'm taking. Print of hello, I'm taking. Print of 10 by 0, I'm taking. And print hi, I'm taking, sir. That's all. Print of hello, print of 10 by 0, print of hi, like this I'm taking, sir. Now let me execute this code. Here observe. So the first line will be executed properly. So second line, there is a problem is coming. Immediately Python virtual machine will create exception object. Now it will check for a handling code. Handling code is not available. The program will be terminated at second line and the printed exception information to the console. Rest of the code is not going to be executed. Remember this one, sir. Sir, observe carefully. If I execute this code, what is the answer, sir? Hello printed and the exception information will be printed to the console. Rest of the code is not executed. Sir, you want to see hi in the console. Have you observed, right? You want to see hi in the console because the rest of the code is not executed, sir. Sir, now my question is, who is the responsible to print this information? Okay, Python virtual machine, Python interpreter is the responsible to print this information. Is it normal termination or abnormal termination? It is abnormal termination. Never recommended. Is it clear for all of you, right? So this is default exception handling in Python. By default, what will happen? Nothing. Program will be terminated abnormally. Print exception information to the console. Clear, right? Just have a look once about this theory, sir. Whatever we have. Okay, sir, here just observe that default exception handling in Python. Sir, observe, every exception in Python is an object. For every exception type, the corresponding class is available. Clear. Next, whenever an exception occurs, PVM will create the corresponding exception object and will check for handling code. If handling code is available, then it will be executed and the rest of the program will be executed normally. Okay, if handling code is not available, then PVM will terminate program abnormally and print corresponding exception information to the console. Rest of the program won't be executed. Observe, it is a normal termination, it is abnormal termination because handling code is not available. Okay, to prevent this abnormal termination, we should handle exceptions explicitly, of course, by using what? Try except blocks. So, is it clear for all of you, right? What is the default exception handling in Python? Any doubt? Hi friends, in the last video we covered about default exception handling in Python. Sir, now the next thing what I have to discuss, Python's exception hierarchy. Just a basic idea. Sir, what are various exception classes? At least a few. What is the relation between these? Which is the parent class? Which is the child class? Like you people should have clarity, sir. Sir, I told already, all exceptions in Python, every exception in Python is an object, corresponding class is available. Means exception classes are there, sir. So all exception classes in Python are child classes of base exception. Remember this one. All are child classes of base exception. Every exception, if you consider, sir, it should be child class of base exception. That's why this base exception class is considered, yeah. root class for Python exception hierarchy. Remember this one, sir. Okay, like sir, for this there are multiple child classes are there, friends. One child class is exception. Okay, one child class is exception. Remember, it is the child class of base exception. Okay, one child class is the exception. Similar to exception, okay, system exit, it is another child class. Next, do you know generator exit, it is another child class. Next, keyboard interrupt, it is another child class. While executing the program, whenever you are going to press Control C, immediately keyboard interrupt. Okay, like these are various child classes of base exception. Are you in the position to understand, right? So base exception is the parent for all exception classes in Python. For that exception, system exit, generator exit, keyboard interrupt, like these are the child classes, right? Sir, next, for this exception, multiple child classes are possible, man. Okay, so one is arithmetic error. Regarding one is arithmetic error like this, right? So for this arithmetic error, do you know, sir, child class zero division error is the child class. But we saw several times zero division error is the child class of arithmetic error, which is the child class of exception, which is the child class of base exception. Complete hierarchy, at least up to certain common user exceptions, basic hierarchy you people should aware, sir. Similarly, overflow error. Okay, overflow error. Next, floating point error. Okay, floating point error. Okay, like floating point error, like okay. Now these are various child classes for arithmetic error. Is it clear, right, sir? Similar to arithmetic error, there is one more child class is there. Okay, lookup error. One more child class is there. Lookup error, sir. For this lookup error, okay, there are some child classes are there. Index error. Have you remembered, right? Whenever you are trying to access string out of range index error, we are going to get list elements out of range index error. Next, key error. Okay, best example, in our dictionary, if we are trying to access a data by specifying the key, if that key is not available, then key error we are going to get, sir. Okay, like this is. So similar to, so have you observed index error, key error, these two things are child class of lookup error, right? Similar to this, okay, now the next thing what we have, okay, OS error. Are you getting OS error, like OS error? For the OS error, child classes are, sir, file not found error, we covered already in the last session. File not found error is the child of OS error. OS error is the child of exception. Exception is the child of base exception, like sir, file not found error, interrupted error. Next, time out error. Next, permission error, like so. These are various child classes of OS error, right? Okay. Next, similar to this, do you know? Next, attribute error. Okay. Next, EOF error, end of file error. Next, name error. Next, type error. Okay. Value error. Okay, like multiple child classes are there. Are you in the position to understand, friend? Base exception, arithmetic error, zero division error, overflow error, floating point error. Similarly, lookup error, child classes, index error, key error, right? Next, OS error, file not found error, interrupted error, timeout error, permission error. Sir, similar to this, so attribute error, EOF error, name error, type error, value error, like so these are the things what you people should aware, sir. Just a partial hierarchy. But now I have one small doubt, sir. Arithmetic error is the child class of respond. Arithmetic error is the child class of exception, which is the child class of base exception, right? So zero division error is the child of arithmetic error. Okay. Next, index error is the child of lookup error. Lookup error is the child of exception. File not found error is the child of OS error. OS error is the child of exception. Okay, like so most of the times, being a programmer, our concentration is always exception and its child classes only. In the exception handling, most of the times we are always going to talk about either exception and its child classes. Remember, these are very important, sir. Just for basic idea purpose, I am providing this. Are you in the position to understand, right? Okay, just have a look once about this one, sir. So now if you observe these conclusions, every exception in Python is a class. All exception classes are child classes of base exception, either directly or indirectly. Hence, base exception acts as root for Python exception hierarchy. Remember, right? Next, being a programmer, most of the times we have to concentrate or handle exception and its child classes. So, any explanation is required about this one? Just a basic idea. Better to draw this diagram on the paper. Just try to have just least basic commonly required exception hierarchy you should aware. Clear, right? So even in the next videos also I'm going to touch this point. So which is the parent of zero division error? Immediately you have to tell arithmetic error is the parent. Sir, which is the parent of arithmetic error? Immediately you have to tell exception, sir. Which is the parent of exception? Base exception. This parent and child relationships we are going to use somewhere in the next videos to discuss some important conclusions. Remember, sir, same way index error is the child of respond. Index error is the child of lookup error. Index error is the child of lookup error. Lookup error is the child of exception. File not found error is the child of OS error. OS error is the child of exception. Like a basic idea about these things compulsory you people should have. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly about what is default exception handling and then partial exception hierarchy. Now the next concepts are customized exception handling by using try except. Sir, have you remembered? It is highly recommended to handle exceptions. What is the main objective of exception handling? Graceful termination. Okay, normal termination I want. I don't want to block any resources. I don't want to miss any resources, right? It is highly recommended to handle exceptions. So how you can handle, sir? Try except. Remember this one, try except. These are two keywords we are going to use to handle exceptions. How we can do? Have a look once, sir. Sir, I am taking a simple example. Okay, without try except. I don't want to take, sir, try except. Then what is the flow? So with the try except, what is the difference, right? Just a basic idea sake. Here I am taking print of statement 1. Print of statement 1. Okay, print of 10 by 0. Print of 10 by 0. Next, print of statement 3. Print of statement 3. Like this I am taking, sir. That's all. Now I will ask Python virtual machine, can you please execute this code? Array Python virtual machine, can you please execute this code? Like I will ask. Then immediately Python virtual machine is going to tell. So it will print statement 1 properly. No problem at all. Next, while executing this one, zero division error is coming. No handling code. Then immediately the program will be stopped by raising zero division error. Are you getting? By raising zero division error. Can you please tell, is it a normal termination or abnormal termination? Yes, it is abnormal termination. The program stopped in the middle only. Sir, it is abnormal termination. Abnormal termination. So it is not a graceful termination, sir. Non-graceful termination. Non-graceful termination. Okay, just observe. So it is abnormal termination, non-graceful termination, right? So what is the reason? Why? What is the reason for that? The reason is, suppose assume that the first line open database connection. Okay, assume the first line open DB connection. Second line read data. Third line close DB connection. Close DB connection. So you open DB connection successfully, but whenever while reading there is some error came, immediately the program terminated here only without executing the rest of the code. Then who is going to close the database connection? No one is going to close. So our resource is going to be blocked. So which is never be recommended. Are you getting that? That's why. So this type of coding, this type of abnormal termination or non-graceful termination never recommended. Compulsory we should handle exceptions by using what? Try except. Same code with the try except, what will happen, sir? Just have a look once, sir. So with try except I want to take. Sir, very important. Can you please tell in this program how many lines of the code is there? Respond. In this, how many lines of the code is there? 3 lines. In the which line may raise an exception? Can you please confirm? Which line may raise an exception? Yes, this line may raise an exception. Second line may raise an exception. The code which may raise an exception, that code is called risky code. Remember this one. So risky code, the code which may raise an exception, that code is called what? Risky code, right? Okay, risky code we have to take inside the try block. Remember, so within the try which code we have to take? The code which may raise an exception, that code is called risky code. Risky, sir, but not whiskey. Whiskey is also risky only. Okay, so try which code we have to take, sir? Risky code we have to take. Risky code. Next, while executing this risky code, if an exception rises, you should have handling code, right? Where we have to take handling code? Inside except block. Inside except block we have to take handling code. Have you observed? Inside except block we require to take what? Handling code. Sir, have you remembered what is the meaning of exception handling? I covered already in the last videos very clearly. What is the meaning of exception handling? Exception handling means defining alternative way. Are you getting? Defining alternative way. So this is the main code. In the main code, if there is a problem, then immediately this alternative code should execute, sir. Are you getting? This is the syntax. Very important for the entire room. Hurry, within the try block, which code we have to take? What is the purpose of try block? What is the purpose of except block? In the try block, we have to take which code? Risky code. In the except block, we have to take which code, sir? Handling code, which is nothing but alternative code. When except block will be executed, if there is a problem inside a try block, if there is an exception got raised inside try block, immediately the corresponding except block will be executed. Once exception handle, now rest of the program will be continued normally, which is a normal termination instead of abnormal termination. Okay, have a look once, sir. So first statement is not risky code. Print of statement 1 is not risky code. Okay, now I am taking print statement 1 normally. Okay, print of statement 1. Next, print of 10/0. Sir, maybe a chance of rising arithmetic error because you are doing some arithmetic operation. Risky code. Okay, risky code we have to take inside a try block. Okay, try print 10/0 I am taking because it is the risky code which may raise an exception. So in this case, which exception will be raised? Respond. In this case, which exception there is a possibility to rise? Zero division error. If zero division error is coming, how you want to handle? Okay, except which error there is a possibility? Zero division error. zero division error like this I'm taking. So except zero division error, if zero division error is coming, then don't perform this arithmetic operation. Can you please perform this arithmetic operation? 10 by, so 2 like this, can you please do that? 10 by 2 like, don't feel, sir, this is the alternative code. Just for flow purpose I'm telling, if a London file is not available, use a local file. If there is a problem with Oracle database, then use MySQL database. So if you are not getting bus ticket, better to get a train ticket. Are you getting something like alternative code? Next, so try except completed. Now, what is the remaining code? So risky code we handle, sir. What is the remaining statement 3? Now, print statement 3. Print statement 3. Can you please confirm what is the output we are going to get in this case? Yes, friends, if I execute this code, what is the output, sir? Statement 1 will be executed. Statement 1 will be executed. And then while executing this one, there is zero division error. Immediately the control will comes to corresponding handling except block. Now except block is going to print 10 by 2. 10 by 2 means 5.0. And after completing, rest of the code will be executed normally. Statement 3 will be executed. Okay. Now my question is it a normal termination or abnormal termination? This is the normal termination because all the statements are executed. Normal termination, it is the graceful termination. Normal termination or graceful termination, which is highly recommended, friends. Regarding this normal or graceful termination is highly recommended. Is it clear for all of you? So how you can handle exceptions in our own way by using try except. Try means what? Try block, risky code we have to take. Inside except block we have to take handling code. Let me execute this one. First I will show abnormal termination and then I will go for normal termination, sir. Observe carefully. Here the same example, whatever I explain on the board. Here see this one, print statement 1. Print of statement 1. Print 10 by 0 I'm taking. Next print statement 3. Print of statement 3 like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. So print of statement 1 10 by 0, statement 3 like this I'm taking. Now observe carefully. First one will execute normally, but whenever we are executing this one, zero division error is coming. Now there is no corresponding handling code. The program will be terminated abnormally without executing rest of the code. Now observe this one. If I execute this one, so statement 1 executed and then abnormal termination by printing zero division error. Okay, like that's also. Is it normal or abnormal termination? Abnormal termination, never recommended, right? Okay, so I want to convert this abnormal termination to normal termination by handling exception. Which keywords we require to use? Try except. Try keyword meant for, try block meant for risky code place. Okay, try meant for placing risky code. Sir, except block meant for, okay, handling code. The people who are coming from Java background, try is the same, but except in Java is the catch block. In Java, catch block. In Python, except block, both are same. Remember. Now have a look once. So risky code is, sir, which is the risky code? This is the risky code. We have to take this risky code inside a try block. Okay. Now try block I'm taking. Okay, next handling code except zero division error. Except zero division error. If zero division error is coming, print 10 by 2 like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. So risky code I separated into try block and the corresponding handling code I kept inside the except block. Okay, that's all. Now let me execute this code. If I execute this one, statement 1 will be printed. So here zero division error is coming. Immediately the control will comes to this one. Next here 5.0 is going to print and then statement 3 will be printed. Now have a look once, sir. Statement 1 5.0 and then statement 3. This is the output by default we are going to get, which is the normal termination. All the things are very clear, right? Abnormal termination termination, normal termination. That is the power of try except blocks. Okay, so up to this whatever we covered, just have a look once, sir. Here just I showed already customize the exception and by using try except. Observe, it is highly recommended to handle exceptions. The main objective of exception handling, graceful termination. Next, the code which may raise an exception is called a risky code. Remember this one, sir. The code which may raise an exception is called risky code, and we have to take that risky code inside a try block. Next, the corresponding handling code we have to take inside except block. So within the try block, if an exception rises, immediately except block is going to execute, alternative code is going to execute, rest of the program will be continued normally. Okay, have a look once about this one, sir. Here customize the exception handling by using try except. In the try risky code we have to take inside except handling code or alternative code. So that's also the first two keywords how you can use for exception handling. Everyone got basic idea about try and except keywords? Any doubt about this? Sir, in the last video we covered try except block basic idea. Now I want to dig a control flow inside a try except. Observe carefully, sir. Control flow in try except blocks. How the flow will be there? If an exception rises, what will happen? If an exception not rises, what will happen? Compulsory you should aware. Okay, here very simple terminology, sir. Here I am taking try, okay, statement 1, statement 2, statement 3. Try statement 1, 2, 3. Next, except block I am taking some x means either zero division error or value error, name of the exception. Now statement 4. Okay. Next, after the statement 5. Now observe carefully. Statement 5 is outside of except block. Okay, 1, 2, 3 are within the try block. Statement 4 inside except block. Statement 5 outside of except block. Okay, like now multiple cases I have to discuss so that you will get much clarity about the flow. Very important, sir. Okay, listen carefully. Sir, I want to take case 1. Case 1. If there is no exception, can you please tell what is the flow? Which statements will be executed? Please confirm. If there is no exception, except a block won't be executed, because when the except block will execute, if there is an exception riser, but if there is no exception, except block won't be riser. Then automatically 1, 2, 3 and then 5. 1, 2, 3 and then 5, normal termination. Remember this. So 1, 2, 3, 5, normal termination. Look at this. Because there is no exception, simple, sir. 1, 2, 3 will be executed and then 5 will be executed, normal termination. Okay, well. Now second case. So up to this, not required to keep any explanation. There is no exception, except block won't be executed. Okay, well. Next, if an exception raised, yet statement 2, sir. Listen very carefully. An exception raised, yet a statement 2. While executing statement 2, an exception raised, and corresponding except block matched. And the corresponding except block matched. Corresponding except block matched means, sir, here zero division error. Oh, this except block for the same zero division error only. Now what is the flow, sir? Please confirm. An exception riser, but the corresponding except block is there. Sir, zero division error came, except zero division error block is there. Then what is the flow? Please confirm very carefully. Understand? Compulsory you have to trace. Which statements are going to execute, sir? 1, and then 2 the problem is coming. Immediately the control will comes to except block. Now statement 4 will be executed, and after statement 4 execution, now my doubt is statement 3 will be executed or not. Getting my point? So statement 3 will be executed or not. After executing statement 4, either statement 3 will be executed or not. Okay? Remember this. Within the try, we have main flow. Sir, try block means main flow. Inside except block, we have alternative flow. Alternative flow. In the main flow, if there is a problem, immediately alternative flow got executed. Once alternative flow executed, then the control won't go back again to execute main flow. Suppose, best example, try for bus tickets. If the bus ticket is not available, try for train ticket. Okay? You got a train ticket. After getting train ticket, no one is going to try for bus ticket again. Are you getting right? So means that within the try block, if anywhere an exception got raised, so now immediately the control will comes to except block. Rest of the try block won't be executed. Remember this one, sir. That's why what is the flow? One will be executed. While executing 2, the problem is coming. Immediately control will comes to except block. 4 will be executed. 1, 4. And then remaining code will be continued normally. 1, 4, 5 normal termination. 1, 4, 5 normal termination, sir. So there is important conclusion compulsory you should aware. Within the try block, anywhere an exception raised, so rest of the try block won't be executed even though you handled that exception. Even we handle, rest of the try block won't be executed. That's why, so inside the try block, you have to take only risky code, but not normal code, because there is no guarantee for execution of every statement in the try block. That's why only risky code we have to take inside try block. The length of the try block should be as less as possible. Remember, sir. But most of the people, what they are going to do is, sir, observe, try block, they will take statement 1, okay, dot, statement 10,000 they are going to define. Statement 10,000 they are going to take. Okay, now here they are going to define except block, sir. So 10,000 statements are there inside try block. If any person who wrote this type of coding, if he is standing in front of me, I will give left and right. The problem here is, there is a problem at statement 1 only. There is a problem at statement 1. Immediately the control will comes to except block. Then without executing 9,999 lines of the code, how I expect proper behavior? That's why length of the try block should be as less as possible. Inside the try block, we have to take only risky code but not normal code. Is it clear for all of it? Even in the last example also, have you remembered, right? Try of statement 1, statement 10 by 0, statement 3. I took statement 10 by 0 only in the try block, but not total 3 statements. In the last example, if you remember, same. Here, see this one, sir. So, it's clear. If an exception raised at a statement 2 and the corresponding except block matched. Sir, 1 executed. While executing 2, the problem came. Immediately, control came to except block. And after completing except block, yes, statement 5 will be executed. 1, 4, 5 normal termination. Any doubt about this one? Okay, well. Now next case. Listen very carefully. If an exception raised at statement 2. If an exception raised at statement 2, but corresponding except block not matched. Okay, but corresponding except block. But corresponding except block not matched. Corresponding except block not matched. What is the flow now? So not matched means here 0 division error is coming, but this except block for value error or heart problem is coming, but available doctor is eye specialist is there. Are you getting? So here rise exception, but available except block, there is no match at all. Now this except block is not the correct code. Sir, what will happen? So here an exception riser, immediately Python virtual machine will check is there any handling code. Handling code is not available because it is not corresponding except block. Abnormal termination. That's why one followed by abnormal termination. Remember this one followed by abnormal termination. Okay, this is the flow. Now the next one, very important, sir. Take a bit special care. Now the fourth case, if an exception raised yet a statement 4, if exception raised yet a statement 4, can you please tell what will happen? Is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Please confirm. If an exception raised at statement 4, is it a normal termination or abnormal termination? Very important, friends. Please confirm. Is it normal or abnormal termination? Yes. If an exception raised at statement 4, is it normal or abnormal? Sir, remember, very important conclusion. First doubt you may get, sir, exception should be raised only in the try block but not inside except block. No. Wherever Python code is there may be a chance of raising an exception. So assume I'm checking for bus ticket. If the bus ticket not available, then I will try for train ticket. Is there any guarantee train ticket is compulsory available? No. So maybe a chance of exception inside except block also. Okay, don't feel exceptions will be raised only in the try block. Maybe a chance of rising inside except block, inside finally block also. Sir, what is finally? That part we are going to discuss. Don't worry, sir. Okay, so except inside try, inside except, inside finally, everywhere there is a possibility of raising an exception. Okay, first conclusion. Next, if an exception raised inside except block, what will happen? Sir, very simple. Listen carefully. If there is a problem at a try, statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, there are 3 statements are there inside try block. If an exception raised in the try block, try block compulsory. Okay, who is the responsible to handle? Except block is the responsible. Except block acts as a guard, security person to the try statements. Remember this one. So somewhere outside of try, here an exception raised. Outside of try, here an exception raised. Can I ask this except block to handle that? No chance at all. Boss, myself is the responsible only for these 3 statements only. Suppose for your house, you arranged one security person. If anything goes wrong in your house, this security person is the responsible. Suppose in the neighbor's house, okay, robbery happened in the neighbor's house. Can I ask the security person why robbery happened in the neighbor's house? No chance at all, because this person is the responsible only for this house, not for this house. Are you getting? Same way, this except block is the responsible only for try block statements, not outside the statements. Are you getting? That's why if any statement raising an exception which is not inside the try block, simply abnormal termination. Remember this one, sir. So here statement 4, not in try block. It is inside except block, not in try block. Always abnormal termination because it's not there inside try. No except block. No except block means abnormal termination. Next, if an exception raised at a statement 5. If an exception raised at statement 5, again statement 5 is within the try block or outside of try block? I respond, within the try block or outside of try block? Outside of try block. Correct, right? So if an exception raised, so outside of try block, it is always abnormal termination. So if an exception raised at statement 4 or statement 5, it is always abnormal termination. That's all. So with pleasant mind, trace each and everything so that you will get much clarity. Sir, next level we have to talk about control flow in try except finally. Control flow in nested try except finally blocks. There if you want to understand compulsory. Here much clarity must be required because the same thing we are going to rediscuss again and again. So here better to get much clarity. Are you in the position to understand, right? Next, in addition to this, there are three important conclusions I covered. Have you remembered or not? I don't know. Within the try block, if anywhere an exception raised, rest of the try block won't be executed even though you handled that exception. That's why length of the try block should be as less as possible. We have to take only risky code inside a try block. Okay, well, next, sir, there is a possibility of raising an exception inside try block, inside except block, inside finally block also. Everywhere there is a possibility of raising an exception. Next, so here, do you know, if any statement outside of try block raising an exception, it is always abnormal termination. Remember that, okay? Have a look once. I hope these three statements I documented for your reference. Observe carefully, sir. Within the try block, if anywhere an exception raised, then rest of the try block won't be executed even though we handled that exception. Hence, inside try block, we have to take only risky code and the length of the try block should be as less as possible. Next, in addition to try block, there may be a chance of raising exceptions inside except and finally blocks also. Don't feel exception should be raised only in the try block. No. Next, if any statement which is not part of try block, outside of try block, raising an exception, then it is always abnormal termination. Okay, well, then immediately you may ask, sir, inside except block, if an exception raised, you are telling abnormal termination. Can I take this statement for again try except? Again try except. So try except inside except block. Possible or not? Are possible? That part don't worry. We will discuss in detail next level. As of now, it is not part of try statement, abnormal termination. So any doubt about this control flow in try except the blocks? Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered about try block, except block, what is the flow, control flow in try except, up to that we covered, sir. Now the next concept, let me talk. Okay, how to print exception information. I want to print exception information, what is the way? Sir, very simple terminology, observe carefully. Here I have try block is there, try is there. Now I'm taking print of 10 by 0. I'm sure I will get 0 division error. Okay, because my intention is I want to print its exception information, right? Okay. Now here I'm taking except block 0 division error, 0 division error, like this we took, sir. Now we wrote the handling code inside except block. Suppose my requirement is I want to print exception information inside except block. Okay, like name of the exception, description of the exception, type of the exception, like I want to print, sir. What is the way? Very simple. Here we require to use except 0 division error. Don't keep immediately colon. Okay, as message, like this we have to take, sir. Yes, message. Okay, like we have to take. So means hold 0 division error object, okay, with MSG reference variable. Okay, so here object got created or not? Exception object got created. For this, MSG is the reference variable. Okay, like, but here one important point you should aware. So yas is a Python keyword. Remember this one. You can't change this one. Yas compulsory. But instead of MSG, you can take anything. No problem at all. Yas X, yas exception, yas E, like any name, because it's a simply name of the reference variable, right? So now inside except block I'm taking print the type of exception. Print the type of exception, like I want to take. So what is the type of exception? Very simple. Type of message, like this we have to take. So the type of exception is type of message like now it will tell class zero division error type, like you are going to get, sir. So sir, let me execute up to this. You may get some basic idea, and then I will go further. Have a look once, sir. Here I am taking a simple example, a simple example, sir. This is a test I am taking here. Just try. I am trying to take within the try block, within the try block, print 10 by 0, print 10 by 0, except 0 division, except 0 division error as message. Okay, sir, here you can take anything, no problem at all. As X you can take, or as E you can take, or exception we can take, anything you can take, no problem at all. But as message, general my convention I am using, sir. Now print exception type, print of exception type. So what I have to take, sir? Type of message. Okay, like this I am taking, sir. Sir, let me execute this code. Have a look once. What is the answer? By default we will get exception type is class 0 division error. Okay, class 0 division error, like this we are going to get. Yes, this is the way how to print exception type of the exception. But now observe the same thing. There is another way is also there to print, sir. What is that way? Is print okay, the type of exception. Print the type of exception. Exception is there is another way. Array, it is MSG. It is the reference variable to exception object. What is the corresponding class name? What is the corresponding class name? I want to print very simple MSG dot underscore class underscore class underscore. Have you observed? MSG dot underscore class underscore we have to take. Okay, so this one itself is to print class name again. So to print type only, again the same answer we are going to get. Just have a look once, sir. Sir, I'm taking so exception type MSG dot underscore class underscore. Now the corresponding class object I'm trying to print. If I'm trying to print corresponding class object, what the answer we are going to get? Yes, same answer we are going to get, friends. Okay, so this is the class 0 division error. It is going to print class object. Okay, class 0 division error, like this we are going to get, sir. Okay, now my requirement, sir, class 0 division error I don't want, just simply class name I want, exception class name I want. What is the way, sir? Very simple. Observe carefully, right here. Print so the exception class name, like this I'm taking, sir. Exception class name, what is the way is MSG dot underscore class underscore. It is going to return class object. Now what is the name of this class? Dot underscore name underscore we have to take. Observe very carefully, sir. This syntax is very important. Message MSG dot underscore class underscore dot underscore name underscore. Sir, exception object, the corresponding class object, and the name of that class, like observe the MSG is exception reference to exception object. What is the corresponding class object? Now what is the name of that class? Okay, just simply name of that class is 0 division error, like we are going to get, sir. Okay, have a look once about carefully. So now I'm taking print sir, the exception class name. Okay, exception class name, sir. Exception class name, sir. Observe very carefully. MSG dot underscore class underscore dot underscore name underscore. Have you observed, right? This syntax is very important for you people, right? So it is a reference to exception object. Now underscore class is going to return underscore class is going to return a reference to class object. next underscore name returns name of that class, name of that exception. What is the answer we will get, sir? Now have a look once. Exception class name, zero division error. Are you in the position to understand, right? What is the exception class name? Zero division error, like this, right? Okay, well, now I am in the position to print type of exception and the name of the exception class. Sir, description I want, description of exception I want, sir. Then very simple, print okay, print the description I want. Observe very carefully, the description I want, description of exception, description of exception. Very simple, just print message directly. Okay, now you are going to get what is the description, sir? Division by 0. Are you in the position to understand, friends? Now take very special care how to print exception information. That's all. This is the code you should aware. So what is the way how to print the type? There are two ways are there. To print a class name, this is the way. Next, to print description, this is the way. Let me execute this code also. Here observe a bit very carefully about this one, sir. Print so the description of exception. Okay, description of exception, very simple, MSG, that's it. Okay, sir, now what is the answer by default we are going to get? Yes, observe the description of exception division by 0. So is it clear for all of you, right? So how to print exception information, this is the way. But one important point you should aware, as it is the keyword compulsory you should use as only. Next, instead of MSG is the reference variable to exception object. You can use any name, there is no problem at all. Don't feel compulsory we should use okay, MSG only. Sir, I want to replace MSG with E. Is it acceptable or not? Observe carefully, sir. Just let me replace MSG with E, sir. What is the type of E? What is the E dot class name? Next E dot, next and after that E, like this I'm taking, sir. 100% pakka, this one is acceptable. MSG I replaced with E. Yes, observe that the same answer by default we are going to get. Just it is the name of the variable. Any name you can use, no problem at all. So clear, not required to keep any explanation about how to print exception information to the console. Let me go for one more example so that you will get much clarity, right? Sir, just observe a bit very carefully. Here I am taking try block. Okay, x is equal to int of input of enter first number, enter first number, like this I'm taking. Of course, this example we covered multiple times even in the last session also. Sir, int of input of enter second number, enter second number, like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, now what I have to take? Print the result x by y I'm taking. Print the result is x by y. Now except here take very special care about this terminology, right? Sir, in this code, which type of errors are possible? Can you please spell out? Which type of errors are possible? Either zero division error is possible or value error is possible. Regarding zero division error is possible or value error is possible, right? Except, so here I am taking, sir, base exception, like this I am taking, sir. Base exception as MSG. So if I can take a parent, so this person can handle either base exception or its child classes. Oh, means so both the things this except block is going to handle, except base exception as message. Okay, like now I'm trying to take here print the type of exception. Print the type of exception is type of message, like this I'm taking, sir. Type of exception, type of message. Next, print again I'm trying to take the type of exception. Sir, to print type of exception, there is another way is there. Can you please spell out what is the other way, sir? MSG dot underscore underscore class underscore underscore. Okay, like I'm trying to take, sir. MSG dot underscore underscore class underscore underscore like. Sir, now print off. Sir, now the name of the exception. Can you please confirm? What is the way? Just now we covered the name of exception. What is the name of exception, sir? Yeah, can you please guide? What is the name of the exception? Very simple. Yeah, here MSG dot underscore underscore dot underscore underscore name. Okay, like, sir, now print the description. Print the description. Okay, like I'm taking. So what is the description, sir? MSG. That's all you have to take. So now take very special care. If a zero division error is coming, now this it is going to print information about zero division error. If a value error is coming, this one is going to print value error information. Is it clear for all of you, right? Okay, let me execute this code. Sir, here one point you should aware. If you write except a base exception, if you are taking parent exception, it can handle parent and it's a child classes also. It can handle base exception and it's a child classes also. No problem at all. Are you in the position to understand, right? Now have a look once, sir. Sir, here the same example, but only difference is instead of MSG, I'm using E because acceptable, no issue at all. Now have a look once, sir. Here just observe carefully. Enter first number 10. Enter second number 2. Sir, the result 5.0, no exception. Enter first number 10, enter second number 0, 0. Now observe. Yes, perfectly it is going to tell what is the exception type. What is the exception type? Sir, what is the class name? Zero division error. What is the description? Division by 0. Sir, now let me print here 10. But second one I'm taking 2, sir. Value error we are going to get. Now observe carefully. Exception type, okay, value error, type value error, class name value error, description of the exception, invalid literal with the base 10 2. This is the description of the exception, right? So everyone in the position to understand how to print exception information. If you want to print exception class name, if you want to print description, if you want to print the type, so what is the way? Clear? Any explanation is required? That's all. Sir, in the last video we covered how to print exception information to the console. Now the next one, sir, try with the multiple except blocks. Very, very important concept, sir. Sir, best example, if you are going to ask, sir, just usually in the classroom, sir, what is your name? Observe, the first question they are asking, sir, what is your name, like this, right? Immediately I can tell, array, my name is Durga, like this I'm telling. Yes, acceptable. Okay, sir, what is your name? Now I'm telling my name is Durga. So based on the question, I provided corresponding answer. Now immediately students are asking, sir, what is your qualification? What is your qualification? Qualification, like they are asking. Then immediately my answer is, my name is Durga, like this I'm telling. Sir, my name is Durga, like this I'm telling. Then immediately student asked again, sir, you didn't listen my question properly. Sir, what is your qualification? Okay, like they asked. Then I told, my name is Durga. Like I told, sir, my name is Durga, like this I told. Then, okay, student may feel, sir is not interested to tell his name. Okay, like immediately is going to change the question. Sir, what is your native place? Okay, what is your native place? Like he asked, sir, like. Then immediately I told, my name is Durga, like this I told, sir. My name is Durga. Then student definitely is going to feel, arey, sir, mental or pagal ho gaya? Why is telling the same answer for any question? Okay, like definitely student is going to get the doubt. Correct, right? Because the answer should be based on the question. Regarding if he is asking about name, we have to tell the name. If we are asking about qualification, we have to tell about qualification. If he is asking about native place, then I have to tell my native place. Are you getting? So the answer should be based on the question, not sir, for any question same answer is not acceptable. But in our academics, BTech or intermediate 10th class, any question same answer. Sir, for academics it's okay, but in programming this type of thing is not possible. Remember, that's why. So the answer is varied from question to question. The way of handling an exception is varied from exception type to exception. Suppose arithmetic zero division error came. Perform these alternative arithmetic operations. Database error came. Oh, don't use Oracle, better to use MySQL. Sir, if a file not found error, came. Don't use a remote file, better to use a local file. Sir, have you observed? The way of handling an exception is varied from exception to exception. That's why for every exception type, compulsory we have to take separate except block. Remember, for every exception type, we have to take separate except block. So try with the multiple except blocks possible, recommended to user. Remember this one, sir. So because the way of handling an exception is varied from exception to exception, that's why the way of handling an exception is varied. For every exception type, separate except block we have to take. Try with the multiple except blocks is possible, recommended to use. Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, let me go for a small example so that you may get much clarity. Here, see this point very carefully, sir. Sir, I'm taking here, try I'm taking. Now, do you know, here just take very special care, sir. What is the syntax? Let me explain. Sir, I'm taking except, sir, zero division error. Except zero division error, like this I'm taking, sir. Except zero division error. Now, perform alternative arithmetic operations. Perform alternative arithmetic operations. Operations like I'm taking, sir. Next, except, sir, file not found error came. Except file not found error came. Except file not found error came. Then automatically, do you know, use local file. Use a local file instead of remote file. Instead of remote file, like sir, have you observed? So if it is zero division error, we have some handling code. If it is the file not found error, we have the corresponding handling code, right? The way of handling an exception is varied from exception to exception. That's why, so for every exception type, separate except block we have to take. So try with the multiple except blocks is possible, recommended to use. Are you in the position to understand, right? Any explanation is required? Like. But here one small point you should aware. So based on raised exception, some exception got raised, sir. Immediately, Python virtual machine is always going to give the chance for the first one. Can you handle this exception or not? If it is matched, it will execute. If it is not matched, then it will ask a second one. So Python virtual machine is always going to give the chance from top to bottom until matched except block available. Remember this one, sir. Python virtual machine is always going to consider from top to bottom until matched except block available. Remember this one, sir. So that's all. Try with multiple except blocks possible. How the order? Python virtual machine is always going to consider from top to bottom. Have a look once, sir. Just a theory and then I will go for small example. Try with multiple except blocks. The way of handling an exception is varied from exception to exception. Hence, for every possible exception type, we have to take separate except block. So try with multiple except blocks is possible and recommended to use. Correct? Next, here observe. What is the syntax, right? Sir, here try, except zero division error, perform alternative arithmetic operations. except a file not found error, use a local file instead of remote file. Okay, like if you try with the multiple except blocks available, then based on riser exception, the corresponding except block will be executed. Is it clear for all of you, right? Up to this, so can I go for a small executable example so that you will get much clarity? Any doubt up to this? Sir, let me go for a small executable code. Observe carefully. Here I am taking try block. X is equal to int of input of enter first number. Okay, like I am taking, sir. Next, y is equal to int of input of enter second number. Enter first number, enter second number. Like this I am taking. Now my target is, sir, print the result, okay, is x by y. I am taking, sir. Now take very special care. Here in this code, which type of exceptions are possible? One is zero division error. Second one is, so if you didn't provide int value, but you are trying to typecast to the int type, then we are going to get value error. So two possible errors are there. For every exception, compulsory, it's recommended to write separate except block. Okay, now I'm taking except zero division error. Except zero division error I'm taking. Except zero division error. Now print can't divide with zero. Can't divide with zero, that's all. This is the thing I'm taking, just for syntax familiarity, beyond that nothing. So except a block, zero division error, can't divide with zero. Sir, now except value error I'm taking. Now print please provide int values only. Please provide int values only. Like this I'm taking. Please provide int values only. Now take very special care about this one, sir. So how many try blocks are there? Only one try block. But how many except blocks are there? Two except block. For every exception type, a separate except block I wrote. Yes, it is acceptable, recommended to use this type of style only. Let me execute this one. If zero division error is coming, now this except block will execute. If value error is coming, then this except block is going to execute, sir. Sir, have a look once. Here I'm taking same example. Already I took x and y, the result x by y, zero division error, can't divide with zero, value error, please provide int values only. Okay, like now, sir, here let me execute 10 to no exception, no except block will execute, simply the result 5.0, no except block will execute, sir, simply it is the 5.0. Now let me execute, enter first number 10, enter second number 0, enter second number 0, then immediately can't divide with 0. Remember this one. So which except block got executed? Yes, this except block got executed because zero division error got raised, sir. Now, sir, if we can take 10, enter second number 2. So 2 can't convert into int type, value error. That's why please provide int values only. Okay, like we are getting, please provide int values only, value error, right? So based on raised exception, the corresponding except block is going to be executed. Any doubt about this one? So try with the multiple except blocks is possible or not? Yes, possible. Based on raised exception, the corresponding except block is going to be executed. Is it clear for all of you, right? Okay, well. Now, there is one small point, continuation point is there, sir. So, if try with the multiple except blocks are there, the order is important. Remember, Python virtual machine is always going to consider from top to bottom. Python virtual machine is always going to consider from top to bottom until matched except block identified. Remember, once I identified matched except block, remaining things I don't want to search. Okay, that is the rule what Python virtual machine is going to follow. Have a look once about this rule. Okay, just I will explain with an example. Don't worry at all. Observe that if try with the multiple except blocks available, then the order of these except blocks is important. Remember, this one order is important. Python virtual machine will always consider from top to bottom until matched except block identified. Is it clear, right? Sir, can you please explain with a small example like you may ask? Observe carefully, sir. Here I want to take a small example. Just observe. I don't want this much code for this example. Just have a look once about this one, sir. Here I am taking, sir, see. Try I am taking print 10 by 0. Print 10 by 0. Now except a block I am taking, except a block. Here 0 division error. 0 division error. Like this I am taking, sir. 0 division error. Sir, print 0 division error. Just print 0 division error. Like this I am taking. Next except arithmetic error. Except arithmetic error. Like this I am taking. Except arithmetic error. Print arithmetic error. Print arithmetic error. Like this I am taking, sir. That's all. Sir, now take very special care about this terminology, right? Sir, here 0 division error is going to come. 0 division error will come. So first Python virtual machine is always going to give the chance from top to bottom. Sir, first it will ask, oh, accept a block. Can you handle 0 division error or not? Then this person is going to tell, yes man, I can handle. Oh, identified, corresponding except block identified. Now it will execute. So what is the output we are going to get, sir? 0 division error. What the output we are going to get? 0 division error. Now same program, let me change the order of except blocks. Okay, observe carefully. Try print 10 by 0. Try print of 10 by 0 except okay, well, so what I have to take? Except first let me take arithmetic error. Arithmetic error. Let me take arithmetic error. So now, sir, print arithmetic error. The first I am taking arithmetic error. Next except 0 division error I am taking. 0 division error. Except 0 division error I am taking. Now print 0 division error. Same example, sir. Only difference is I changed the order. Can you please tell now which one is going to execute? Sir, have you remembered exception hierarchy somewhere I covered? 0 division error. 0 division error is the child class of 0 division error is the child class of arithmetic error. Arithmetic error is the child class of exception. Exception is the child class of base exception. Base exception. Okay, like we covered this one, sir. Now, so observe carefully. Whenever 0 division error came, immediately Python virtual machine will ask, hey, except a block. First except a block. Can you handle 0 division error or not? It will ask arithmetic error, sir. Then immediately this person is telling, hey, I can handle arithmetic error and its child classes. Arithmetic error and its child classes. Arithmetic error and its child classes means 0 division error also it can handle. Boss, I can handle 0 division error, no problem at all. Because 0 division error is my child class only. This person is going to tell. So, if this person identified, what is the output we are going to get, sir? Arithmetic error. Are you getting? What is the output we are going to get? Arithmetic error in this case. So, 0 division error never going to get in the chance. So, even it never going to get in the chance because 0 division error responsibility this person is going to handle. So, there is no error at all, but it's a valid syntax, but only first one is going to be considered. Are you in the position to understand? So order matters a lot. So it is a Python virtual machine is always going to consider from top to bottom until matched except block identified. Is it clear for all of you, right? So if I can take this order, now zero division error. If I change the order, now arithmetic error we are getting. Let me execute, let me confirm. Observe carefully about this one, sir. Here I am taking, here just my requirement is, I don't want all, print 10 by 0. 0 division error I am taking, just let me change this code based on our requirement. 0 division error. Sir, what is the second one, sir? Arithmetic error. Okay, arithmetic error. Okay, now, sir, here arithmetic error like this I am taking. Arithmetic error. So the first one 0 division error, second one arithmetic error, right? Okay. Now observe carefully. Sir, in this case, which one is the matched thing? The matched thing is, so first one is the matched 0 division error we will get. Okay. Now have a look once. I will execute this code. Observe carefully. What the answer we are getting? 0 division error. Suppose if I change the order, sir, if I change the order, first arithmetic error, and then 0 division error I am taking. Now, sir, which one is the answer we are going to get? Arithmetic error we will get because it is the first matched thing, sir. Now observe, arithmetic error by default we are getting. So, friends, everyone in the position to understand, right? So, if try with the multiple except blocks are there, order is important. Python virtual machine is always going to consider from top to bottom until matched except block identified. Any doubt about this one? That's all, friends. Hi friends, in the last video we covered try with the multiple except blocks. Okay, so for the same try you can take multiple except blocks, possible, recommended, right? Sir, now the next possible syntax, single except block that can handle multiple different exceptions. Single except block that can handle multiple different exceptions, right? Sir, very simple. Sir, I have 0 division error is there, value error is there. For both the handling code is the same. Assume that handling code is the same. If handling code is the same for both exceptions, what is the need of taking separate except blocks? You can take single except block that covers both exceptions, right? How you can do that? Very simple, sir. Listen carefully, right? Sir, here I am taking same example. Try except x is equal to int of input of enter first number. Enter first number like I am taking, sir. Next y is equal to int of input of enter second number. Enter second number like this I am taking. Sir, now print of the result. Print of the result x by y like this I am taking, sir. Okay. Sir, how many possible errors are there? 0 division error. Next and after that value error. What I want to take? For both the errors, I want to take single except block. What is the possibility? What is the syntax? Very simple, sir. Sir, here if I can take except 0 division error. Except 0 division error. Sir, this except block can handle only 0 division error. But I want 0 division error, value error. What is the way? Very simple, sir. Except, okay, bracket open. Sir, first one 0 division error. First one 0 division error, comma, value error. Comma, value error like. So observe the difference. Here this except is responsible to handle zero division error only, but this except can handle either zero division error or value error both. So first exception, comma second exception, comma third exception, comma fourth exception, like any number. But make sure all these exceptions will become tuple. That's why here parentheses are mandatory. Remember. But if it's a single exception, parenthesis is not mandatory, optional. If you want, you can take parenthesis, otherwise it is ignored. But here compulsory parenthesis must be mandatory. Sir, I want to print exception information also. Then, so what we have to take? Except zero division error, except zero division error, comma value error. Okay, as a message like this we have to take. Observe as message, but make sure as a message we are taking outside of a parenthesis only. Don't take inside. By mistake, if you are taking inside, immediately error by default you are going to get. Okay, as message like. So either this syntax or this syntax you can use if you want to write single except block for multiple exception. Sir, when we should go for single except block for multiple exceptions? If handling code is the same for multiple exceptions, instead of taking separate except block, take a single except block that cover both exceptions, no problem at all. Are you in the position to understand, right? So just have a look once about this theory. Of course, we will continue our executable code. Here, if handling code is the same for multiple exceptions, then instead of taking different except blocks, we can take single except block that can handle all those exceptions, right? So what is the syntax? Except of exception 1, exception 2, comma dot dot dot, any number you can take, colon. Next, if you want message also, as message like we have to take, but make sure as message variable should be outside of parenthesis only. Next, the parentheses are mandatory under this group of exceptions internally considered as tuple. Remember this. Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, let me continue our example, right? So here we have two possible exceptions. There is a possibility. Okay, like now except bracket open, except bracket open. Sir, first one zero division error. First one zero division error. Second one value error. Zero division error, value error, as message. Like this I'm taking. Now, so print exception name. Print, sir, which exception got raised? Which exception got raised? It may be zero division error or value error. That's why msg dot underscore class underscore dot underscore name underscore exception name. Next, print, okay, please provide valid input only. Please provide valid input only. Okay, like I'm taking this one, sir. That's all. Sir, now you have to familiar how you can write except a block that can cover both multiple exceptions, right? Is it clear for all of you? Sir, this type of syntax in other languages is also there, sir. In Java, multi-catch block. This is the word in Java people are going to use, but here this word you should aware. Now have a look once, sir. Sir, let me execute this code so that you people may get much clarity about this one. Sir, observe very carefully. Very carefully. Here this is enter first number, enter second number. Now have a look about this new syntax, right? I hope this is the new syntax. Now have a look. So the raised exception, what is the name of that exception? What is the description of this exception? Please provide valid input only. Like this I took, sir. Now observe very carefully about this exception. Here see. Sir, enter first number 10, enter second number 2, no exception, the result 5.0. Next, enter 10, enter 0. Sir, now zero division error will come. If a zero division error came, now this except block is the responsible to handle. Now observe very carefully, sir. Here, the raised exception, zero division error, description of the exception, division by 0, please provide valid input only, like this, right? Okay, same way. Now let me execute this code, sir. Here just let me take certain, but second number 2 I'm taking. Now riser exception value error. So either 0 division error or value error, both the things this single except block can handle. So single except block that can handle multiple exceptions. So now the terminology is clear. What is the syntax? How you can use? Like, any doubt about this? Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered, sir, what is a try except a block? Next a control flow in try except, next and after the try with the multiple except blocks, next a single except block that can handle multiple exceptions. Up to that we covered, right? Now the next thing what I have to discuss, default except block. Remember this one, sir, the name itself indicates default except block. Okay, so what is the purpose of default except block? Okay, very simple, sir. Default except block will be executed if there is no other except block matched. Remember something, so default except block will be executed if no other except block matched in general. So after handling exception, if any new exception is coming, if any remaining exceptions are there, such type of exceptions we can handle by using default except block. Remember this one, sir. So when the default except block will be executed, if no except block matched, then only default except block will be executed. Generally default except block contains just printing exception information to the console, such type of general information. It doesn't contain any specific handling code. Remember this one, sir. Sir, what is the syntax for default except block? Sir, observe a bit very carefully about this one. If I can take except 0 division error I'm taking, sir. Except 0 division error like this I'm taking. So except 0 division error, do you know this except block meant for 0 division error? Sir, now my requirement, so except that's all. I'm not mentioning anything. I'm not going to mention anything, sir, except immediately colon. This is called default except block. Sir, it can handle any type of exception, no problem at all. Any type of exception it can handle. So if no other except block matched, then only default except block will be executed. Is it clear for all of right? Sir, just observe carefully about this one. We can use the default except block to handle any type of exceptions. Next, in default except block, generally we can print exception information to the console. Just a print exception information to the console. Such type of thing only we can take inside except block. Sir, have you observed, right? What is the syntax? Except colon statements like this, right? Okay. So everyone in the position to understand what is the meaning of default except block. Let me explain with a small example. Then you may get much clarity. Observe carefully, right? Here I'm taking try our same example, sir. Try, okay, x is equal to int input enter first number like this I'm taking, sir. Enter first number. Y is equal to int input enter second number like this I'm taking, sir. Okay, two values are there. Print the result x by y. Okay, the result x by y like I'm taking, sir. Sir, now I'm taking except 0 division error like this I'm taking. Except 0 division error. Okay, like, sir, here I'm taking print 0 division error, division by 0. 0 division error divide by 0 like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. Divide by 0 like. Sir, now except okay, like I'm taking except. Sir, now print default except block. print of default except block, default except block like provide int values only, int values like this I took, sir. Yes, perfect. Sir, now here how many except blocks are there? 2 except blocks. One is zero division error, second one is what? Default except block, sir. Now when this default except block will execute, if zero division error occurs, now this except block is the responsible. Other than zero division error, if any error is coming, now this except block is going to execute, sir. Observe this very carefully. For zero division error, this except block. Other than zero division error, if any other exception came, then automatically this except block is the responsible, okay, to execute. Default except block can handle any type of exception. If zero division error, this person is going to take care because it is available, okay. So if not zero division error, any other error, yes, this person is the responsible. Suppose if I am not taking this one, then this person can handle zero division error also, okay. That thing, even that facility is also there, sir. Okay, have a look once. Let me execute this code so that you may get much clarity about this terminology, right? Of course, let me cross check. Maybe this code is available with me. Not required, sir. This code may be available here. Just observe a bit very carefully about this one. That's all, sir. Sir, here take a bit special care. Try x is equal to input of enter first number, x is equal to int of input of enter second number, okay, except zero division error. Yes, print zero division error can't divide with 0. Sir, next except default like, sir, now from this example you people should require to familiar with this. This is called what? Default except block. If zero division error is coming, this person is going to take care. Any other thing is coming, then automatically this default except block is going to execute, sir. Sir, now let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. Enter first number 10, enter second number 2, no exception. 5.0 we are getting perfectly. Sir, now I am taking enter first number 10, enter second number 0. Now observe zero division error can't divide with 0. Have you observed? First except block got executed. Okay, well, sir, now enter first number 10, enter second number 2, sir. Sir, now value error will come. For value error, default except block is going to execute. Now observe this one. Default except block, please provide valid input only. So for zero division error, first one is going to execute. For remaining, second one is going to execute, sir. Suppose if I remove this one, now this default except block can handle zero division error also. Have a look once. Let me remove first except block. Let me remove this first except block. If I remove this one, okay, now for all exceptions, this default except block will execute, sir. Now observe 10, enter first number 10, enter second number 0. Then what the answer we are getting? Default except block, please provide valid input only. Okay, like so even for zero division error also same default except block executed. Sir, enter first number 10, enter second number 2. Now observe that for this also default except block executed. So default except block can handle any type of exception, no problem at all. Generally we are going to print sir, just exception information to the console because it is no way related to particular exception. So this is the generic handling code for any type of exception. Are you in the position to understand? Any doubt about this one? Yes, friends, clear? Now I have one small doubt, sir. Sir, in our example, how many except blocks are there? I respond. How many except blocks are there? 2 except blocks. What the first one? Except zero division error. Second one, default except block. Where I'm taking this default except block? Respond. Where I'm taking this default except block at last. Okay, like sir, can I take this default except block, sir, here? Yeah, the first one. Yes, sir, respond. Is it possible or not? Okay, I want to take default except block at the beginning. Okay, and then I'm taking zero division error at the second. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Except zero division error, like I'm taking, sir, print zero division error, like this I'm taking. Zero division error, like I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is this one, is it valid or not? Respond. Very important point. So if multiple except blocks are there, Python virtual machine is always going to give the chance from top to bottom. Correct, right? So if this person can handle any type of exception, then the remaining except blocks never going to get in the chance. Are you getting? So this person more specific to handle zero division error. Next person is the more specific to handle file not found error. So these except blocks never going to get in the chance, which may be the problem. That's why default except block must be last except block. Remember this one, sir. Default except block must be last except block. If you change order, if you are taking anywhere else, immediately we are going to get syntax error. Very, very important, sir. If a default except block is there, compulsory it must be last except block. Okay, have a look once here in our example. So two things are there. First I'm taking normal except block. Second one, default except block. Default except block I took at the last, no problem at all. So that's why it is valid, sir. That's why it is the valid. No problem, it's executing, sir. Now what I'm taking, sir, let me remove default except block and place the first one. the first one. Observe that. So first which except block? Default except block. And then except zero division error. If I can ask Python virtual machine, can you please execute this one? Immediately Python virtual machine will give left and right. Okay, what the reason you are taking? So default except block at the first, then the remaining except blocks never going to get in the chance. That's why have a look once here. Just here the point is, observe carefully, right? Sir, can you please observe? Syntax error. Default except block must be last one. Default except block must be last. So clear, it is going to tell, boss, default except block you have to take yet last. Are you in the position to understand, right? But this rule is applicable only for default except block, not for remaining except blocks. Suppose here I have except zero division error, I have except value error is there, sir. I have except value error is there. So value error, zero division error, you can take in any order, no problem. But compulsory default except block should be last except block if it is there. Are you getting the point? So for normal except block order, I mean in any order you can take, no problem at all. But Python virtual machine is always going to give from top to bottom. But a default except block must be last except block. Okay. So now observe, if I can take this one, if I can take this, sir, happily. So if I can take this one, now it definitely is, that's all. Except default except block, it will become valid, no problem at all. Now my program execution started. Happily it's going to run, sir. Suppose I have, sir, another except block is there. Except value error, like this I'm taking, sir. Except value error, like I'm taking. Sir, now take very special care about this one. Except value error, like. So now these two things you can take in any order acceptable. Yes, friends, I'm not seeing any problem at all. Yes, valid. Suppose if I can take this one, the first one. This one the first. Yes, no issue at all. Only rule, default except block should be last. This one is also perfectly valid. We are not going to get any syntax error. Are you getting the point, right? So what is a default except block? So what is the syntax? Next, this point, can you please observe? If a default except block is defined, then compulsory it must be last except block, otherwise we will get syntax error. Clear, right? Next, this restriction is applicable only for default except block but not for normal except blocks. That is, normal except blocks can be in any order, no problem. Okay, you can take in any order, but Python virtual machine is always going to give the precedence from top to bottom. Is it clear for all of it? What is the default except block? Sir, up to this we covered various types of except blocks. Except block that can handle one exception, except block, okay, that can handle multiple exceptions. Next, default except block, like we covered multiple types of except blocks, right? Now let me discuss, let me summarize all these except blocks. You may get one or two new points also. Observe carefully, sir. Various possible combinations of except blocks, how you can use, what are various possible syntaxes are there for the except blocks, right? Okay, here just observe a bit very carefully about this one. Sir, here I'm taking except. I want to write except block. Sir, to handle zero division error, except zero division error, perfectly it is a valid. Can you please tell this except block can handle how many exceptions? Only one exception. Are you getting? If only one exception is there, okay, sir, you can take this exception within parentheses or without parentheses also. Parentheses are optional if you are writing except block for one exception. I covered already this point in the last videos, right? Sir, now the same thing even you can write like this also, except zero division error, except zero division error. Yes, you can take within parentheses also, it is also acceptable, right? Okay, well, sir, now the third point, third point, right? Sir, observe this one. Sir, if only one exception is there, parentheses, if you want you can take, otherwise not required. Sir, next, I want to, sir, access exception information. I want to print exception information. Then as keyword we require to use. Okay. Now except zero division error. Except zero division error. As message, like I'm taking. Except zero division error, as message, like I'm taking, sir. Sir, can you please tell, is it valid or not? Yes, perfectly, itself is the valid. Now, except zero division error, except zero division error, okay, as message. Remember this very carefully, sir. If you want to, sir, use as message, compulsory it should be outside of parenthesis only. Remember this one. By mistake, if you are taking within parenthesis, immediately error we are going to get, sir. Take very special care. It should be outside of parenthesis only. Okay, like so. To handle single exception, sir, how many syntaxes are there? So these, next with yes, these are the things, sir. Next, sir, if I consider fifth one. Listen carefully. I want to handle multiple exceptions. I want to handle multiple exceptions, right? Now, except, sir, here zero division error, comma, value, error, like this I'm taking, sir. Yes, it is a valid. But whenever we are handling multiple exceptions, parentheses are mandatory. Remember this one, compulsory parenthesis must be there. Okay, like, sir, now, so except zero division error, error, comma, value error, okay, as message, like this I'm taking. Sir, I want to access exception information also. Then automatically as message, like we have to take. But take very special care. This as message should be outside of, okay, this parenthesis. Is it clear, right? Next, sir, what the next? Sir, we covered one more. Default except block. What is the syntax for default except block? Except, okay, like this. Perfectly, these are valid combinations of, valid possibilities of except block syntax. Everyone in the position to understand, right? Okay, so just I will tell some more. You have to decide whether these are valid or invalid. Observe very carefully, sir. What is the first one I'm taking? First one, except zero division, except zero division error as a message like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Invalid. What is the reason for that? As a message should be outside of parenthesis only. Okay, so this is invalid, right? Now I'm taking except. Sir, here just my requirement is except zero division error, except zero division error, comma value error, except zero division error, comma value error like this. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Invalid. What is the reason is, if you want to write except block that can handle multiple exceptions, parentheses are mandatory. That's why it is the invalid, right? Now if I can write like this, except zero division error, except zero division error, comma value error, except zero division error, comma value error. Okay, yes, message like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? This one is also invalid, but the reason for that is, yes, message you are taking inside the parenthesis, within the parenthesis. Compulsory yes message should be outside a parenthesis. Are you in the position to understand? So what are various possible syntaxes, valid syntaxes for except block, invalid syntaxes for except block? So clear, right? Just have a look once about this. Here see this one, what are various possible combinations of except blocks? Except zero division error, except zero division error within what we call parenthesis, acceptable, except zero division error as message, valid, except zero division error as message, no problem. So if you are going to handle one exception, parentheses are optional. Next, as message compulsory should be outside of that only. Next, except zero division error, value error, valid. So whenever we are talking about multiple exception, parentheses are mandatory. Okay, here, sir, parenthesis, outside of parenthesis, yes message, valid. Now except a colon, default except block. Any doubt about this? Clear, right? Next, have a look once about this, right? Sir, now if except a block is defined for only one exception, then parentheses are optional. Remember, so if except a block is defined for only one exception, then parentheses are optional. If multiple exceptions are there, then parentheses are mandatory. Remember. Next, if we use parentheses, then yes must be outside of parentheses only. I told already multiple times. Sir, now observe invalid combinations. Why the first one is the invalid? The reason for that, yes message you are taking within the parenthesis. Next, why second one is invalid? Because multiple exceptions are there, compulsory parentheses are mandatory. Next, third one, so why? So yes message you are taking within the parenthesis, that's why it is invalid. Any doubt about this one? So what are various possible syntaxes for except block? Valid syntaxes, invalid syntaxes. It's a very clear, not required to keep any explanation. Clear, right? Sir, up to this we covered very clearly about try and except keywords. Now I'm ready to go for next keyword. Very important keywords are finally block. Okay, finally this keyword we are going to discuss. Sir, just observe. Have a look once. Very important, sir. Sir, I'm taking try block. Within the try block, just open DB connection. Can you please open database connection? I'm taking. Next, read the data from database. Read data from database, and then close DB connection. Can you please close DB connection? Like this I'm taking. Sir, next and after that, except block is there. Okay, except Now the corresponding handling code I'm taking, sir. Okay, like, sir, do you know, open DB connection, read the data from the database. What is the third line? Can you please read this, sir? Close database connection. Closing database connection. This code is called a resource deallocation code. Are you getting what is this code, sir? A resource deallocation. We are releasing the resources. A resource deallocation code. Sometimes we can use the word cleanup code. Remember this one. This code is also known as cleanup code, right? Okay, resource deallocation code or cleanup code. Now the point is, can you please tell, placing cleanup code inside a try block, is it recommended or not recommended? Yes, friends, I'm taking a resource cleanup code. Okay, cleanup code I'm taking inside try block. Is it recommended or not recommended? Okay, the answer, not recommended. What is the problem? Why this code we can't place here? What the problem is? Suppose observe, I open DB connection successfully. While reading the data from the database, there is a problem came, sir. There is a problem. Some error, DB error came. If the DB error came, immediately the control will goes to accept a block without executing this one. So without executing this, the control will goes to accept a block means, do you know, no one is going to close the DB connection. One database connection is going to be wasted. Correct or not? One DB connection is going to be wasted. So that's why never recommended to take cleanup code inside a try block, because there is no guarantee for the execution of every statement present inside try block. Sir, before this line only exception came. Even you handle that exception, but this line is not going to execute. That's why resource deallocation code, cleanup code, never recommended to place inside the try block. Is it clear, right? Now observe the second scenario. Here I'm taking try block, open DB connection, open DB connection. Next, read the data from the database, read the data from the database. Next, here I'm taking accept a block, close DB connection, accept a block, close DB connection. Oh, now observe this. So cleanup code, where we are taking inside accept a block. Resource deallocation code, where we are taking inside accept a block. Can you please tell, is it recommended or not recommended? Yes, friend, it's a two worst, not recommended. Because the reason is, if there is no exception in the try block, no exception, then accept a block won't be executed. If accept a block not executed, who is going to close the DB connection? No one is going to close. That's why, so never recommended to maintain cleanup code inside accept a block, because if there is no exception, accept a block won't be executed. Is it clear for all of it? Sir, observe very carefully. Never recommended to maintain cleanup code inside try block, because there is no guarantee for execution of every statement inside a try block. Never recommended to maintain cleanup code inside accept a block, because if there is no exception, then accept a block is not going to execute. Okay, so where I have to place cleanup code? Okay, to maintain cleanup code, compulsory some place must be required, which should be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. Sir, in any case, that place should be executed such a type of best place is nothing but finally block. Remember this one, sir. Such a type of best place is nothing but finally block. Finally block meant for resource deallocation code maintenance sake. So inside finally block, which code we are going to take? Resource deallocation code, cleanup code we have to take. Any doubt up to this? Are you in the position to understand, right? So what is the purpose of finally block? To maintain cleanup code. Okay, well, sir, now observe the syntax, right? Here try, okay. Next up, within the try, which code we have to take inside try block? Risky code we have to take inside try, risky code. Next, except inside except block, which code we have to take? Handling code. Regarding inside except block, handling code. Next, inside finally block, which code we have to take? Cleanup code. Okay, cleanup code. Now, so three blocks, three purposes. So purposes are completely different. Try, so to maintain risky code. Except block, to maintain handling code. Finally block, to maintain cleanup code. Next, what is the specialty of finally block? Very, very important, sir. Finally block specialty is it will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handle, not handle. Sir, in any case, finally block is always going to execute. Finally is the believable place to maintain cleanup code. Are you in the position to understand? Just have a look once. Here, finally block, it's not recommended to place cleanup code, resource reallocation code like a closing database connection inside a try block, because there is no guarantee for execution of every statement inside a try block. Next, it is not recommended to place cleanup code inside except block, because if there is no exception, then except block won't be executed. Okay, well, sir, now hence we required some place to maintain cleanup code, which should be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised or not raised, and whether exception handled or not handled. Such a type of best place is nothing but what? Finally block. Okay, well, sir, hence the main purpose of finally block is to maintain cleanup code. Very, very important, sir. What is the purpose of finally block? To maintain cleanup code. Now observe the possible syntax. Here, have a look once, sir. So try risky code, inside except block handling code, inside finally block cleanup code. The specialty of finally block is it will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised or not raised, and whether exception handled or not handled. In any case, finally block will be executed. Clear, right? What is the purpose of finally block? Next, what is the specialty of finally block? Any doubt? Sir, up to this, it is very clear what is the purpose of finally block, what is the specialty of finally block. The purpose of finally block is to maintain cleanup code. The specialty of finally block is it will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled, right? In any case, sir, finally block is always going to execute. Sir, where is the proof? Can you please explain with examples like you may ask? Observe carefully, right? Sir, I want to take multiple cases. Case 1. Case 1. If there is no exception, okay, in this case, finally block will be executed or not. Okay, let me check. Sir, here I am taking try block, print of try block, print of try. Next, except block, print of except I am taking. Next, finally print of finally, like this I am taking, sir. Print of finally. Can you please tell what is the output we will get if I run this code? Yes, response. What is the output we are going to get in this case? Yes, first try will be printed. Next, there is no exception. If there is no exception, except block is not going to execute. So finally will be executed, sir. Sir, try followed by finally will be executed. It's a very clear. If there is no exception, then finally block will be executed. Correct, right? Sir, have a look once. Let me execute this code. Sir, the same thing only. Here I have try, print, try block. Next, accept zero division error, print of except. Finally, sir, like this, finally block. Let me execute this code. Have a look once. What is the answer by default we are going to get is try followed by finally perfectly. If there is no exception, finally block will be executed. Is it clear for all of you, right? Any doubt about this one? Okay, well, let me take a second case. Sir, exception raised but handled, no problem at all. Sir, case 2 I'm taking. Observe case 2. Okay, my second case is, sir, if exception raised and handled. If exception raised and handled, sir. If exception raised and handled, what is the output? Very simple. Observe carefully. Try. Sir, print of try block I'm taking. Print of try. Next, print of 10 by 0. Sir, exception got raised. Zero division error is going to come. Now, sir, accept 0 division error. Accept 0 division error I'm getting. Sir, here print of accept block. Print of accept block. Next, finally print of finally I'm taking. Print of finally. Can you please confirm what is the output we are going to get? Sir, very simple. If an exception raised but handled, the corresponding except block is available. What is the flow? What is the output, sir? Very simple. Here try will be printed. Here an exception got raised. Immediately the control will go to except block. Inside except block, yes, accept like it's going to execute, and after that finally block will be continued normally. That's all. Are you getting? So if exception raised and handled, compulsory finally block is going to execute. Is it clear, right? Sir, let me execute this combination also. Here try print of try block. Sir, just a print of 10 by 0 I'm taking. Print of 10 by 0 I'm taking, sir. Sir, observe a bit very carefully. So first try will execute. Here an exception got raised. Now this is the corresponding except block. Now it is going to be executed, and then finally block will be continued normally. So try except finally is the output we are going to get, sir. Now observe what the answer we are getting. Try except finally. This is the answer we are going to get, sir. Okay, well, sir, now the next thing what I have to discuss, very, very important point, sir. What is the remaining case? Can you please explain? Yes, boss. No exception. Next, if exception raised and handled, what is the remaining case? If an exception raised but not handled. An exception raised but not handled. Okay, sir. Now case 3. Observe carefully. If exception raised but not handled, if exception raised but not handled, what will happen? Finally block is going to execute or not? Sir, observe. Try print of try block I'm taking. Print of try. Next, print of 10 by 0 I'm taking, sir. Print of 10 by 0. Oh, 0 division error is coming. Sir, here I'm taking except block. Sir, here value error. Except block, value error I'm taking. Now print of except. Next, finally print of finally block. Like. Can you please confirm what is the output we are going to get, sir? Very, very important. So exception raised, exception got raised, but not handled because zero division error came, but available except block is for value error. Zero division error, but available except block is what? Value error. Okay, very, very important point, sir. So now the important conclusion here is, suppose you are getting heart problem, but available doctor is high specialist is available. There is no, he can't handle the situation. The same, sir. Now try will be printed. Zero division error riser, but there is no except block, abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. Remember this one. That's why. So try followed by finally, and then so abnormal termination, zero division error will be raised. Abnormal termination, zero division error by default will be raised. So everyone in the position to understand, right? So what is the purpose of, so here finally block, what is the specialty of finally block? Even in the case of abnormal termination also, finally block will be executed. First finally block, and then abnormal termination is going to be happen. Okay, have a look once here. So try, print of try, so print of 10 by 0, print of here value error. Are you getting? Print of value error, like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm what is the answer we are going to get? Okay, here see this one, first try will be printed normally. Here, so zero division error is coming, but there is no corresponding except block. If there is no corresponding except block, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. Only finally block will be executed. Now observe carefully what answer we are going to get, sir. Yes, try finally, and then zero division error, abnormal termination. So that's all. These three cases are very important to describe the specialty of finally block. Have you observed? If there is no exception, finally executed. Next, if an exception raised, handled, finally executed. If an exception raised but not handled, abnormal termination, but before abnormal termination, finally got executed. So clear proof, finally is always going to execute irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. That is the specialty of finally block. Clear, right? So everyone got the clarity? What is finally block? So what is the specialty of finally block? Any explanation is required? Clear? Sir, up to this we covered very clearly about what is the purpose of finally block, what is the specialty of finally block. Clear, right? So what is the specialty of finally block? Can you spell out? Finally block will be executed always irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. Up to that we covered. Sir, now just observe, I have one scenario is there. Okay, have a look once, sir. Try. Okay, there is a big code is there. Okay, inside try block, there is a big code is there, sir. And then here except block I have. Okay, now some handling code is there. Handling code is there. And then finally block. Okay, here some cleanup code is there, sir. Now take very special care. What is the biggest specialty of finally block? Finally block will be executed always irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. In any case, finally block is always going to execute, right? Okay, well. Sir, now my important conclusion, here listen. Sir, program execution started. Executing, observe this. Executing, right? Now, almost end of try block, suddenly power gone. So, what we call electricity, power gone. There is no backup facility for my system immediately. So, what will happen in this case? So, my system is going to shut down. In this case, finally block will be executed or not? Are they respond? In this scenario, finally block will be executed or not? No. Either Python virtual machine is going to convey to the power. Hey power, please wait some time because I have some mandatory work. Finally block I should execute. Please wait power, please wait some time. Is it going to tell? No, definitely. So here only the program will be terminated. The system is going to shut down. Then there is no chance of executing finally block. So means that there is only one situation where the finally block won't be executed. Are you getting right? So interview person may ask the question, are you are telling finally block will be executed always? Is there any situation where the finally block won't be executed? Maybe a chance to ask what answer you have to tell. Yes sir, there is one situation is there. Whenever we are executing the program, suddenly power gone, backup facility is not there, then finally block is not going to execute. Like sir, if you are going to tell, interview person is going to see from top to bottom. Are you getting right? So you should not tell like this. You have to convert the same scenario into technically, then interview person is going to accept. What that technical conversion, right? Very simple. Whenever power gone, what will happen? System is going to shut down. Before system shut down, my Python virtual machine exit. So exit Python virtual machine, exit shut down Python virtual machine, and then system is going to shut down. So if you exit Python virtual machine explicitly, programmatically, in that scenario, finally block won't be executed. Remember this. Sir, then immediately my next question. Sir, how? How you can exit my system explicitly? How you can shut down Python virtual machine explicitly? Yes, there is a way, sir. OS module, okay? OS module contain one method is there, underscore exit of 0. Are you getting? OS contain one function is there, underscore exit of 0. If you can call this one, then the Python virtual machine will be shut down. In this particular scenario, finally block won't be executed. Remember this one, sir. So there is only one situation where the finally block won't be executed. That is whenever we are using OS dot underscore exit of 0. That is, once we use the OS dot underscore exit of 0, my system, my Python virtual machine will be down. No chance of executing finally block. Are you getting clearly right? Sir, let me execute. Let me go for a small executable program so you may get clarity. Here, see this one. Here I am taking try block. Try block. Print try, sir. Print try. Like this I am taking. Sir, here except value error I am taking. Except value error. Print except. Print except like this I am taking. Next try except. Sir, finally like this I am taking. Print finally. Print finally like. Sir, if I execute this one, what the answer? Try finally. We know, we discussed already, right? So inside the try block, I am taking OS dot underscore exit of 0. OS dot underscore exit of 0. As we are using OS, better to take import OS module. Import OS dot underscore exit of 0. Sir, now program started. It will print a try. So output try. And then whenever this line is coming, the Python virtual machine itself will be down. If the Python virtual machine itself is going to shut down, no further continuation, only try itself is the answer. Are you getting the point right? So take very special care about this particular point. Okay, let me execute this code. Observe a bit carefully, sir. Later I will talk about theory. Anyway, don't worry. Here, see this one. Sir, here try except and then finally. What the answer we are going to get, sir? Very simple. Try followed by finally, because I didn't use exit function, right? Now let me execute this one. What the answer? Try followed by finally. Okay, like sir, now I'm taking here OS dot underscore exit of 0 I'm taking, sir. Sir, what about this 0? I will discuss. Don't worry. Sir, OS dot underscore exit of 0 I'm taking. And at the top, import OS, right? Sir, now take very special care. Okay, try will be executed, try will be printed. Whenever this line is coming, immediately Python virtual machine will shut down. Python virtual machine will shut down. Then there is no chance of continuing remaining. That's why the output is always what? Only try. Now have a look once about this one, sir. What the answer we are going to get? Only try block we are going to get. Okay, so there is only one situation where finally block won't be executed if the Python virtual machine exit explicitly. How you can exit explicitly? Whenever we are using os dot underscore exit of 0. Okay, like, sir, now up to this is the clear. Now what about this os dot underscore exit of 0? Very simple, sir. This 0 means status code. Very important. This 0 means status code. So 0 means normal termination, and non-zero means abnormal termination. Remember, 0 means normal termination, non-zero means abnormal termination. Internally, Python virtual machine is going to use this status code. Okay, so whether it is the 0 or non-zero, programmatically effect is always the same. This is just for internal purpose for the Python virtual machine. So usually we are taking 0, sir. Instead of 0, you can take any value, no problem at all. Now observe this one. If I can take 1000, I'm taking, sir. OS rod, sir, 1000 I'm taking. Now observe that. Either result is the same or not. Yes, the result is always the same. Sir, instead of 1000, I'm taking -1. The result is always same. There is no problem at all. So whether it is 0 or non-zero, effect is always same, but internally Python virtual machine is going to use this status code just for internal logging purpose, internal reporting purpose. It may be used. Being a programmer, we are not required to worry about this value. Any doubt about this one? Clear for all of you, right? So what is the purpose of finally block? What is the specialty of finally block? When the finally block won't be executed, what is exceptional case? Okay, just have a look once about whatever we covered up to this, right? Okay, os dot underscore exit of 0 versus finally block. Okay, now observe, there is only one situation where finally block won't be executed. That is whenever we are using os dot underscore exit of 0. Okay, like, sir, whenever we are using os dot underscore exit of 0, then Python virtual machine itself will be shut down. In this particular case, finally block won't be executed. Clear, right? Now have a look once, sir. Sir, what about 0? Here 0 represents a status code. 0 means normal termination, non-zero means abnormal termination. This status code internally used by Python virtual machine. Whether it is 0 or non-zero, there is no difference in the result of the program. The program Python virtual machine is always going to shut down. There is no change in the result whether it is a 0 or non-zero. Is it clear for all of you, right? Yes, friends, any doubt about this one? Okay, so if you feel comfortable, so to describe this, to remember this one, let me create a small analogy so that you may get much clarity, right? Sir, observe a bit very carefully, a funny example, but it's going to provide much clarity. Sir, what it is? Anyone, can you please tell? Yes, friends. What it is? Yes. What this one? What about your feeling? Are you feeling like is it boat? Is it sail? It's a water. Assume that water. It is a river, sir. So in the river, a boat is there. Observe very carefully about this one. Boat is there, sir. Now in this boat, sailor is there. Okay, sailor is there. Who is the responsible to drive this boat? Now what happened is, one passenger came. Okay, he asked the sailor, "Arey, I want to. Can you please provide help to cross this river?" Like he asked. Then immediately seller is telling, yes sir, if the cost is some $10 or $20 like he is going to convey, then he is going to accept, and he will ask one thing, hey, I don't know about, I'm full fear of water. If anything goes wrong, are you going to help me or not? Like, so he's asking the sailor. Then immediately the answer from the sailor is, Array, I will always provide support, don't worry. I will always provide support, don't worry. Okay, like he's going to convey. Now this passenger entered into the boat. Okay, well, now boat started, sir. Now the boat started. Observe carefully. Now the boat started. Sir, whenever the boat is in middle of river, what happened is, sir, here there is something happened to this boat. Slowly water is entering into the boat. Now slowly boat starts sinking into the water. The depth of this river is very, very high. Even not possible to swim also. Swimming also not possible, right? Then the total boat slowly starts sinking into the water. Even sailor also can't do anything. Okay? Then immediately this passenger asked her, "Oh sailor, you told you are going to provide support for me, but now you are not doing anything. You are not doing anything. You did a big fraud." Like a passenger is going to ask the sailor. Then immediately sailor is telling, "Sir, if I am safe, definitely I will provide support for you. Myself is going to be down. If myself is going to be down, where is the chance of providing support? Sorry sir, I can't do anything in this case because myself is going to be sink into the water. Here swimming also not possible, like this person told." Are you getting right? So if this person is the safe, then there may be a chance of providing service for this passenger. If this sailor itself is not in safe condition, then where is the chance of providing support for the passenger? Are you getting the thing right? Sir, the same thing here is happening in our scenario also. Sir, observe, this sailor is nothing but PVM, Python virtual machine. This passenger itself is nothing but finally black. Okay, passenger itself is nothing but finally black. So now Python virtual machine told to the finally black, "Hey finally black, I will always execute you, no problem at all. You are very special person for me. Okay, I will always execute this finally black. Don't worry." Like Python virtual machine told. But whenever we are using OS dot underscore exit of 0, okay, immediately finally black is not going to execute. Then immediately finally black asks the PVM, "Hey PVM, why you are not providing support? Why you are not providing support to me?" Like then the PVM is going to tell, "Array, myself is going to be shut down because whenever we are using OS dot exit of 0, so Python virtual machine itself is going to be shut down. If the Python virtual machine itself is going to be shut down, where is the chance of executing finally black?" Are you in the position to understand, right? So if the PVM is there, definitely it will execute finally black. If the PVM is not there, where is the chance of executing finally black? Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Sir, there is one very important interview question I have to discuss. Sir, finally black versus a destructor. Sir, why? Sir, what is the relation between these two things? Observe carefully. Finally black meant for maintaining cleanup code. Destructor, in the OOPS concept, whatever we covered, meant for maintaining cleanup code. Sir, seems to be both are same. Where is the difference? Regarding, sir, I have one small doubt, sir. Best example, auto driver is there or bus driver is there. Bus driver is the responsible to drive bus, correct? Device driver is there. Whenever we are installing mouse or otherwise whenever we are installing a device, so the corresponding driver we have to install. Whenever if we connect any hardware device, compulsory the corresponding driver we have to install. Sir, both are same. So device driver responsible, okay, to drive device which is associated with our computer. Okay, like, but a bus driver is the responsible to drive the bus. Sir, both are drivers only. Both are drivers only, that's why both are same. No, one is a human being, the second one is the software component. Regarding both are completely different, right? Sir, in my native language Telugu, there is one word is there, kodi and a pakodi. Kodi means hen. Okay, pakodi means one type of item which is going to eat. Seems to be both are same, but both are different. One is going to talk about bird. The second one is going to talk about food item. Both are completely different. Okay, seems to be words are same, but here both are different. Okay, now my point is, observe where is the difference, right? Very simple, sir. So whatever resources we open, the part of try block. Okay, whatever resources we open, the part of try block should be closed, okay, inside finally block. Regarding should be closed inside finally block. All the resources which are opened at the part of try block will be closed inside finally block. Finally block meant for cleanup activities related to try block. Remember this one. Next, sir, here I have an object is there. So I have an object is there. This object associated with one database connection. This object associated with one network connection. Are you getting? So before destroying this object, all these resources should be deallocated. So object related cleanup activities we have to maintain inside a destructor. Next, try block related cleanup activities we have to maintain inside finally block. Finally block meant for cleanup activities which are related to try block resources. Next, destructor meant for cleanup activities related to okay object. So before destroying this object, destructor will execute which is going to close all the resources, and then garbage collector will destroy this object. Are you in the position to understand? Even both are meant for cleanup code only. Destructor, object related cleanup activities. Okay, next, finally block, try block related cleanup activities. Seems to be both are same, but there is a complete difference is there. Is it clear for all of you, right? Just observe a bit very carefully. Sir, here finally block meant for cleanup activities related to try block. That is, whatever resources we open at the part of try block will be closed inside finally block. Okay, destructor meant for cleanup activities related to object. Whatever resources associated with the object should be deallocated inside destructor which will be executed before destroying an object. Clear for all of you? One person, object related cleanup activities destructor. One person, try block related cleanup activities which is the finally block. Very important question, most confusing question for most of the people. That's also clear, clarity is there. Any doubt? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly about finally block. What is the difference between finally and a destructor, right? So now let me go for the next important concept to get a much clarity on the concept. Observe, control flow in try except finally. Sir, now within the try block, if an exception rises, what will happen? Inside except block, if an exception rises, what will happen? Inside finally block, if an exception rises, what will happen? So compulsory you people should aware flow of execution so that you will get much clarity on the concept. Okay, have a look once about this one, sir. Sir, here I am taking try. Observe very carefully these lines. Try, I am taking statement 1, statement 2, next statement 3. Try, within the try block, how many statements are there? 3 statements, 1, 2, 3. Next, except block I am taking, statement 4 I am taking inside except block. Next, finally block I am taking, statement 5 I am taking, sir. So finally block, statement 5. Next, outside of finally block, okay, try except finally completed. Now here statement 6 I am taking, sir. But observe very carefully where I am taking statement 6 outside of finally block. Try except finally already completed. Sir, this statement 6 is the independent statement. Okay, like. So from this, so if a statement 1, there is a problem, or 2, there is a problem, 3, there is a problem, 6, there is a problem. If for any statement, if an exception rises, you should be in the position to tell the flow, sir. So from this, almost around 5 cases I designed. So if you can answer these 5 cases, then you will get much clarity on the concept. Okay, well, sir, observe first case, sir. What is the first case? If there is no exception. Sir, if there is no exception, what is the flow? Can you please tell, sir? If there is no exception, can you spell out what is the flow? What we are going to get in this case? Yes, 1, 2, 3 will be executed. Okay, because there is no exception, sir, try will be executed. Except won't be executed. When the except block is going to execute, if an exception, but there is no exception, that's why except block won't be executed. Now finally will execute, and then remaining lines of the code will be continued normally. That's why 1, 2, 3, next 5, 6 normal termination. Remember this one, sir. So what is the flow? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, it is the normal termination. Remember this one, sir. Okay, like, so only one block is not executed. What is that block, sir? Statement sir, 4 is not executed because there is no exception. Except a block won't be executed. Any doubt about this one? Clear for all of you, right? Okay, well, sir, now case 2, sir. Now observe, if an exception raised yet a statement 2, if an exception raised yet a statement 2, and corresponding except block matched, means do you know if zero division error came? Yes, here except block meant for zero division error only. Then what will happen? Observe the case 2, sir. If an exception raised yet a statement 2 and the corresponding except block matched, sir, what is the flow? So observe carefully. If an exception rises at statement 2 and the corresponding except block matched, what is the flow, sir? Very simple. 1 will be executed. Next, while executing 2, the problem came and the corresponding except block matched, sir. Immediately the control will comes to except block. So 1, 4, sir, exception raised, handle, remaining will continue normally. 5 and then 6. Are you getting? 1, 4, 5 and then 6 normal termination. Remember this one. So 1 and while executing 2, the problem came, immediately the corresponding except block matched, sir, 4 and then finally block 5, 6 normal termination, because exception riser handle, that's why it will become normal termination. So 1, 4, 5, 6 normal termination. Okay, that's all. This is the flow, sir. Now the next one, take very special case, sir. If an exception raised yet a statement 2, an exception raised yet statement 2, but corresponding except block not matched, sir, maybe zero division error here, but this except block meant for value error. Sir, zero division error raised, but except block meant for value error means the corresponding except block not matched. So what will happen? Observe very carefully. If an exception raised at statement 2, but corresponding except block not matched, what will happen? Sir, very simple. 1 will be executed normally. Next, while executing 2, the problem came, immediately Python virtual machine will check for the corresponding except block. Sir, except block not matched. If the except block not matched, it is always abnormal termination. Remember, no except block, but exception riser, abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, compulsory finally block will be executed. That's why 1, 5 abnormal termination. Remember this one. 1 5 abnormal termination. So if an exception raised at statement 2 but corresponding except block not matched, 1 1 and then only finally block 5 and then abnormal termination. Even in the case of abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. Only finally block, not remaining statements. 1 5 abnormal termination. Okay, 1 5 abnormal termination. Okay, well, so now the next one. If an exception raised yet statement 4, sir. Now observe very carefully. If an exception raised yet statement 4, can you please tell what will happen? Is it normal termination or abnormal termination? That is our next case. Observe. If an exception raised yet a statement 4, what will happen? Yes, friends, can you please confirm? Is it normal termination or abnormal termination? In the last control flow in try except, I covered already this point. Remember that. If any statement raises an exception, which is not part of try block, then it is always abnormal termination. Okay, if any statement raises an exception which is not part of try block, then it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. Sir, here it is not part of try block. If it is not part of try block, no except block. No except block means abnormal termination. So if an exception rises at statement 4, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, compulsory finally block will be executed. Only finally block. Remember, sir, now observe. If an exception rises at statement 4, then it is always abnormal termination. Okay, before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. Only finally block will be executed. Remember this one, sir. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. So finally block means statement 5 will be executed, right? So take very special care. Write on this, analyze each and every case so that you will get much clarity, friends. Remember this. So now next case. Suppose if an exception rises at statement 5, can you please tell, is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Hey, respond. Just now I told. If an exception rises at statement 5, is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Yes, it is always abnormal termination because it is not part of try. No except block. No except block means it is always abnormal termination. Sir, if an exception rises at a statement 6, sir, it is not part of try block, except block, it is always abnormal termination. That's why if an exception rises at a statement 5 or statement 6, it is always abnormal termination. Remember this one. So if an exception rises at a statement 5 or statement 6, then it is always abnormal termination. Is it clear for all of you, right? So in the material I included all these cases. Okay, compulsory you have to write on the paper, you have to analyze, then you people can feel more comfortable, right? Are you in the position to understand, right? So if there is no exception, what is the flow? If an exception rises at statement 2 and the corresponding except block matched, what will happen? If an exception rises at statement 2 but corresponding except block not matched, what will happen? If an exception rises at statement 4, what will happen? If an exception rises at statement 5 or statement 6, what is the scenario? Is it clear for all of you? So this is what the control flow in try except finally. Any doubt? Hi friends, in the last video we covered very clearly about what is the control flow in try except finally. Now the next topic what I have to discuss, nested try except finally. nested try except finally blocks. What it means? The name itself indicates, right? Nested. So inside try block, we can take try except finally. Inside except block, you can take try except finally. Inside finally also, you can take try except finally. So that's why, so nesting of try except finally is always possible, friends. Okay, that part, how the behavior with example I want to discuss. Just have a look once, sir. Sir, best example here I'm taking. So I'm taking try. So within the try block, you can take try except finally, like this. If you want, you can take. So can you please tell where I'm taking this try except finally? Inside the try block. Remember, similarly, sir, this is the except block. Inside except block, if you want, you can take again try except finally. Again, if you want, you can take try except finally. Okay, where we are taking try except finally? Inside except block. Next, finally, like this I'm taking. Inside here try except and then finally, like I'm taking, sir. Can you please tell where I'm taking try except finally? Inside inside finally block. So means that inside a try block, you can take try except finally. Inside except block, you can take try except finally. Inside finally also, try except finally is possible. So means that nesting of try except finally blocks is always possible, friends. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, well, sir, what is the advantage of taking this one? Sir, can you please explain with one or two small scenarios so that we will get much clarity? You may ask. Very, very simple, sir. Now listen very carefully, right? Suppose assume I have try block is there. I have try block is there. Sir, there are multiple lines of the code is there. Sir, this is except block, right? Now take very special care. Can I use the word, this is the risky code? Sir, within the try block, which code we have to take? A risky code. Sir, in this, these few lines of the code, too much risky. Assume that these 5 lines of the code, too much risky code. So what is the reason for that? Maybe communicating with the third party system. That third party system is always maybe down. Okay. So this few lines of the code is too much risky code. Too much risky code. Okay. Like now the point is, observe very, very carefully, sir. If I'm not taking any special care for this too much risky code, what will happen? If an exception rises, immediately the control will comes to sir, this except block, because this except block is the responsible to handle. What will happen if the control come to sir this except block? Now these lines of the code is not going to execute. Without executing these many lines of the code, how you can expect a proper behavior? That's why, so never recommended to depend on this outer except block. You know it is a too much risky code. What I will take here is, here only I will take sir this try except separate except handling I'm taking, sir. Now the advantage is, if there is an exception raised, immediately this except block is the responsible to handle. Now remaining lines of the code happily will execute. Are you getting? Remaining lines of the code happily will execute, no problem at all. So wherever exception rises, there only we are handling. So remaining code happily will be continued. So the biggest advantage here is, yes. So these lines of the code will be executed. We are not skipping. So proper functionality we can expect. Are you in the position to understand? So general risky code we have to take inside outer try block. Okay, sir, too much risky code, more specific risky code, too much risky code, this code we have to take inside the inner try block. Okay, if really an exception rises, inner except block is going to handle. Now remaining lines of the code will be executed. Sir, by mistake, inner except block unable to handle. Inner except block unable to handle. No problem at all. This outer except block is the responsible to handle. Are you in the position to understand, right? So this is what you should aware, sir. So general risky code we have to take inside the try block. Too much risky code we have to take inside inner try block. Okay, outer try block contain general risky code. Sir, this inner try block contain too much risky code. Is it clear for all of you, right? If inner except block unable to handle exception, no problem. Outer except block is the responsible to handle. Any doubt about this? Have a look once. Sir, next step, try except finally blocks. Here see this one. We can take try except finally blocks inside the try or except or finally. Hence, a nesting of try except finally blocks is possible. Next, general risky code we have to take inside outer try block, and too much risky code we have to take inside inner try block. Next, inside inner try block, if an exception raised, then inner except block is the responsible to handle. Sir, observe, inside inner try block, if an exception raised, inner except block is the responsible to handle. If it is unable to handle, then outer except block is the responsible to handle. That's what you people should aware about this one, sir. Are you in the position to understand? Sir, now let me go for one or two theoretical example so that you people will get much clarity. Best example for you people, right? Sir, you know, in Hyderabad, in the olden days, there are some religion fightings like Hindu, Muslim, these kind of fightings maybe there are in the olden days, but now the people are educated, we are not having any such type of problem. Suppose assume, sir, this is the Hyderabad city. Okay, now take very special care, Hyderabad city. There are such type of religion fighting problems came. Okay, immediately, sir, army or otherwise police force will be there, okay, to provide 144 section. So like to provide safety, okay, police force is going to come. Then assume there is some places there, okay, in Hyderabad, sir, there are some areas, too much risky areas are there, something like old city. Okay, old city. Okay, this is one risky area. Next, and after that, somewhere Moti Nagar. Okay, this is another risky area. Next, and after that, Borabanda, something like another risky area. So now observe, this total Hyderabad itself is the risky, but in that these three areas are too much risky. What the policemen they are going to do is more forces they are going to take here, sir. Okay, more forces they are going to keep at these places. If really there is a problem, immediately the police force whoever there, so immediately suppress the problem there only without expanding to rest of the city. Are you in the position to understand, right? Too much risky area, special forces must be required. General risky area, normal protection forces are enough. Okay, are you seeing the scenario? So this type of too much risky areas, inner try block. Next, general risky area, outer try block. Okay, well, suppose you are traveling on the road, assume that by using your car. Okay, you are traveling on the road. Sir, traveling on the road by car itself is the risky, because once your car on the road, maybe a chance of accident itself is the risky. So compulsory except block must be required. Try except, right? But there are some areas are there. Okay, there are some areas are there. Okay, you are going to see the boards. Too much risky, accident prone area, take special care. Like there are some boards they are going to keep. Sir, take a bit special care. Okay, too much accident prone area, take a bit special care. Are road itself is the risky area, but why these special boards they are going to take? Because it is too much risky. Curve, accident prone area. That's why take a bit special care. Like there is some special warning boards by default will be there. Are you getting right? So why these special warning boards? Because boss, it is the too much risky area. Take a bit special care. Are you getting? Too much risky area, inner try block must be required. General risky area, outer try block is enough. Are you getting terminology right? Similarly, okay, one more example, sir. You may ask, sir, okay, try inside a try. Okay, we are in the position to understand. What is the need of taking try block inside except block? I told right in our example, have you observed right? Inside except block also, if you want you can take try except finally. Inside except also, if you want you can take try except finally. Sir, what is the need? Can you please explain with a small example so that we may get much clarity? You people may ask. Very simple, sir. Observe carefully. Sir, now try block I am taking. Try block. Use Oracle database. Just observe very carefully. Use Oracle database. Now accept. Sir, use MySQL database. MySQL database. Now observe. While using Oracle database, if there is a problem, then immediately use MySQL database. Okay, like you have backup facility is there, good. Now, is there any guarantee compulsory your MySQL database will work? Maybe the problem with MySQL database also. Then what is my scenario? Are you getting? Then what is about my scenario? Sir, bus ticket is not available. Try for train ticket. If a train ticket also not available, what is my situation? You should have alternative now also. Now, so here inside except block, try accept, use Postgres SQL, like another database I am using, sir. Sir, now observe, use Oracle database. If there is a problem with Oracle database, accept a block. Again in the try accept is there. Use MySQL database. If you are facing any problem with MySQL database, can you please use Postgres SQL, another database? So, where I am taking this try accept inside accept block. Are you in the position to understand, right? So, is it required to take try accept inside accept block or not? Yes, there are some cases are there, but very rare we have this type of requirement. But still, so you can take try accept finally inside accept block. You can take try accept finally inside finally block also possible, friends. Nesting of try accept finally is always possible. Any doubt about this one? Clear for all of you, right? If you feel comfortable, then I will go for one executable program so that you will get much clarity on the concept. Any doubt? Sir, let me explain a small executable program. Here, see this one. Here I am taking try block. Observe very carefully, sir. Try block. Now here print outer try block. Outer try block I am taking, sir. Outer try block. Next here I am taking try print inner try block. Inner try block I am taking. Inner try block. Next accept. Here accept I am taking print inner accept block. Inner accept block, like this I am taking. Next and after that finally print, here just observe. Sir, here try print inner try block except zero division error I am taking. Except zero division error. If zero division error is coming, print inner accept block. Finally print inner finally block. Print inner finally block. Okay, that's all. Sir, this here do you know this is the inner finally, inner try accept finally. Yes, sir, this one got completed, right? Now here I am taking accept, sir, outer try completed accept. Here print outer accept block. Outer accept block like. Next finally okay, print can you please spell out, sir? Outer finally block. Print outer finally block. That's all. Okay, now take very special care about this terminology, right? Now my important conclusion is, Sir, if I execute this code, what is the flow? Just have a look once. The same code whatever I wrote on the board. Here the same. Just for clarity purpose I'm showing. Sir, outer try block, print outer try block, try inner try block, except zero division error, inner except block. Next up finally, inner finally block. Sir, this is the outer except block, outer finally block. Same code, right? Now, if I execute this code, can you please confirm what is the output by default we are going to get? Please respond. No exception. No exception. If there is no exception, simple thumb rule, except blocks won't be executed. If there is no exception, except blocks won't be executed. That's why, do you know, this one will be executed outer try block, and then inner try block. Next except block won't execute. Inner finally block, inner finally block. Next this except also won't execute. Now outer finally block. Now the answer is outer try block, inner try block, next inner finally block, outer finally block. These four statements will be printed because there is no exception. Any doubt about this one? Have a look once, sir. Let me execute the same code. If I'm trying to execute this code, now have a look once. What answer by default we will get here is, yes, outer try block, outer try block, inner try block, inner finally block, outer finally block, like sir. Here observe carefully. Sir, first this one will execute outer try, next inner try will execute. There is no exception, that's why this except block is not going to execute. Next this finally will execute. There is no exception, that's why this except block also won't be executed. Next outer finally. That's all. These four lines will be printed to the console. Now is it clear for all of you, right? Okay, well sir, now I want to make a small change for this code. What is the change here? Yes, observe that inside inner try I'm taking print 10 by 0. Oh, print 10 by 0. Zero division error will come. Now what is the flow, right? So inner try block raising an exception. Sir, what will happen? So first outer try, next try inner try. Okay, whenever zero division error is coming, immediately the corresponding except block will execute. Which except block? Inner except block. Inner except block for zero division error only. That's why, so immediately inner except block will execute. So exception raised, handled. Now continue, finally will execute. Sir, outer except won't be executed because the reason is exception is already handled here only. Now this except is not going to execute, only outer finally. So in this scenario, what will happen? Inner try raising an exception, but the corresponding inner except block matched. What is the flow? Outer try block, inner except block, inner finally block, outer finally block. Just let me show this one. Have a look once. Inside inner try block, I'm taking print 10 by 0. Okay, like sir, observe the flow very carefully, sir. Sir, this one will execute. Next inner try will execute. Here there is a problem is coming, zero division error. Immediately the corresponding except block matched. Now sir, this line will execute. So exception raised but handled. Immediately continue, right? So this line will execute. Next here no exception to handle. That's why this except block won't execute. Now this one is going to execute. So total 5 lines of the output will be displayed to the console. Now have a look once. What is the answer we are going to get? Outer try block, inner try block, inner except block, inner finally block, next outer finally block, like this, right? We are getting. Okay, well. So now I want to make a small change for this program. What is my change is? Listen carefully. Inner try block raises zero division error, but except block available for value error. Inner except block available for value error, like. Sir, can you please guide what will happen? Array riser exception is zero division error, but except block is available for value error. Array, there is a problem, hard problem, but I specialist is available. Are you getting? It's always a problem, right? Now, sir, what is the flow? outer try block, inner try block, here an exception riser, here an exception riser, but the corresponding except block not matched, then the control should go to outer except block. Have you remember? First priority for inner except block. If the inner except block unable to handle, now the control will goes to outer except block. But before going to the outer except block, here finally block compulsory will be executed. Remember, so finally will be executed and then outer except block and then outer finally. Now observe the flow. Outer try block, inner try block, next inner finally block, outer except block, outer finally block. So before going to the outer except block, compulsory inner finally block will be executed. Only finally block, only inner finally block will be executed. Right now have a look once. Sir, here I'm making the change except value error, like this I'm taking. Sir, observe the flow. Observe the flow. Sir, first this one will execute. Now inner try block will execute. Now here print of 10/0. Here the problem is coming. Whenever the problem is coming, immediately Python virtual machine will check for except block. Sorry, it is not matched. Then the control should goes to outer except. But before going to the outer except, compulsory finally will execute. Only finally will execute. After that, outer except block and outer finally block. Now observe the flow. Outer try block, inner try block, inner except block won't execute. Inner finally block, outer except block, outer finally block. Have a look once. Sir, here if I execute this one, outer try block, inner try block, inner finally, and then outer except block, outer finally block. Is it clear for all of you, right? Now observe that carefully, sir. Okay. Now I have one more small change. Okay. My change here is, observe that. Here I am not taking print 10/0 inside inner try block. Okay, observe. Inner try block won't rise any exception or error. Okay, try. Now inside outer try block, here I am taking print 10/0. Dangerous thing, take very special care. Where exception is rising, sir, can you please spell out? Where the exception is rising? Inside outer try block. Inside outer try block, exception is rising, sir. Now, so first outer try block, here the problem is coming. Can you please tell? Immediately the control will goes to except block. So the corresponding except block means outer except block is the corresponding except block. Now my question is, in this case, can you please tell, sir, finally block will be executed or not? That's about my doubt. Inner finally block in this case will execute or not? Yes? No? Because in the last video somewhere I covered, boss, finally block will be executed always. Finally block will be executed always, irrespective of exception, riser, not riser, handle or not handle. Now this inner finally will be executed or not. So outer try block, now the control will goes to corresponding except means this one, outer except block, outer finally block. Now my question is, in this scenario, inner finally block will be executed or not? What answer you can get? Can you please confirm? Inner finally block will be executed or not? Perfect. It won't be executed. What may be the reason? I will explain. First, let me show execution. Assume it is not going to execute. What is the reason? I will explain. First, observe carefully, sir. Here, so I'm not. Here, see this one. Inner try won't raise any exception. Okay, like finally. Now here I'm taking print of 10/0. Observe very carefully, sir. Where I'm taking inside outer try block, an exception got raised. Now first this line will execute. Here an exception raised. Immediately the control will comes to corresponding except block. That's why this is going to execute. Now this one is going to execute, sir. Outer finally block. Now the point here is, observe very carefully. What answer? Outer try block, outer except block, outer finally block, outer try block, outer except block, outer finally block, like we are going to get the chance. Sir, take very special care. Why this inner finally block is not executed? Inner finally, you are not saying, sir, why it is not? Sir, very simple. What is the purpose of finally block? Anyone, can you please tell? I told already. What is the need of finally block? To maintain cleanup code, to close resources, whatever open inside try block. Now observe, here try block, I open some resources. Sir, inside finally block, I have to close the resources. Now my question is, once the control, if you entered in the try block, if you open resources, compulsory you should close the resources. That's why finally should execute, correct? But the problem here is you didn't enter. Suppose here the problem is coming, sir. Outside of try only the problem is coming. So here the problem is coming, the control won't enter in the try block. If the control won't enter in the try block, you didn't open any resources, then what is the need of closing the resources? Are you getting? The conclusion is very important. Once the control entered in the try block, compulsory finally block should be executed to close the resources. If the control not entered in the try block, then finally block not required to execute, won't execute at all. Sir, observe here, you didn't enter in the inner try block, because outside of inner try block only the problem came. You didn't enter inside inner try block, that's why so this inner finally not executed. But you entered in the outer try block, that's why outer finally block executed. Are you seeing the difference, right? So once we entered in the try block, compulsory finally block will be executed. If the control not entered in the try block, then the corresponding finally block won't be executed. Is it clear, right? So this is a good example. We covered almost 4 or 5 cases. So very helpful in the next control flow in nested try except finally. There nested try except finally control flow. This knowledge is very helpful, sir. Just have a look once. Sir, here just I covered one theoretical conclusion. Very important conclusion, sir. Observe, if the control not entered in the try block, then the corresponding finally block won't be executed. Remember, if the control not entered in the try block, the corresponding finally block won't be executed. Next, once control entered in the try block, compulsory the corresponding finally block will be executed. Is it clear for all of you, right? This is the small example to demonstrate nested try except finally blocks. Any doubt? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly about nested try except finally blocks. What is the use with the program, with the example I covered, sir. Sir, now the next thing what I have to discuss, control flow in nested try except finally. So if an exception rises inside outer try block, what will happen? Inside inner try block, what will happen? Inside inner except block, what will happen? Like almost around 14 cases we are going to discuss with a good example. All your doubts related to control flow of this exception handling will be resolved, sir. Okay, let me consider. Have a look once at this code, sir. Okay, here I'm taking, observe a bit very carefully. Here try block I'm taking. So statement 1, okay, statement 2, statement 3, try block. So within the try block 1, 2, 3 statements are there. Next here within the try, inner try I'm taking. Inside inner try, statement 4, statement 5, statement 6 I'm taking. Statement 4, 5, 6 like this I'm taking, sir. Now except x. Now observe. So x means so 0 division error or something like so this except block where I'm taking inside a try. Now sir, statement 7. Sir, this is inner try block, inner except block. Next finally, okay, sir, statement 8 I'm taking. So try except finally completed, sir. Next, after that statement 9 I am taking. Take very special care. Where I am taking statement 9? So, within the outer try, outside of this inner try except finally. Sir, this is statement 9, nowhere related to finally block. Observe carefully. So, now outer try completed. Now, here I am taking except some y like this I am taking. Except y. Now, statement 10 I am taking. Next, finally block statement 11 I am taking. Finally block statement 11. Next, after that, okay, here, sir, statement 12 like this I am taking, sir. That's all. Okay, total, how many statements are there? 12 statements are there. Okay. Now I will explain multiple cases related to these 12 statements. So before continue listening of this video, what you have to take, better to write all these things on the paper. Whenever I am explaining, can you please trace whether these things are correct or not. So from your side, more concentration must be required. Then only you people can feel more comfortable. Better to take sir, these things on the paper, okay? And then each and every case you have to trace manually. Then definitely you people are going to get. Okay, please take this one. Take up to this. Sir, now let me explain 14 cases to get much perfection in this control flow. Sir, observe very carefully. Sir, first one, if there is no exception. Sir, if there is no exception, so which statements will be executed? Very important, sir. Sir, if there is no exception, except the block won't be executed. Correct, right? Okay, now observe very carefully. So 1, 2, 3 will be executed. 4, 5, 6 will be executed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this except the block won't be executed. Now finally will execute. Okay, next, sir, after finally this one is going to execute. Now this outer except block won't be executed. Now finally will execute, under statement 12 will execute. Observe very carefully, sir. So if there is no exception, only except blocks won't be executed, except that all the remaining statements will be executed, sir. Means that, sir, 1, 2, 3, statement 1, 2, 3 will execute, comma, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sir, next 7 won't execute because it is except a block. Okay, but finally will execute, sir. 8 will execute. After finally, independent statement 9 will execute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Next 10 won't execute because it is except a block. 11, 12. 11, 12 normal termination. Observe very carefully, sir. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This except block won't execute. Next, this except block won't execute. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12 normal termination. Any doubt about this one? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, case 1, if there is no exception except block, all the remaining lines will be executed. Okay, like now second one, sir. Observe very carefully about this. Case 2. Sir, if an exception raised, yet a statement 2 and the corresponding except block matched. So if an exception raised, yet a statement 2 and the corresponding except block matched, means that if an exception raised, yet a statement 2, sir, means here, sir, here there is a problem. So here there is a problem is coming. If an exception raised yet a statement 2 and the corresponding except block matched, sir, which is the corresponding except block? This is the outer except block. It is nowhere related to inner except block. Okay. So now, if the problem, if an exception raised at statement 2 and the corresponding, sir, except block matched, means yes, it is matched. Now observe. So 1 will be executed. 1 will be executed. While executing to the problem came, immediately the control will comes to this except block. So except block matched. That's why, sir, this except block 10 will execute. And then finally, okay, after that statement 12 12 normal termination. Remember, so if an exception rises at statement 2 and the corresponding except block matched 1, sir 2, there is a problem. Immediately the control will comes to this except block, 10 will execute, 11, 12 normal termination, 1, 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Sir, case 2 is very clear for you. Now observe carefully. Case 3. If an exception rises at a statement 2, sir, at the same statement, if an exception rises and the corresponding except block not matched, and the corresponding except block not matched, what will happen? So now observe, if an exception rises at a statement 2, sir, now 1 will be executed. If there is a problem at 2, immediately, sir, Python virtual machine will go for corresponding except block. Sir, except block not matched. If except block not matched, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. So 1, 11, only finally block followed by abnormal termination. Is it clear, right? So if an exception rises at statement 2 and the corresponding except block not matched, 1, 11, 1 followed by 11 only finally block and abnormal termination. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Okay, next. Sir, next case, if an exception rises at a statement 5. Oh, an exception rises at a statement 5 and the inner except block matched. Inner except block matched. Now, which is the statement 5? Now take very special care, sir. Sir, which is the statement 5? Here is the statement 5. Inner try block. Statement 5, where it is available? Inside inner try block. Now, so if an exception rises at a statement 5 and the inner except block matched, what is the flow? Now observe very carefully, sir. So to reach statement 5, compulsory 1, 2, 3, 4 will be executed. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 executed. While executing 5, there is a problem. Immediately the control will comes to except block. Immediately the control will comes to except block. Sir, except block matched. Now exception riser handled 7, 8, 9. So this exception is already handled. Outer except block is not going to execute. 11, 12 normal termination. So observe very carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4. While executing 5, there is a problem. Immediately the control will comes to except block 7, and then finally 8. And after that, normal statement will be continued. 9, okay. And then this except block is not going to execute. 11 followed by 12. 11, 12 normal termination. Remember this one, sir. So if an exception rises at statement 5 and the inner except block matched, what is the flow? 1, 2, 3, 4. Next 7, 8, 9, 11, 12 normal termination is going to get in the chance. Okay, well, this is the case 4. Next case, sir. If an exception rises at a statement 5. If an exception rises at a statement 5 and the inner except block not matched. Inner except block not matched. Oh, sir, inner except block not matched, but outer except block matched. Outer except block matched. Observe very carefully, sir. Inner except block not matched, but outer except block matched. What is the flow? Now observe very carefully. Sir, an exception got raised at statement 5. Inner except block not matched, but outer except block matched. So if inner except block unable to handle, don't worry, outer except block is going to take care. Sir, now here how the control will reach the statement 5? 1, 2, 3, 4 will be executed. 1, 2, 3, 4 will be executed. While executing 5, the problem, first priority will goes to inner except block. If the inner except block not matched, immediately the control should go to outer except block. Remember, immediately the control will goes to outer except block. But before going to the outer except block, only finally will be executed. Remember, only finally will be executed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. And then outer except block. Sir, outer except block matched 10, 11, 12 normal termination. 10, 11, 12 normal termination. That's all. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Next, here the problem came. First priority inner except block. Inner except block not matched. Then the control should go to outer except block. But before going to the outer except block, sir, only finally will execute. And then 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Okay, well. Sir, next, if an exception raised yet a statement 5. Sir, same next case. If an exception raised yet a statement 5 and both the inner and outer except blocks are not matched. Array, inner except block not matched, outer except block not matched. What is the thing? Sir, no except block matched. Obviously, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, finally blocks will be executed. Okay, you know. Now observe. If an exception raised at statement 5, okay, so inner except block, outer except block, both are not matched. What is the flow? So how the control will reach statement 5? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Next, here the problem came. Here the problem came. So 1, 2, 3, 4 will be executed normally. 1, 2, 3, 4 will execute normally. Now while executing 5, the problem came. Immediately inner except block not matched. If inner except block not matched, Python virtual machine will go for outer except block. But before going to the outer except block, only finally will execute. 8 will execute. Only 8. Only finally. And then outer except not matched. Not matched. Abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally. That's why 11 and then abnormal termination. Are you getting? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 11 abnormal termination is going to be happen. Are you in the position to understand, right? So up to these 6 cases, so every case better to analyze so that you people can get much clarity. Any doubt up to this? Sir, now observe the next set of cases, right? If an exception raised yet a statement 7, if an exception raised at statement 7 and the corresponding except block matched, okay, if an exception raised at statement 7 and the corresponding except block matched. Now observe very carefully, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 means inner except block. Take very, very special care where inner except block is the statement 7. So if an exception raised yet a statement 7 and the corresponding except block matched, which is the corresponding except block? The corresponding except block is outer except block only. Remember this one, sir. So this is the part of outer try. Now outer except block is the responsible. Sir, now the problem here is how the control will comes to statement 7. Statement 7. So compulsory this 1, 2, 3 should be executed. 1, 2, 3 should be executed. And then maybe the problem at 4 or 5 or 6, somewhere the problem came. Because of that, the control came to this statement 7. So 4, 5, 6 may or may not execute. That's why 4 may or may not, 5 may or may not, 6 may or may not. Okay, maybe the problem at 4 or 5 or 6, there is a problem. Now the control will comes to this except block. Okay, sir, while executing 7, there is a problem. Now the control should goes to outer except block. But before going to the outer except block, compulsory finally block will be executed. That's why, sir, 8 will execute. Only finally will execute. 8 will execute. After that, now the control will comes to outer except block. Outer except block matched or not? Yes, matched. 10, 11, 12 normal termination. So 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Remember this very carefully, sir. So what is the flow? 1, 2, 3. Sir, 4, 5, 6 may or may not. Sir, next, while executing 7, the problem came. Now finally back 8 and then outer except block. Outer finally remaining statements, normal termination. Now observe very carefully, sir. If an exception rises at statement 7 and the corresponding except block matched. So 1, 2, 3 compulsory should execute. Maybe the problem at 4 or 5 or 6. Maybe the problem at 4 or 5 or 6. Now the control came to except block. So here, while executing statement 7, if an exception rises, immediately the control should go to outer except block. Before that, sir, finally block compulsory should execute. And then outer except block, outer finally block, sir, statement 12, normal termination. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Okay, well. Now next case, sir. Observe. Sir, if an exception rises yet a statement 7, sir, same statement 7, and corresponding except block not matched. And corresponding except block not matched. Sir, if an exception rises at statement 7, but corresponding except block not matched, what will happen? Now observe. Sir, how the control will come to statement 7? Just now I explained. Sir, first 1, 2, 3 should be executed compulsory. And then while executing 4, 5, 6 may be a problem. While executing 4, 5, 6 maybe a problem. So if there is a problem, so 4, 5, 6 no guarantee. Sir, 4, 5, 6 no guarantee. Okay, now there is a problem. That's why the control came to 7. But while executing 7, so there is an exception. So immediately Python virtual machine will go for, sir, the corresponding except block. But before except block, compulsory finally will be executed. Finally block will execute. Now the control came to except block. But this except block not matched. If it is not matched, abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, finally will execute. That's why 11 abnormal termination. Are you getting? 11 only finally block and then abnormal termination. So if an exception rises at statement 7, so if the corresponding except block not matched, abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, inner finally block, outer finally block, both will be executed. Any doubt? Clear for all of you, right? Okay, well. Sir, now the next one. If an exception rises yet statement 8. If an exception rises yet a statement 8 and the corresponding except block matched. Sir, which is the statement 8, which is the corresponding except block. Now observe. Sir, statement 8 means, do you know statement 8 means finally block. Oh, inside inner finally block if an exception rises. What is the flow now? Now observe. So how the control will comes to statement 8 first? Sir, 1, 2, 3 compulsory should be executed. 1, 2, 3 should be executed. Next, sir, 4, 5, 6 assume there is no exception. Now the control 4, 5, 6 and then 8. Okay, 4, 5, 6 will execute and then 8 if there is no exception. If there is an exception, 4, 5, 6 there is an exception here. Then, sir, except block and then statement 8 means 4, 5, 6 if maybe an exception, may not an exception. So now statement 8 will come. So that's why 4, 5, 6 are optional. Next, statement 7 is also optional. Okay, because the reason is if there is no exception, statement 7 won't execute. So 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not execute. Now the control came to statement 8. While executing statement 8, if the problem came, immediately, sir, Python virtual machine will go to corresponding except block. Except block matched. Now 10, 11, 12 normal termination. 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Remember this one. Are you getting right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 may or may not, 7 may or may not. Now the control came to 8. Sir, while executing 8, the problem came. Immediately, the corresponding except block matched. So 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Have you observed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not, 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Any doubt? Clear, right? Next. Observe the next case. Sir, case 10. if an exception raised at statement 8. Sir, same. If an exception raised at statement 8 and the corresponding except block not matched. And the corresponding except block not matched, what will happen? Now observe, if an exception raised at statement 8. So how the control will comes to statement 8? Just now I explained. 1, 2, 3 should be compulsory. 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. Next, while executing 8, the problem came. Immediately, Python virtual machine will go for corresponding except block. But this except block not matched. If it is not matched, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, this finally block will be executed. Only finally, this finally block will be executed. 11 followed by abnormal termination. Are you in the position to understand, right? So if an exception raised at statement 8 and the corresponding except block not matched, it is abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. Any doubt? Clear up to this? Sir, now the next set of cases, observe carefully. If an exception raised at statement 9, and the corresponding except block matched. Observe very carefully. If an exception raised at statement 9 and the corresponding except block matched. Now observe, statement 9 means this statements are which is the outside of finally block. Okay, outside of this inner except finally block. This is, sir, how the control will comes to statement 9 is the very important. Sir, observe, 1, 2, 3 should execute. 1, 2, 3 should be executed compulsory. Next, 4, 5, 6 may or may not. The reason is, if there is no exception, 4, 5, 6 and then 8 and then 9. Okay, no exception, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. If there is an exception, 4, 5, 6 may be the problem, then 7 and then 8 and then 9. So 4, 5, 6 may or may not. Okay, 4, 5, 6 may or may not. 7 may or may not. 7 may or may not. Next, finally, compulsory, this one should be executed. If there is a problem at statement 8, the control never comes to 9. But still the control came to 9 means statement 8 executed successfully. Now observe, statement 8 executed successfully. Now the problem is at 9. If there is a problem at 9, immediately, so Python virtual machine will check for the corresponding except block. Sir, matched. If except block matched, 10, 11, 12 normal termination. 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Okay, like now observe, if an exception raised at statement 9 and the corresponding except block matched. This is my statement. Now what is the flow? Is it clear for all of you, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 may or may not. 8 compulsory will execute. And then while 9 there is a problem, except block 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Okay, well. Now the next case observe. If an exception raised at statement 9, sir, same statement. If an exception raised at statement 9 and the corresponding except block not matched. Remember, corresponding except block not matched, sir, what will happen? So how the control will comes to statement 9? Just now I told, 1, 2, 3 should be executed. 1, 2, 3 should be executed. Next, 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. 4, okay, 5, 6, 7 may or may not, because with exception, without exception, anyway the control will comes to 9. That's why 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. But to reach statement 9, compulsory statement 8 should be executed. Statement 8 executed. Now statement 9, there is a problem. Immediately Python virtual machine will check for except block. But this except block not matched. If the except block not matched, it is always abnormal termination. but before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. That's why 8, 11 abnormal termination. So have you observed? If an exception arises at statement 9, so on the corresponding except block not matched, abnormal termination. Before abnormal termination, yes, finally blocks executed. 8 inner finally, 11 outer finally. Any doubt about this one? Okay, that's all. Sir, now next case. If an exception rises at a statement 10, at a statement 10, remember, if an exception rises at a statement 10, oh, inside outer except block. Okay, if an exception rises at inside sir outer except block, so it is always abnormal termination. Have you remembered in the last videos we covered, if any statement rising an exception which is not part of try block, yes, it is not part of try block. If it is not part of try block, no except block. No except block means abnormal termination. So if an exception rises at a statement 10, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, compulsory this finally block will be executed. Now observe, if an exception rises at statement 10, then it is always abnormal termination. Then it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. Only finally block will be executed. Are you getting? Only finally block will be executed. Any doubt about this one? Sir, observe carefully. So if an exception rises at statement 10, it is not part of try block. If it is not part of try block, then there is no except block. There is no except block means it is always abnormal termination. But before that, this finally block will be executed, statement 11. But how you can reach the control to the statement 10? Oh, multiple options are there, man. So here may be the problem, or here may be the problem. Some way the control came to except block. While executing this statement 10, if an exception rises, abnormal termination. But before that, finally block will be executed. Clear, right? Sir, next last case, 14th case, observe. If an exception rises at a statement 11, okay, sir, if an exception rises at a statement 11, so outer finally block, so it is abnormal termination. Why? It is not part of try. If it is not part of try, no except block. No except block means abnormal termination. If an exception rises at statement 11, it is always abnormal termination. If an exception rises at a statement 12, it is always abnormal termination, because it is not part of try block, there is no except block, obviously abnormal termination. So if an exception rises at a statement 11 or statement 12, then it is always abnormal termination. Okay, remember, then it's always abnormal termination. Any doubt about this one? So that's all. These are various important cases what you people should aware very clearly, sir. Okay, almost 14 cases we discussed. So now from any line randomly you can choose any line, sir. Here line number 6, if an exception rises, what is the flow? If you handle, what is the flow? If you are not handle, what is the flow? You should aware. Sir, statement 10, if an exception rises, what will happen? Statement 5, if an exception rises, what will happen? Statement 1, if an exception rises, what will happen? From 1 to 12, any statement, if an exception rises, handle, not handle, what is the flow? Compulsory you people should aware. Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, if you are writing this type of code, then it's always a good programming practice, because the reason is everywhere you define some alternative handling blocks. Everywhere you define alternative handling blocks, so your program always safe to execute, sir. Sir, very simple. Suppose you require to come to Maitrivanam. Assume that you are going to Maitrivanam, some place to here Maitrivanam you are. So in the main road, if there is a problem, if there is a problem, then immediately corresponding except blocked. Okay, alternative. Here also there is a problem, here also there is a problem, then immediately there is another except blocked. Okay, here also there is a problem, assume here also there is a problem, then no except block. So what you did is, what you can do, so finally block will execute, inside finally block I can convey, so I'm struck somewhere, don't worry, so maybe after few minutes I will reach the destination. Like you can intimate to the person, okay, to the target person or otherwise to the source person by phone call. Are you getting? So this type of coding is always good programming practice, defining alternatives at runtime. Your program is always going to execute very smoothly, sir. So now how many cases we discussed? 14 cases we discussed. Each and every case I clearly documented in our material also. Please go through the material, better to analyze, then definitely you people are going to get much clarity. Can you please explain control flow in nested try except finally? If interview person is asking, give left and right, explain these 14 cases, definitely interview person can feel very happy, very comfortable. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered about what is control flow in nested try except finally blocks. Sir, now very important concept I want to discuss. Sir, this concept is a Python specific concept. Remember, the people who are coming from C language, C++, Java, these people, so compulsory it is the new concept, it is the Python specific concept. Okay, what that concept, sir? Observe carefully. Else block with the try except finally. Are you getting? Else block with the try except finally. Sir, in Java, if you consider, so you can't use else with the try catch finally. But in Python, you can use else everywhere, sir. Everywhere. For if else you can use, for loops also we can use. Okay, for if else you can use, for loops also you can use else block. Next, even else block you can use for try except finally also. Okay, now have a look once, sir. Sir, in if else, when else part will be executed? Anyone, can you please tell? Sir, if I consider if else, when else will be executed? If the condition is false, then only it will be executed. Best example for you, sir, x is equal to 10 I am taking. Sir, if x greater than 10, if x greater than 10, sir, print x greater than 10, sir, else I am taking, sir, print x is sir not greater than 10, like this I am taking, sir. Yes, it is a valid. So if this condition fails, yes, if this condition fails, now else part is going to execute. What is the answer we are going to get, sir? X is not greater than 10. Okay, like is the answer we are going to get. So we can use else with the if statement. When else will be executed? Very simple, sir. If this condition fails, then only else part is going to execute. Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, now just let me execute this one. Have a look once, sir. Here I am taking, just observe very carefully about this terminology. Here I am taking, sir. Sir, here just x is equal to 10 I am taking. Just observe a bit very carefully about this one. X is equal to 10. Sir, if x greater than 10, if x greater than 10, print x greater than 10 I took, sir. Okay, sir, else part I am taking, print else part I am taking, print, so x is not greater than 10, like this I am taking, sir. Sir, have you observed, right? This condition fails. If this condition fails, what is the, so else is going to execute, sir. Now observe a bit very carefully. If I execute this code, x is not greater than 10, is the answer we are going to get. Of course, not required to keep much explanation. A small kid also can understand. Yes, we discussed already these things at the very beginning of our Python. Okay, now second terminology. Sir, you can use else with loops also. Have you remembered, right? Sir, with loops. With loops we can use loops with else. How you can use else block with the loops, sir? Very simple. When it's going to execute A, if the loop executed without a break statement, remember this one, if there is no break without a break statement, if the loop executed, then only else is going to be executed, sir. So if the loop encounters a break statement, then the loop is not going to exit, then else block is not going to execute. Have a look once. Sir, I'm taking very simple example. For x in range of 10, I'm taking, sir. For x in range of 10. Sir, here just print x value. Print x value. For x in range of 10, print x value, or otherwise. So item, the current item is x I'm trying to take. Okay, sir, now else we can take. Observe very carefully. Even this type of syntax also not there in other languages like Java. Okay, C or C++. So else we can use with loops concept, right? Else, sir, when this else will be executed? If there is no break statement, if the break statement not encountered, then only else is going to execute, sir. Sir, observe, print, sir, congratulations, all items processed successfully. Congratulations, okay, all items processed successfully, like this I'm taking, sir. All items processed successfully, like I'm taking. Sir, now in this case else is going to execute or not? Yes, definitely, because for loop is going to execute without the break. Remember this one, if there is no break, that's why happily else is going to execute. Suppose, observe the same example I'm taking, sir. For x in range of 10, for x in range of 10, so range of 10 means 0 to 9. So if x greater than 5, if x greater than 5, okay, so print here, if x is greater than 5, can you please break, sir? Break. If x value is greater than 5, please break. Otherwise, can you please print, okay, print the current item is x I'm taking. The current item is x, like this I'm taking, sir. Now very simple, I'm taking else part, print congratulations, all items processed successfully, like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please tell, if I can take this code, what is the answer by default we are going to get? Sir, 0. If x is the 0, this condition is not satisfied, break is not going to execute, the current item 0, current item 1, current item 2, current item 3, current item 4, current item 5. But whenever x value is the 6, this condition satisfied, break, sir. If the break means you will come out of the loop. Okay, so the loop encountered break statement. In this case, else is not going to execute. Remember this one. So in loops, when else part is not going to execute, sir? If a loop without a break, then only else is going to execute. While executing loop, if the break statement encountered, then else part is not going to execute. Any doubt about this one? Sir, let me execute this. You may get much clarity. Here, just have a look once, sir. Here I'm taking for x in range of 10. For x in range of 10. Sir, here print the current item. The current item is x value. Okay. Now I'm taking else print congratulations. Okay. Congratulations. All items processed processed successfully. All items processed successfully. Okay, like I'm taking, sir. That's all. Sir, in this case, loop is not going to execute. So, without break, I mean loop executed without break. So, there is no break statement at all. Then, break is not encountered. All items processed successfully. That's why else definitely is going to execute, sir. Have a look once. Sir, now observe a bit carefully. Here, observe the current item 0, 1, 2, 3 and so on up to 9. So 0 to 9 all 10 items processed. Congratulations, all items processed successfully. Else part executed properly. Remember this one, sir. Sir, now here just I am taking if x greater than 5. If x value greater than 5, then break, sir. So if x is the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So break statement is not going to execute. Whenever x is a 6, break is going to execute. If the loop encountered break statement, then else is not going to execute. So in this case, else part won't be executed because loop encountered break statement, right? Are you in the position to understand? Let me execute this code. Here, observe a bit very carefully about this terminology, right? Okay, current item 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to that. Where is the else part? Else means congratulations, all items processed successfully. Else is not executed. Are you in the position to understand? So with the loops, when the break statement, when the else is going to execute, sir, if the loop without break, then only else is going to execute. While executing loop, if a break statement is there, then else part is not going to execute. Are you in the position to understand? Clear for all of you, right? Now take very special care, sir. So with if else, when else is going to execute. Next with the loops, when else part is going to execute. Just have a look once, sir. Observe carefully. Here up to this, whatever I covered, here else block with the try. Now observe if else. If condition is false, then only else will be executed. Next for else. If loop executed without the break, then only else will be executed. Sir, while else, if loop executed without the break, then only else will be executed. Just this is a small review, whatever we covered, else with respect to the loops, with respect to if else. Any doubt up to this? Clear, right? Sir, now observe, we can use else with the try except finally also. Okay, remember this one, else block. Happily we can use with the try except finally. Sir, in try except finally, where we have to take else block? Next, when it will be executed. Next, what exact requirement of this else block? All the things we are going to discuss, just aware, sir. So, if I can use try block, okay, try. And then we are taking what? Except. And then we are taking what? Finally. Correct, right? Try except finally up to this. If you want to take else block, where we have to take, sir? After except, we have to take else, sir. Now finally. Remember this one. First try, and then except, and then else, and then finally block. Okay. Next, so within the try block, what code we have to take? Observe that risky code we have to take. Observe very, very carefully. Risky code we have to take. Next, inside except block, what code we have to take? Observe very, very carefully, sir. Handling code we have to take. Handling code we have to take. Next, when except block will be executed, can you please confirm, sir? It will be executed. If exception in try block. If exception in try block, then except block is going to execute. Next, you can take else also. So the position is always fixed. After except, we have to take else block, sir. So when else block will be executed, very, very important. Can you please guess? Yes, friends. Can you please guess when else is going to execute? In the case of try except finally. Yes, when this else block is going to execute, sir, within the try block, if an exception got raised, except is going to execute. So within the try block, if there is no exception, remember this one, within the try block, if there is no exception, then else block is going to execute. Now observe, so here it will be executed. It will be executed if there is no exception. If there is no exception in try block. Very important line. This one you have to understand, sir. Sir, when else block will be executed, if there is no exception inside the try block, then only else is going to execute. Sir, can you please explain with a small example which is going to meet this type of requirement? Don't worry, I will explain. First observe the syntax how to use when it's going to execute, sir. Yes, okay. Next, finally block. Inside finally block, we have to take a cleanup code. Inside finally block, we have to take cleanup code. Can you please tell when the finally block will be executed? It will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised or not raised, handled or not handled. Okay. So here it will be executed. It will be executed if and only if. It will be executed if and only if. Sir, when it's going to execute, sir? So whether exception raised or not raised, handled or not handled, it will be executed whether exception raised or not raised, whether exception raised or not raised, whether exception handled or not handled, whether exception handled or not handled. So in any case, finally block will be executed always. But anyway, you are very much familiar with the try block, except block, finally block. The only thing what you have to be aware, this one better to give importance, right? So if there is an exception inside try block, except is going to execute. If there is no exception inside try block, then else block is going to execute. Remember this one, sir? So of course I will explain with an example. Don't worry, just observe this one. So now I have one small doubt, sir. Is there any chance to execute both except and else block simultaneously? Can you please confirm? Is there any chance to execute both except and else block simultaneously? Never. If there is an exception, except will execute. If there is no exception, else will execute. Both are contradiction, right? If there is an exception inside try, except block. If there is no exception, then only else block. So except and else never going to execute simultaneously. If except is going to execute, else won't execute. If else is executing, then except won't execute, right? Clear for all of you, right? Just a syntax familiarity, right? Just observe this one. Sir, here else block with the try except finally. Okay, we can use else block with the try except finally blocks. Next, if there is no exception in try block, then only else block will be executed. Remember, next have a syntax familiarity wise. Just I covered whatever. Inside try block, risky code. Inside except block, handling code. Except block will be executed if an exception inside a try. Next, else will be executed if there is no exception inside a try. Finally, meant for cleanup code will be executed whether exception raised or not raised and handled or not handled. In any case, my finally block will be executed. So I hope you people are familiar with when the else block is going to execute, how to use. If you feel comfortable theoretically, let me show programmatically so that you will get much clarity. Any doubt up to this? Sir, now let me go for executable code. Observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking try block. Okay, print try block, print try I am taking. Next, except print except block, print except block, try except. Next, else I am taking, print else block, print else block. Next, finally I am taking, finally print finally block. Okay, finally print finally black I'm taking, sir. That's all. Can you please confirm, is what is the answer, what is the output we are going to get if I execute this code? Yes, friends. Yes. What is the output, sir? Please guess. You know, when else is going to execute? If there is no exception inside a try, then only else will be executed. Can you please confirm? What is the answer, sir? First try. First try. Next, there is no exception, except block won't be executed. If there is no exception, else is always going to execute. That's why try else finally is the answer, friend. Okay, because no exception, then except won't be executed, but else will be executed. So try else finally. Okay, let me execute this one. So else is going to execute if there is no exception inside try block. Let me show, let me execute, sir. Sir, here, see this one, already this code is there with me. You are not required to worry here, see. Sir, I'm taking try block. Next and after that except, next sir else and then finally same thing only there, sir. So first try will execute. Next there is no exception, that's why except block won't execute. If there is no exception, definitely else is going to execute. Anyway, whether exception raised or not raised, handle or not handle, finally is always going to execute. Try else finally. Okay, let me execute this syntax, right? Yes, what the answer? Try else finally is the output we are going to get. Is it clear? Now, sir, let me go for, if there is an exception, then else should not be executed. Let me show. Have a look once. Same example. Try I'm taking. Try. So print try block. Print of try. Sir, print 10 by 0 I'm taking. Bas. Print of 10 by 0 I'm taking. So here exception got raised. Now except print of except block, print of except block, and then else I'm taking print of else block, print of else, and then finally okay, print of finally block I'm taking, sir. Finally block. Can you please confirm what is the answer we are going to get in this case? Please confirm, friends. What is the answer we are going to get in this scenario? Very simple. So just observe, try will execute. While executing 10 by 0, if an exception rises, yes, 0 division error, immediately except block will execute, except. So if there is an exception, then else won't execute. Next up finally, try except finally is the output we are going to get. Any doubt about this one? Try except finally is the output we are going to get, sir. Let me execute this one, sir. Here try print 10 by 0 I'm taking. Try print 10 by 0 I'm taking. What is the answer by default we are going to get? Try except finally. Try except finally is the answer. In this case, else is not executed. What is the reason why else is not executed? Because there is an exception inside a try block. Are you in the position to understand, friends? So both examples, clear indication, practical proof when else will be executed if there is no exception inside try block. Clear, right? Now I have one small doubt, friends. Take very special care and then tell the answer. Sir, I'm taking try block, print try. Print try block, print try. Next, else I'm taking print else. Next, finally I'm taking print finally. Excellent. Can you please tell what the answer we are going to get? Try block, else block, finally block, except block I didn't write. Please tell what is the answer we are going to get, what is the output we will get if I execute this code. Just take 1 minute time and then tell the answer. Don't try to execute. Just can you please guess what output we are going to get in this case? Respond. What is the answer? Try, else, finally. There is no except block. Okay? Take very special care. If I ask Python virtual machine, can you please execute this code? Immediately Python virtual machine will give left and right. Okay, What the reason for that is, if you are using else block, compulsory you should write except a block. Remember this one, sir. So else without except a block you can't take. Remember, whenever we are writing else block, compulsory we should write except a block. Else without except a block is invalid. Immediately error by default we are going to get syntax error. What is this error, sir? Syntax error. There is a syntactical mistake is there. Syntax error we are going to get. Are you in the position to understand? Sir, just observe carefully, right? Here, just I'm removing this. Here, except a block, I'm just remove, sir. Try else finally, okay? Immediately error we are going to get this line. What is the reason for that is, without except you can't write else block. By mistake if you are trying to write, immediately syntax error, right? Sir, let me execute this code. Have a look once. What is the answer by default we are going to get, sir? So syntax error, invalid syntax at line number 3 else part. At line number 3 else. Here we are getting syntax error. Clear for all of you? Sir, very important terminology. You people should aware about this one, sir. So I hope it's a clear for all of you. So can you please tell, so else, one or two conclusions about else. Else we can use with the try except finally blocks, okay? If there is no exception inside the try, then only else will be executed. Next, else and except both simultaneously never going to execute. If except executed, else won't be executed. If else executed, except won't be executed. Next, without writing except block, we can't write else block. Else without except block is always invalid, is always a syntax error. Clear, right? Sir, observe very carefully these two conclusions also. There is no chance of executing both except and else simultaneously. We covered, if we want to take else block, compulsory except block should be there. That is, else without except block is always invalid, syntax error, invalid syntax, like you are going to get the error if you are trying to use. Any doubt up to this? Clear, right? But still I didn't cover where exactly this else requirement is there. That part I will explain. Sir, now let me go for a simple example where else block is really helpful. Okay, just observe carefully, sir. I'm taking f is equal to none. One reference variable I'm taking f, sir. Now try block I'm taking, try. Within the try block, sir, just f is equal to, can you please open abc dot txt file? Can you please open abc.txt file in read mode? Of course, it's even you don't know about file IO, don't worry, you can understand very easily. I'm not talking about file IO internal things, okay? Next topic, there we will discuss about files in detail. So open abc.txt file, R means reading purpose, okay? Like, sir, now except, so if while open this file may not available, so read permissions may not available. If some problem came, immediately print, okay, some problem while locating means whether it is available or not, while locating or opening file, by locating or opening file, some problem, like I kept except a block, sir. Next, else I'm taking. Observe very carefully, else. So when else will be executed, can you please confirm? If there is no exception inside a try block, means you open file successfully, correct, right? Then only. Now I'm taking, so else print file opened successfully. File opened successfully. Okay, like I'm taking. File opened successfully. Now print the content of the file. The content of the file is Sir, just print, sir, hash mark I'm taking, some 30 times I'm taking, sir. Hash mark 30 times, sir, just for display sake. So, if the file opens successfully, okay, now else part is going to execute. Within the else file opens successfully, the content of the file is print how you can read the total data present inside file. F dot read we have to take. F dot read we have to take. Remember this one. Now if there is no problem, then only else is going to execute. Else is the responsible to print the content present inside file. Okay, well, next sir, except else finally. Okay, so inside finally what we have to take? Clean up code. Array, whatever resources you open, can you please close this file pointer like so. If f is not none, so means that if this file f is pointing to the file object only, it is open successfully, then f dot close, like this you have to take. Yeah, beautiful example, friends. Sir, to understand when else block will be executed, now observe very carefully, sir. So if there is a problem in the try block, then except block will execute. Okay, except some problem while locating or opening the file. If there is no problem in the try block, now else block is going to execute. Sir, have you observed? Clear division of the code is there. Sir, risky code. If there is a problem, handling code. If there is no problem, success. If there is no exception, then sir, print this one, sir. Next and after that, finally, anyway, close that file. Perfect example of finally block, else blocks are in this scenario. Let me execute this code. Have a look once. Sir, this f is equal to none. Sir, next try, f is equal to open abc.txt. Some problem while locating and opening the file. Okay, else file opens successfully, the data present in the file is print, okay, hash symbol some 30 times I'm taking, and then f dot read. If f is not none, means if the f is pointing to the file object only, f dot close. Yes, observe very carefully, sir. So if there is an exception in the try block, now except block will execute. If there is no exception in the try block, now else block is going to execute, which is the responsible, okay, to display, to read the content from the file and to display that. Let me execute. But before that, which content is there inside file? abc.txt. Yes, line 1 of abc.txt file, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, like five lines are there, sir. So it's a very clear file is available. So now f open successfully. Now else is going to execute and it's going to close the file pointer. That's all, sir. So try will execute, else will execute, finally also will execute, sir. Now observe very carefully here. Observe carefully. What is the answer if I execute this code? Yes, file opened successfully. Okay, the data present in the file is line 1 of abc, line 2 dot abc, line 3 dot, like this. Perfect, sir. It's executing, sir. Now if there is a problem in this, then automatically, do you know, except block will execute. Assume that this file is not available. Sir, let me take some invalid file. Okay, the file which is not there in my system, what will happen, sir? Sir, now observe abc.txt. Okay, I'm sure there is no such type of file in my system. If file is not there, then some problem while locating except block will execute, else won't execute. Next, f is not none. F is the none only, the close also is not going to be happen. Okay, well, so now you can see some problem while locating and opening the file. Okay, now observe. Let me execute this code. Now observe. Have you observed some problem while locating and opening the file? Yeah, clear division is there. Sir, the total code divided into success part, handling part, risky code like, sir, this is the purpose of perfect example, best example of else part. Are you in the position to understand? Sir, if any person is asking, can you please tell one real time scenario where else block is useful, then happily you can tell this example, sir. Sir, now do you know in other languages like Java, so this division is not there. Okay, in Java what we have to take? So try block I'm taking, try block. Next open file, okay, read the data, open file, read the data. Next catch block we have to take, handling code we have to take, sir. If the file is not available, handling code we have to take. Finally block, here just clean up code we have to take, clean up code we have to take. Observe very carefully here. So try, open the file, read the data. Next catch, handling code finally. So here if it is open successfully, then only execute this code. There is no such type of division, sir. So try block, else block, both are we have to take inside try only. But here clear division is there. Array, if you open this file successfully, then only execute else part. If there is a problem, then only execute except block. So clear division is there. Obviously, what is the biggest advantage we are going to get here? Readability of the code by default will be improved. Is it clear for all of that? What is the best use of except else block is? This is what you people should aware. Any doubt up to this? Clear, right? Sir, by this time you people are very clear about else block with the try except finally. Let me give the finishing touch for this with a small bit. Observe carefully, sir. Which of the following is true about else block? Which of the following is true about else block? So we can use else with the try except finally blocks. Yes, is it valid or not? Yes, we can use. Next, else block will be executed if there is no exception inside the try block. Oh, it is also correct, man. Next, there is no chance of executing both except and else blocks simultaneously. Correct? If except block executed, else won't execute. If else executed, except won't execute. Else block without except block is invalid and causes a syntax error. Yes, we saw. Correct. Next, all of these. So which of the following is true about else block? Which one is the correct answer, sir? All these. So I'm framing this question just to review all the conclusions about else block. So which one is the correct answer, sir? E. Answer E, sir. Just observe means all of these. Clear, right? Now if any person is asking what is the purpose of else block, can you please explain with an example when it's going to execute, what important conclusions are there about else with the try except finally? You should be in the position to give left and right to the interview person. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last video we covered very clearly else block with the try except finally blocks. So how you can define when it is going to execute. So what is the main purpose with an example we covered, sir. Sir, now the next topic, very interesting topic, what we are going to discuss, various possible combinations of try except else finally. Are you getting? Various possible combinations of try except else finally. This part we have to discuss. Sir, take very special care. Almost around 25 combinations we are going to discuss so that you will get much clarity, sir. Any syntax, is it valid or not? You should be in the position to tell. So like we are going to discuss all possibilities with the required conclusions. Take very special care, sir. Here I'm taking just I'm writing only try. That's all. Just print try block I'm taking, sir. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Respond, friends. Is it valid or not? Yes. If you can take like this, sir, Python virtual machine will give left and right. What the reason is? Whenever we are writing try block, compulsory either except or finally must be required. Okay, try without except or finally is always invalid. Remember this one, sir, it is the invalid syntax. So try must be compulsory associated with either except block or finally block. If you are not taking anything, it is always invalid. Remember. Okay, next second combination. What I'm taking, sir? So just except, okay, like I'm taking print except, print of except like this. Sir, two worst combination. Are you getting? Whenever we are writing except block, compulsory try block must be there. So except without try is always invalid, sir. Are without risky code, what is the need of maintaining handling code? Are you getting? Without risky code, what is the need of maintaining handling code? Meaningless. That's why invalid combination. Next, third possibility. Okay, here else I'm taking print, sir, else block. Else block, right? Sir, this one is also invalid. So have you remembered, right? Compulsory, whenever we are writing else, compulsory, so except must be there. But whenever we are writing except, compulsory try must be there. Okay, without try except, else you can't write man. Okay, so this is invalid combination. Okay, well, sir, now I'm taking finally. Okay, remember this one. Now I'm taking finally. Okay, print, okay, finally I'm taking, sir. So here this is also invalid combination because finally block meant for clean up code, close the resources. The resources which are open inside try block, we have to close inside finally block. Hey, there is no try block. Without a try block, what is the need of taking finally block? That's why this one is also invalid, right? Are you in the position to understand? Now take very special care, sir. So whenever we are writing try block, compulsory except or finally must be required. So try without except or finally invalid. So whenever we are writing except block, try must be there. Except without try invalid. Next, whenever we are writing else block, so compulsory except must be required, but except without a try not possible. So try except must be required, then only we can write else block. Next, if you want to write finally, compulsory try block must be required. So finally without a try is always invalid. Are you in the position to understand, right? So up to these four combinations, right? Okay, well, now I'm taking try. Sir, try I'm taking print try block, print of try block. Next, except print except block I'm taking, friends. Sir, take very special care. This one perfectly allowed. Okay, try except. If there is a problem, immediately except block is going to execute. Try except, it's a valid combination. Next, I'm taking try, okay, print try block, print of try block, else print of, else, like this I'm taking, sir. So have you remembered, right? In the last while discussing else, we covered about this one. So else without except is always invalid. Else without except it is always invalid. That's why this one is invalid. Whenever we are writing else block, compulsory except block must be there. Else without except is always invalid combination. Okay, well, sir, now the next thing, very very important combination. Observe carefully, sir. Now the next, here I'm taking try block, print of try. Next, sir, I'm taking finally, print finally I'm taking, sir. Finally, print of finally. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Yes, friends, is it valid or not? So try and then finally. No except block, no else block. Is it valid or not? You respond. Why you are silent? Is it valid or invalid? Remember, most of the people are going to feel it is invalid. So because sir, risky code is there, handling code must be required. Without except block, what is the need of taking try? You may get that doubt. So but perfectly this one is valid combination. What the reason for that is, sir, maybe a chance of raising an exception. Okay, I don't know how to handle exception. Okay, so that's why I didn't write except block. I don't know how to handle exception. I want abnormal termination only. But before abnormal termination, can you please close my database connection? Are you getting? Even abnormal termination, but before abnormal termination, can you please close my database connection? Like perfectly, this one is the valid syntax, right? Try finally, without except, without else, perfectly valid combination. Have a look once, sir. Now let me show so that you people may get much clarity about this one, sir. 1 minute, friends. Here, just have a look once about this. Okay, sir. Here I'm taking try block, print print of try. Next, finally, print finally, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. So try followed by finally, is it valid syntax or not? 100% pakka, it is the valid syntax only. So try finally is the output we are getting, sir. Are you in the position to understand, right? So try followed by finally itself is valid, without except, without else, right? Okay, well, sir, now my next one, try I'm taking, try I'm taking, sir. Print try block, print try I'm taking. Next, sir, here else print else I'm taking, print of else. Next, except print except, like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Very important. Is it valid or invalid? Invalid. Immediately Python virtual machine will give left and right. What is the reason? Can you please tell what the reason? Immediately we will get error. What the reason? The reason for that is, so else except, first we have to take except and then else. Try except else finally, order is important. First try and then except and then else and then finally. But here else we are taking at the beginning. That's why syntactical mistake we are going to get. So it is invalid, right? Sir, now I'm taking, now, sir, try, okay, print try block, print of try block. Next, here do you know, else, print else I'm taking, print of else. Finally, print finally, like this I'm taking, sir. Finally, like. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? I hope your knowledge is more enough to answer it is valid, whether it is the valid or not. Yes, 100% pakka invalid. Invalid. What the reason is, if you are taking else, compulsory except must be required. So without except, how you can write else? Without except, how you can write else? That's why this one is invalid combination. Okay, well, sir, now I'm taking try, print 10th combination. Try, print of try, sir. Print of try. Next, except, okay, print of except. Print of except. Except I'm taking. Try, except. Next, here else, print else. Next, finally, print finally. Print finally, like this I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? So perfect, best example to identify the syntax, right? Try, except, else, finally, order, everything is there perfectly. It is a valid combination. Remember this one, sir. Sir, now next one I'm taking. Try, very important, sir. Try, okay. Sir, here print try block, except, print except, sir, try except like this. Again I'm taking try print try, print try. Next finally, print finally, print finally. Yeah, try, accept, try finally. Can you please tell, is it valid combination or not? Okay, remember this one is perfectly valid. So try accept one syntax, next try finally, next possible syntax. Okay, so try accept already completed, now try finally, next one perfectly valid combination, right? Are you in the position to understand, right? So next try accept, again try accept, you can take try finally, again try finally, happily you can take like so there is no doubt at all. Up to this is the clear. So total how many combinations we covered? 11 combinations we covered. So just up to this, still I will add some more. So up to this I hope it's a very clear, not required to keep any explanation, right? Sir, up to this we covered 11 combinations. Now the next one, observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking, sir, 12th combination. Here very simple, try. I am taking print of try, sir. Try, I am taking print of try. Sir, now, sir, accept, I am taking print of accept. Print of accept like. Sir, try, print of try, I am taking else, print of else, like this I am taking. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Yes, your knowledge is more enough to answer this one. Nothing will be there, sir. Yes, this one is 100% pakka. It is invalid combination. What the reason is? So try accept up to this valid, but try else it is invalid. Regarding because whenever we are writing else, compulsory accept must be required, but you didn't write accept, that's why itself is invalid combination. Okay, well, sir, next here I am taking try, print try, print of try. Next accept x, print sir, accept one. Next accept y I am taking, print accept 2 I am taking, sir. That's all. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? This one is perfectly valid. Trying with multiple accept blocks always possible, no problem at all. So a single try can be associated with multiple accept blocks. Clear, right? Sir, now observe very carefully. Try I am taking print sir, try, print of try. Now my requirement is, sir, this is the 14th combination. So next try I am taking, sir. So print of try. Next take very special care about this one. Accept print accept block, print of accept block. Next else print sir, else 1. Next else print else 2 I am taking, sir. Have you observed? Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? 100% pakka, this one is invalid combination. A single try associated with multiple accept blocks, but you can't take more than one else block. Remember this one, more than one accept block possible for the same try, but more than one else block not possible. Clear, right? Okay, well, same here, just observe carefully, sir. Try I am taking print of try block, print of try block. Next accept print of accept print of accept. Now, sir, my requirement is finally, okay, print finally 1, sir. Next finally print finally 2. Sir, how many finally blocks I am taking, sir? 2 finally blocks I am taking. So 2 finally blocks which is invalid. Remember this one. So this one is always what? Invalid. What the reason is? So for the same try, you can take multiple except blocks. You can't take multiple else block, multiple finally blocks. Regarding finally, only one or zero. At most one finally block, at most one else block you have to take. But except any number of except blocks you can take as long as exceptions are different. Are you in the position to understand, right? So this is a bit very important case. Now I have one small doubt, sir. Observe carefully. Here, try, print try I'm taking. Try, print of try. Now, except, print except block. Print except block. Now, sir, if 10 greater than 20, print if. Print if, else print else I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm? Is it valid or invalid? Ayo, respond. So try except valid. This is the if else. Sir, this else nowhere related to try. It is associated with the if block. What is the problem? If else is the valid syntax. Next and after that try except is the valid syntax. That's why no problem at all. Itself is acceptable. Okay? Any doubt about this? Clear, right? Okay, well. Now, next possibilities, observe. Sir, I'm taking 17th. 16 already completed, right? Now, try, print try block. Print of try block. Next, print of hello, I'm taking. Hello. Sir, after try, immediately print of hello. And then except print except block I'm taking. Print of except block. Immediately error we are going to get. What the reason is? Sir, try except is a single statement. You should not write independent statements in the middle. Because of this independent statement, try will become alone, except will become alone. No link at all this try and except. Try without except are finally. Next, except without try. Syntactical errors we are going to get. Are you in the position? Between try and except, you can't write any independent statements. Observe carefully, sir. Here, I'm taking, sir, try block. Next, except block. Okay, like I'm taking. Sir, this is the valid. Perfectly, this one is the valid, sir. Valid. Now observe, valid. No problem, it is the valid. Sir, in the middle, some print hello, like some independent statement I'm taking. Observe, where I took independent statements are in between try and except I'm taking independent statement. So because of this, now try will become alone. Next, except will become alone. Remember this? So have a look once. Syntax error, invalid syntax like we are going to get. So in between try and except, you can't write any independent statements. Remember that. So same rule applicable between two except blocks also. Okay. Here try. I'm taking print of try. Try I'm taking print of try. Now except x. Okay. Print except 1. Print of except 1 like this, right? Sir, now except y, print except 2 like this I'm taking. Now first except block, second except block. In the middle I'm taking print hello. Are you getting? So because of this, what will happen? Sir, this try except completed. Now this except will become alone without a try. This except is there. That's why it is the invalid syntax. So between two except blocks in the middle, you can't write any print statement. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Next, similarly. Okay. Now observe carefully. Try, print try print of try. Next, except print except like try except. Next, else I'm taking print of else. So here do you know, try except else, perfectly valid syntax, no problem at all. But in the middle I'm taking print of hello, hello. So between except block and else block, I'm taking independent statement. Immediately error we are going to get. Okay, because try except valid syntax. Now because of this print statement, else will become alone, alone. That's why it is invalid syntax. Remember this. Sir, similarly, okay, last here try print try I'm taking try print of try. Now except print of except, print of except. Next sir, here take very special care about this terminology, right? Sir, I'm taking finally, try except and then finally, here print of finally, finally like so. Try except finally valid. So after try except, one independent statement I'm taking, okay, print of hello. Independent statement I'm taking print of hello. Immediately error by default we are going to get. The reason is try except, okay, well, but because of this print, now this finally will become alone. So that's all. That's why this one is the invalid combination. So means that try except else finally is a single statement. In the middle you can't write independent statements. By mistake, if you are writing independent statements, then immediately you are going to get error. Is it clear for all of it? Sir, up to these how many combinations we covered? 20 combinations we covered. Still some more are there. Okay, be ready. Sir, up to this we covered 20 combinations, right? Let me go for some more combinations. Sir, here observe, I'm taking 21 try. Within the try block, I'm taking, sir, print inner try. Print inner try. Next except, print inner except. Inner except. Okay, next finally. Okay, print sir, inner finally, inner finally, like this I'm taking. So now here except, sir, print outer except, print outer except, like this I'm taking. Sir, take a bit very special care about this terminology. What is the important conclusion here is within the try block, try except finally, try except else finally, you can take inside try, inside except block, inside finally block also. Nesting of try except else finally is always possible. Remember this one, sir. So it is a valid thing. Next I'm taking, sir, 22nd try. Okay, print try block. Next except block, except. Within the except block, I'm taking try, sir, print inner try. Inner try I'm taking. Next here except, print of inner except. Print of inner except, like this I'm taking. So where I'm defining this try except, sir, inside except block. So inside except block you can take try except else finally, perfectly acceptable, sir. Similarly, okay, here try I'm taking print try block, print of try. Next except I'm taking print except block, print of except block I'm taking, try except. Sir, I'm writing else inside else block, inside else block I'm taking try print try. Next finally, print finally, like this I'm taking, sir. So where we are writing, sir, this try finally, have you remembered try finally the valid syntax? This valid syntax you are taking inside else block, no problem, perfectly acceptable. Remember this one. Same here I'm taking try, sir, here 24th, try print try block, try print of try block. Now sir here except print except block, print except block. Now finally, okay, finally I'm taking, sir, finally. So now take very special care. Inside finally block, sir, I'm taking try, print okay, try, another try. Next except I'm taking, so print except. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Yes, inside finally you can take try except, no problem at all. So try except else finally you can take inside try block, you can take inside except block, you can take inside else block, you can take inside finally block also. Everywhere you can take nesting of try except else finally is always possible. Clear, right? Okay, now next one more thing I'm going to talk. Sir, here observe very carefully. 25th combination I'm taking try. So within that try I'm taking try, okay, print another try, print another try. Now sir here except I'm taking, sir, print except block, print except block. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Is it valid or not? Inside a try I'm taking try and then except I'm taking. Is it valid or not? Invalid. So this except block related to outer try. Sir, now for this inner try, no except, no finally. Where is the except block or finally? Try without except or finally is always invalid combination. Remember this one, sir. This one is the valid or invalid? Invalid combination, because this try will become alone. No except block, no finally block. That's why itself is invalid, right? Now I'm taking here just try I'm taking. Inside try, so print, okay, print try. Next finally print finally I'm taking, sir. Sir, now except, okay, print except. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? 100% pakka, it is the valid. So within the try I'm taking try finally, valid syntax. Next try except, valid syntax. What is the problem, sir? So now I hope is clear for all of you, right? So with these 26 combinations, if tomorrow if any new combination is coming, you should be in the position to answer. Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, almost 26 combinations. All these combinations I covered very clearly in our material. So don't worry, just go through the material. Have a look once. Observe carefully. Sir, this is about our material. Here, do you know first combination, second combination, third combination, fourth, like almost around 25 combinations. 25 combinations are there in our material, sir. You are not required to worry about these things. All these things I kept in our material form. Just go through these combinations, right? So next, before that, just whatever conclusions we had, let me talk once. Here see various possible combinations of try except else finally. Okay, observe important conclusions, right? Very important, sir. So whenever we are writing try block, compulsory we should write except or finally. Are you getting? Whenever we are writing try block, compulsory we should write except or finally block. Okay, so that is try without except or finally is always invalid. Is it, remember, is it clear, right? Try without except or finally is always invalid. Next, whenever we are writing except block, compulsory try block should be there. So except without try is always invalid. Okay, well, sir, whenever we are writing finally block, compulsory try block should be there. Finally, without a try is always invalid. Remember this one. Sir, next here observe carefully. Whenever we are writing else block, compulsory except block should be there, sir. So else without except is always invalid. Else without except is always invalid. Is it clear? Next, we can write multiple except blocks. Yes, try with multiple except blocks possible. We can write multiple except block for the same try, but we can't write multiple else blocks and finally blocks. Multiple else blocks, multiple finally blocks for the same try is invalid. Remember. Next, in try except else finally, order is important. Compulsory we should take first try and then any number of except blocks and then else and then finally. Order is important, right? Next, we can write try except else finally inside a try except else and finally blocks. Hence, nesting of try except finally is always possible. Nesting of try except finally else finally is always possible. Are you in the position to understand, right? Various possible combinations of this try except else finally. Almost these 26 combinations, I hope you got very clearly, right? So, any explanation is required? Clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's all. Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly what are various possible combinations of try except else finally. Sir, almost around 25 combinations we discussed with clear conclusions, right? Now I hope you people got very clearly about the possible combinations, right? Sir, now the next very important topic what I have to discuss, just observe types of exceptions. So what are various types of exceptions are there in Python? We have to discuss this topic. Very important for day-to-day coding and even for interview room also. That's why take very special care about this one, sir. Sir, can you please spell out how many types of exceptions are there? Yes, friends, there are two types. The first one, predefined exceptions. What are the first ones, sir? Predefined exceptions. Second one, sir, if it is not predefined, then obviously someone is responsible to define. Okay, programmer is the responsible, developer is the responsible to define. Such type of exceptions are called user defined exceptions. Remember this one, user defined exceptions. So how many types of exceptions are there? There are two types of exceptions. First one, predefined exceptions. Second one, user defined exceptions, right? Sir, now you may ask, what about predefined exceptions? Sir, Python's inbuilt exceptions. We came across multiple exceptions in our last examples, right? Zero division error, value error, attribute error. Have you remembered? Okay, file not found error, like multiple errors we covered. All these things are Python's inbuilt exceptions. Remember, these ones are predefined exception. These things are right. So these predefined exceptions will be raised automatically by the Python virtual machine whenever a particular event occurs. Remember this one, whenever a particular event occurs, automatically Python virtual machine will raise these predefined exceptions. Okay, best example for you here, just print 10 by 0 I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm if I can take print 10 by 0, what is the answer? What is the answer? Whenever we are trying to perform zero division error, immediately Python virtual machine will raise zero division error. Okay, zero division error. Immediately Python virtual machine will raise zero division error. Remember that. Sir, similarly, suppose I want to convert string to int type. Have you remembered? At the very beginning classes we covered typecasting functions. I want to convert string value to int type. Int function we require to use, right? Suppose I am taking x is equal to int of 10. Okay, I'm converting string to int type. Of course, this string internally contain 10 means number into value only. No problem at all, sir. No issue. It is acceptable. Suppose I'm taking x is equal to int ten. We are trying to convert string to int value, but the string not representing int value. Then immediately we are going to get value error. Are you getting? So the exceptions which are raised automatically by the Python virtual machine whenever a particular event occurs, such type of exceptions are PVM exceptions, Python virtual machine exceptions, or predefined exceptions, or Python inbuilt exceptions, right? Are you in the position to understand? Whatever exceptions we covered up to this in our exception handling concept, all these things are predefined exceptions. But what about user defined? That part we are going to discuss. So just let me show these two things, right? Okay, these two examples, right? Observe a bit very carefully, sir. Here I'm taking, here just my requirement is, observe, print 10 by 0 I'm taking, print 10 by 10 by 0 I'm trying to take, sir. If I can take 10 by 0, what is the answer we are going to get, sir? Have you observed, right? 0 division error, division by 0. So whenever we are trying to perform, okay, division by 0, immediately Python virtual machine will raise 0 division error, division by 0. So it is a predefined Python inbuilt exception, Python predefined exception. Python virtual machine know everything about this exception when it has to raise such type of information. PVM already aware. That's why whenever we are trying to perform division by 0, immediately Python virtual machine is going to raise 0 division error. Is it clear, right? Sir, same way, what about value error? Let me show, sir. Here, observe carefully. Here I'm taking, so x is equal to, sir, x is equal to int 10. Int of 10 I'm taking, print of x value. Now observe, we are trying to convert string to int type. Yes, this string internally contains int value only. That's why we never going to get any problem. Happily the code, sir, runs and print 10, sir. Okay, well, sir, instead of 10, by mistake ten is there. Now observe, ten is there, sir. If ten is there, then immediately, so we are going to get value error. Remember, so we are trying to convert string to int value, but the string not representing int. That's why value error we are getting, sir. Who is the responsible to raise this exception? I respond either 0 division error or value error. Who is the responsible to raise these exceptions? Python virtual machine. Next, these are Python's inbuilt exception. Such type of exceptions are called predefined exceptions, Python virtual machine exception, or inbuilt exceptions, right? Are you in the position to understand? So whatever we discussed up to this, these are predefined exceptions only. So the second category, user defined exceptions, that part we will take care. Just up to this, whatever we covered, have a look once, sir. Here, just we discussed about types of exception. How many types of exceptions are there? There are 2 types of exceptions. What is the first category? Predefined exception. Second category, user defined exception. Sir, user means programmer, developer. Okay, such type of exceptions are user defined. We will discuss in detail. Next, here observe what is the predefined exceptions. Okay, also known as inbuilt exceptions are PVM exceptions. These will be raised automatically by Python virtual machine whenever a particular event occurs. So predefined exceptions will be raised automatically Python virtual machine whenever a particular event occurs. Division by 0 division error, converting string to int, but string is not a int value, then immediately value error. Like, sir, observe very carefully this example 1. Whenever we are trying to perform division by 0, automatically Python will raise zero division error. Python means Python virtual machine will raise zero division error. Print 10 by 0, zero division error. Whenever we are trying to convert string str value to int type and the string doesn't contain int value, then we will get what? Value error automatically. So who is the responsible to raise zero division error, value error? Who is the responsible? Python virtual machine is the responsible to raise. These things are by default considered predefined exceptions or inbuilt exceptions or PVM exceptions, because Python virtual machine has complete information about these exceptions, which when these things should be raised, PVM already having complete information, right? Sir, up to this, any doubt about this one? Clear, right? So now I have to talk about user defined exceptions. Up to this, any doubt? Sir, the next category of the exceptions is user defined exceptions. Okay, who is the user here? Programmer or developer is the user, developer. So sometimes we have to define our own exceptions and we have to raise explicitly to indicate something goes wrong. Remember this one, boss, something goes wrong, I can't process your request, so that's why I'm stopping by raising error. So we have to define our own exceptions and we have to raise explicitly whenever something goes wrong. Remember this one. So these exceptions which are defined by developer or programmer, these exceptions are by default considered as user defined exceptions or customized exceptions or programmatic exceptions. We have to raise programmatic exceptions or customized exceptions or user defined exceptions. Sir, okay, can you please tell one scenario, okay, related to this one, sir? How you can explain? So can you explain with an example so that we will get much clarity, like you may ask. Observe a bit very carefully, sir. Sir, not one scenario, 2 or 3 scenarios I will explain so that you may get much clarity, sir. Sir, best example, here just assume bank application, sir. Okay, because everyone having some basic idea about this bank application. Even in the whoops we covered this type of things, right? So in bank application, okay, assume common operations related to the bank, deposit operation, withdraw operation, right? So I want to withdraw amount, okay, in my account 10,000 is there, 10,000 balance is there. I want to withdraw amount. So how much amount you want to withdraw? Compulsory the requested amount should be less than or equal to available balance. Remember this one, should be either less or equal to available balance. So requested amount should not be greater than available balance. But here, do you know, sometimes my account contains 10,000 rupees only in my account. I want to withdraw 20,000. Just I will go to the ATM center, swipe the card, enter 20,000. What will happen? I know money won't come. By mistake I may get, then I can enjoy. Okay, by mistake, like so I tried to withdraw 20,000. Immediately you are going to get insufficient funds. Have you heard about this one? Insufficient funds. Okay, internally how this sir functionality is implemented, just a basic idea. Assume that, sir, it is a withdraw function or withdraw method, withdraw function I'm taking. So how much amount you have to withdraw? Sir, def withdraw amount. Now I'm taking if amount greater than or equal to balance. If amount greater than or equal to balance, sir, something goes wrong, we can't proceed this request, so I have to stop by raising exception, right? What I'm taking, raise insufficient funds exception. Raise insufficient funds exception. Like this I did, sir. So if a requested amount greater than or equal to balance, can you please raise insufficient funds exception. Okay, like sir, now else okay, process request. Okay, else process request as per our business requirement. Okay, like sir, now my question is, so if requested amount greater than or equal to balance, rise insufficient funds exception. So insufficient funds exception, is it Python inbuilt exception? No. So for bank application, based on my programming requirement, I define my own exception and I'm creating this exception object and I'm raising that exception object. Sir, here which keyword we are using? Rise keyword we are using to raise our own exception. Sir, this exception what we are using is the programmatic customizer exception, user defined exception, right? Are you in the position to understand? Don't feel always zero division error, value error only. No, we have to define our own exceptions also. Any doubt about this? Clear, right? First example. Now here just observe one more example, sir. Okay, so do you know mobile recharge application? Mobile recharge application, sir. Observe a bit very carefully. Mobile recharge application. Do you know how you can recharge your mobile? Sir, I'm talking especially specific to India. Okay, in India, how we can recharge our mobile phones? Assume that it is the prepaid. How you can recharge? Do you know these days? Okay, there are mobile recharge apps are available. Applications are there. By using that, you can do online very easily, sir. But in the olden days, if you go, so almost around 5 to 6 years before or 10 years before, then we are not having online recharge facility, right? Then what we have to take? We have to go to the shop wala is going to provide, so scratch card, then we have to, sir, on the scratch, if you scratch, then a big number by default we are going to get. So BEGH456, a big number you are going to get. This number you have to enter in your mobile. Okay, then the requested amount will be recharged, sir. Okay, this is scratch card kind of thing, sir. Sir, what happened? Most of the people, what they are going to do is, sir, I paid 100 rupees, then I got this scratch card, I scratch that, then this is the number I got. Then I have to enter this number. I have to enter this, so my mobile is going to be recharged. But most of the times what I am going to take, 456 is there. Compulsory 455 also should be there. Okay, 455 also should be there. Like what I will do is, I will try to enter 123 BEGH 455. So whenever I am trying to enter, immediately we are going to get invalid pin exception. Are you getting? Invalid pin exception, like, there is no such type of number pin. Okay, like then 455 not working, maybe 457 may work. Okay, 123 BEGH 457 I will try. Whenever I'm trying 457, the invalid pin exception. Okay, like, I realized that this one and this one is not there. Compulsory we require to enter this one only. Like moreover, I got alert message, 2 attempts already failed. If you are going to enter wrong pin third time, your mobile is going to be blocked. Okay, like some message also, your SIM is going to be blocked, like I got message. Then so I have to enter, okay, this number, then my mobile is going to be recharged. Are you in the position to understand? Anyone having this type of experience, right? Most of the people at the beginning days, they did like this. Okay, so make sure the service provider never going to generate these things in the sequence. Remember this one, compulsory they are going to generate random wise only, because if they are going to generate sequence, the problem is 456 if you aware. Okay, then 457, 458, 459, okay, like continuously, happily you can recharge, you can use all those things, right? That's why, so sequential, they won't print, compulsory they are going for random number generation only. Okay, well, sir, here just observe DEF recharge. Recharge. Sir, can you please enter pin? Okay, I have to enter pin. So if a pin is not valid, if a pin is not valid, sir, so you entered wrong pin. Okay, now can you please raise invalid pin exception? Can you please raise invalid pin exception like this, right? So what is this invalid pin exception? This is nothing but what? Customizer exception, our own exception. To meet the programming requirement, we define our own exception. Such type of exception is called what? User defined exception, customizer exception. Are you in the position to understand one small use case where we have this type of requirements, right? Okay, well, sir, still let me go for one more very important example, sir. Sir, what my next example is? Take very special case, sir. Sir, here Durga matrimonial application. Okay, matrimonial application, sir. Durga matrimonial application is there. I want to develop this application. So in India, the minimum age to go for marriage is 18 years. Okay, my application decided max age 60 years, right? Okay, for this age group, my application will provide support. Assume 18 years to 60 years. Below 18 years, marriage illegal in India. Okay, but 60 years, after 60 years, so even it is legal, there is no use of going for marriage. Okay, after 60 years, right? Now observe very carefully, right? I want to develop such type of application. Okay, like, sir, I have one small question. Are you married? Yes or no? Are you married? Most of the times whenever I ask this question in the classroom, whenever I ask, everyone is going to tell not married. Even their age is 30 plus also. Okay, everyone is going to tell not married. Hare, why you didn't go for marriage? Sir, no job. So no job. Once I got the job, then I will think about marriage. Like this type of statements I'm generally hearing in the classroom. Take very special care. At the age of 60 years also, you can get the job, but at the age of 60 years, you won't get marriage. Okay, that's why. So getting marriage, getting job, getting marriage at right time is a very important. Job throughout your life, anytime you can do that. Okay, next, moreover, getting job is very easy than getting marriage. Remember that. If you are going to upload your profile in job sites, okay, your resume, you upload it in Naukri, next times like Monster, like if you are going to upload your profile in the job sites, similarly, parallelly, better to upload in the matrimonial sites also. Okay, or otherwise you can convey to your father, I started job trials, can you please start my marriage trials? Like you have to request, because getting marriage in India especially, okay, these days is a very difficult, especially for the gent. Remember that. Okay, but I'm very lucky because I got married already. Okay, now observe. Sir, now my application 18 to 60 years it's going to provide support. Now my question is, there is one person came, sir. He want to so register in my application. His age 99 years, sir. Are you getting? His age is what? 99 years. At this age, he is trying to register. Then what I have to do? So something goes wrong because my application should not accept this one. Now I'm going to tell very beautiful exception I'm going to raise. Okay, to young exception. Are you getting? To young exception. Okay, please wait some more time. Please wait some more time. Definitely you will get the best match. Okay, definitely you will get the best match. Are you getting? Definitely you will get best match. Like I'm taking. So just for fun, okay, sir, 99 means too old. Like you have to, just for fun, just I reverse. Next, so there is one person came. He want to upload his profile, But unfortunately, his age is 12 years only. At the age of 12 years only, he's hurry for the marriage. Then immediately my application, what it's going to tell? To old exception. Exception. Your age already crossed marriage age. Marriage age. No chance of getting marriage. Okay, like I'm taking, sir. No chance of getting marriage, like so this exception I'm going to raise. Now take very special care, just for fun, reversing, sir. 99, actually 2 old exception I have to write just for fun. 2 young exception, 12 2 old exception, because you don't know the legal rules, so that's why just I'm taking your age already crossed, you can't get the marriage, like so then he's going to think about what is the correct age and so on, then he may get the legal rules. Now observe very carefully, sir. What is these 2 young exception? What is this 2 old exception? Okay, to meet our programming requirement, we have to define our own exceptions. We have to raise these exceptions to indicate something goes wrong. Such type of exceptions are by default considered customized exceptions or user defined exceptions. Now, are you in the position to understand? 3 examples I covered, sir. What is the first one? So, insufficient funds exception. Second one, invalid PIN exception. Third one, 2 young exception, 2 old exception. Like you people should aware. Now everyone got basic idea about what is the meaning of customized exception. Of course, how to define that part I will explain. How to define, use, raise, that part I am going to take care. Sir, observe a bit very carefully, sir. Use or define exceptions. Okay, now have a look once. Also known as customized exceptions or programmatic exceptions. These user defined exceptions also known as customized exceptions or programmatic exceptions. Sometimes we have to define and raise exceptions explicitly to indicate that something goes wrong. Such type of exceptions are called user defined exceptions or customized exceptions or programmatic exceptions. Remember, so we have to define, we have to raise exceptions to indicate something goes wrong. Such type of exception, user defined or customized programmatic exceptions, right? Sir, now I have one small doubt. Here observe very carefully, sir. Here if you observe these examples, here who is raising insufficient funds exception? We are raising. Are you getting? I'm using insufficient funds exception. I'm raising. Python virtual machine doesn't have any information about our exceptions, because these exceptions are not Python inbuilt exception, our own exception. We know when we have to raise. Okay, Python virtual machine won't write these exceptions automatically. We have to raise explicitly by using which keywords are raise keyword. Are you getting? So PVM, Python virtual machine, not having any information about these exception. That's why we have to raise explicitly by using which keywords are raise keyword. Remember, have a look once. So now programmer is responsible to define these exceptions, and the Python virtual machine not having any idea about these. Okay, hence we have to raise explicitly based on our requirement by using which keywords are raise. Are getting? By using which keyword? Raise keyword. Raise keyword can be used to raise exceptions. Most of the times we are going to use customized exceptions, because predefined exceptions PVM automatically raise, but customized exception PVM won't raise. So some keyword must be required to raise. For that raise keyword we are going to use. Clear for all of you, right? Now observe. Sir, can you please give an example? Okay, insufficient funds exception, invalid PIN exception, 2 young exception, 2 old exception. These are the best examples, right? So now I hope you people are having clear clarity what is the meaning of customized exceptions theoretically, right? Sir, how to define, how to raise, that part I will take care. Up to this clear? Any doubt? Hi friends, up to this it is very clear what is the meaning of customized exceptions, predefined exceptions like. Now the next thing what I have to discuss, how to define and raise customized exceptions. Very, very important. Have a look once, sir. If you want to define any exception, so every exception in Python is a class. So if you want to define your own exception, you have to write your exception class. Are you getting right? So defining customized exception means you have to write the exception class. Sir, next, when a class will get exception ability, suppose I am taking, sir, class test. Okay, I am taking class test. Can I use this class as exception? Can I use this class as an exception? No. So it is not exception class. It is a normal class. When we can use a class as exception, when this class is going to get exception ability, compulsory this class should be child class of base exception, either directly or indirectly. Have you remembered, right? In the last video somewhere we covered exception hierarchy. Okay, so which class acts as the base for all exceptions, right? I hope you people may remember base exception. Okay, so for this base exception, child class is there, exception. So for this exception, child class is there, arithmetic error. Okay, arithmetic error, like we have multiple, right? So compulsory your exception class also should be child class of base exception, either directly or indirectly, no problem at all. So what I will take is, so most of the times if you want to define your own exception, okay, better to make your exception class is the child class exception. It is a common programming practice. Okay, here you have to write too young exception, something like, or too old exception. So if you want to write your class should be exception class, so it should extend either exception or base exception or any exception, compulsory it should fall under this base exception hierarchy. Is it clear, right? Sir, now I want to take class, okay, too young exception, class too young exception. Okay, it is a normal class. When this class will have exception ability means, do you know, it should be child class of either base exception or arithmetic error, like anything you can take, but general programming practice, okay, exception like this we can. Are you in the position to understand? We have to write a class, sir, name of the exception class, and it should be child class of exception. Next, I hope you remembered, if you want to raise a too young exception, okay, your exception having any description or not. Suppose here, have you observed? Zero division error. This is the name of the exception. Division by zero, this is the description. This is the name of the exception, this is the description. Like too young exception, okay, too young exception. This is the name of the exception, and I want some description also. What that description is? Array, please wait some more time. Please wait some more time. Definitely you will get best match. Definitely you will get best match. Remember this one. Please wait some more time. Definitely you will get best match. Remember this one, sir. So means that. So this is the description. So your exception having some description or not. If your exception having some description, so it is the argument to constructor. Now what I have to take? def underscore init underscore self. Do you know what is this syntax, right? Constructor, comma, message is. This is the description, sir. Okay, here you have to declare self dot message is equal to message like. That's all. So this is the way how you can define predefined, I mean customize the exceptions, right? Write a class, which is the child class of exception. Next write the constructor and so some message variable. So create one instance variable self.message is equal to message like you can take. Here this variable can be anything you can take, but better to take here compulsory instance variable should be msg. Any doubt about this one, sir? Clear, right? Okay, this is the way how you can define, okay, our own customized exceptions concept. Okay, of course with example. So with the program, executable program, I will explain. First get the basic idea. Next I have to so raise this based on my requirements. How you can raise this one? So how you can raise this one based on our requirement, right? Sir, very simple. Create an object for this class. Okay, now I'm taking so to old to young exception, like this I'm taking to young exception. Okay, here just pass the description, whatever description you want you can pass. So to young exception, please wait some more time. Definitely you will get the best match. Okay, this is the message description. Whatever you want for this, you have to pass this one, sir. So you created exception object. Now you have to raise this exception object explicitly. Then automatically we have to use which keywords are raise keyword. Remember this one. Okay, raise this exception object. Now immediately Python virtual machine got this exception object. No handling code. Stop the program by raising this exception. Is it clear for all of you? How to define our own exception, how to raise our own exception. That's all. This is the syntactical thing what you people should aware. So any explanation is required. So is it possible to define any number of our own exceptions or not? Yes, that facility Python people provided. No problem. Write a class which is the child class of exception. Write the constructor. Declare one instance variable with provided value. That's it. Suppose if I don't want to pass any description. Yes, man. I don't want to pass any description. Then the constructor is also not required. Just pass. That's all. This constructor you can ignore if you don't have any description. Okay, clear, right? Any explanation is required? Just observe carefully. Here how to define and raise customized exceptions. Okay, now here just observe every exception in Python is a class and it should be child class of base exception either directly or indirectly. Sir, it's not compulsory child class of base exception directly, either directly or indirectly. Next class name of exception. Sir, next predefined exception should be some parent. Next this is the constructor what we have. This is the syntax to define our own exception. Sir, example if you want, have a look once. Example, class to young exception, which is the child class of exception. Now self comma message, self.message is called message. To young exception is our own exception class name. And it is the child class of exception, which is the predefined exception. Exception is the predefined exception. To young exception is our own exception class name. Okay, well. Next, here, so we can raise exception by using raise keyword. Remember this one. Which keyword we require to use? Raise keyword we require to use, sir. Next, raise to young exception. Here message, whatever description you want to provide, happily you can provide. So theoretically, are you feeling comfortable how to define and how you can raise customizer exceptions? If you feel comfortable, then happily we can go for executable program so that you people can feel more comfortable. Any doubt? Sir, let me convert the total theory of customized exceptions, sir, into an executable program so that you will get much clarity. Observe very carefully, sir. So how to define customized exceptions? Sir, here class to young exception. Sir, I am taking to young exception. So compulsory our exception class. Okay, our exception is a class and it should be child class of base exception either directly or indirectly. Sir, I am taking generally exception. Okay, exception like this I am taking, sir. Now my target is, so your exception is going to accept some description or not? Yes. Okay, def underscore init underscore okay, self comma message. Okay, like I'm taking. So because we want to pass some description, okay, that's why now self dot message, self comma message, self dot message is equal to message. That's all. So first customizer exception is ready. That's all. This is the very simple, sir. Defining our own exception is the very simple. Nothing is there. Sir, now class to old exception, class to old exception, it is the child class of exception. It should be child class of exception, right? Class to old exception, it is the child class of exception. Okay, def underscore init underscore self comma message, sir. Here self dot message is equal to message like. Yes. Okay, second customized exception is also ready, friends. Sir, up to this any doubt? Can you please confirm? So here how you can define our own exceptions. Okay, well, sir, how you can use these exceptions? How you can raise these exceptions? Let me talk about this one. Here, read age. Sir, this is, I'm taking this one related to matrimonial application. Okay, I want to enter, end user is the responsible to enter age. Based on his age, I have to provide proper response. Okay, well, so I will ask, Ray, can you please enter your age? Okay, int age is, sir, here just take very special care about this one, sir. Age is equal to, sir, int input enter age. Can you please enter your age? Okay. If age greater than 60, sir. If age is greater than 60, maybe someone is trying to register in the matrimonial website with 90 years or 99 years. Sir. What I want to take? I want to provide, okay, rise to young exception, rise to young exception, please wait some more time, please wait some more time, definitely you will get a best match. Okay, definitely you will get a best match, definitely you will get best match. Are you getting? Rise to young exception, please wait some more time, definitely you will get a best match. Remember, so then immediately ask, sir, age greater than 60, so two old exceptions are, but you are rising to young exception just for fun. Okay, I know actually we have to rise two old exception, but here two young exception just for fun, it is just reversing the. Sir, please wait some more time, definitely you will get best match. Sir, when is going to get best match? So maybe somewhere at Swargam or Narkam somewhere, because after a few years, some more days, definitely this person will be gone. 99 years age person, still how many days will be there? Very rare. So definitely wait some time, you will get best match. Okay, like, sir, elif age less than 18 years. Sir, I want to provide support. So my matrimonial application will provide support from 18 to 60 years only. Remember, so if age greater than 60, rise, okay, exception. If age less than 18, still it is also invalid. Something goes wrong. To indicate I have to raise exception. Now, rise to old exception. Rise to old exception. Okay, so what I have to take, sir? To old exception. Your age already crossed marriage age. Your age already crossed marriage age. No chance of getting marriage. No chance of getting marriage. Like this I'm taking, sir. Your age already crossed marriage age. No chance of getting marriage. Just for fun, reversing I'm taking, sir. Actually here, age less than 18 means too young exception. Age greater than 60 means too old exception. We have to take. But I reversed just for fun. Beyond that, nothing. Okay, next, else, sir. Sir, can you please tell? So when the control will comes to else block? If the age is not greater than 60, age not less than 18. So means within our range only, 18 to 16. Then what I have to take? Okay, print. Okay, just I have to take print. Just very simple, sir. Print. Okay, so thanks for registration. You will get match details. You will get match details soon by email. Okay, like I'm taking, sir. Soon by email. Okay, like. So if age greater than 60, something goes wrong, rise to young exception. Age less than 18, something goes wrong, rise to old exception. Next, otherwise, no exception, print proper message. Are you in the position to understand, right? A simple basic example to understand how to define our own exception, how you can raise sir exception based on programming requirement. Any doubt? Can I execute this code? Just have a look once, sir. Here, same example I took, sir. Just observe. Class to young exception. Exception is the parent class. Sir, this is the constructor. Now you know how you can define. Sir, that's all. This is the first exception class. Next, this is the second exception class. Two old exception. Sir, total how many customized exceptions I defined? Two customized exceptions I defined, sir. Next, input enter age. Okay, if age greater than 60, rise to young exception. Because something goes wrong, please wait some more time. Definitely you will get the best match. Where you will get the best match? After death maybe. Okay, if age less than 18, rise to old exception. Your age already crossed marriage age, no chance of getting marriage. Else, sir. Else means age is not less than 18, not greater than 60. Perfect. Then you will get match details soon by email. So everything is clear for you people, right? Not required to define. So how you can define, how you can rise based on your programming requirement. Best example to understand, friend. Sir, now let me execute this code. Have a look once. Sir, I'm taking here. Let me execute this code. Py test.py. Enter age, sir. 99. Okay, 99 grandfather age. Okay, what is the response it's going to tell? Pass. It is telling too young exception. Please wait some more time. Definitely you will get the best match. Are you getting? So please wait some more time. Definitely you will get the best match. Sir, enter age. This time 12 years I'm taking, sir. Now too old exception. Your age already crossed marriage age, no chance of getting marriage. Remember this one, sir. So next, sir, 25, perfect marriage age for the gent. 25 I'm taking, sir. No exception. You will get the match details soon by email. So I hope the terminology is very clear for you people, how to define, how you can raise our exceptions, right? Sir, now I have one small point. Take very special care, sir. Sir, do you know, too young exception is our own exception. Too old exception is our own exception. Python virtual machine not having any information. Keywords are rise. Rise keyword best suitable for customized exceptions, not for predefined exceptions. Remember this one, sir. Rise keyword best suitable for customized exceptions, but not for predefined exception. Even if you want, you can use for predefined exception, but it's not a good programming practice. Are you in the position to understand, right? That's all. So this is the total concept of customized exceptions. Very, very important for the interview room, even for day-to-day coding also. Clear, right? That's all. Your exception handling concept got completed. I hope you can enjoy. Just review again so that you will get much clarity. Any doubt about this? Clear, right? Hi friends, myself Durga. I'm working as a Java and Python trainer for the last 16 years in Durga Sir. I'm very happy to launch my new tutorial on Python exception handling. Observe the title. So exception handling in Python 3. Exception handling in Python 3. So this course is going to cover 5 important keywords. Have you observed, right? Try, except, else, finally, rise, like. So all these 5 keywords we are going to perform post-mortem like anything, sir. This is one of my favorite topic. You people can expect much subject from this tutorial, especially, right? Okay. So at the part of this, what things we are going to cover? What is our agenda? Have a look once here. Just this is our agenda, friends. Okay. So first we are going to discuss syntax error versus runtime error. So what about syntax error? So some examples. What is the runtime error? Can you please give some examples, like we will discuss, right? So the 3 most important questions about exception handling. So what is exception? What is the purpose of exception handling? So what is the meaning of exception handling, like we are going to discuss, right? Next, default exception handling and exception hierarchy. Remember, default exception handling and exception hierarchy we are going to discuss. So which class acts as root for all Python exceptions, like base exception, like we are going to discuss all. Next, customize exception handling by using try except. Sir, I want to handle exception, then how you can use a try block, how you can use except block, how our application will become normal termination instead of abnormal termination. All the things we are going to discuss here. Next, and after the control flow in try except. So within the try block, if an exception got riser, what will happen? Inside except block, if an exception got riser, what will happen? Like we have to discuss in detail. Next, how to print exception information to the console. Array, what is the riser exception name? What is the description? What is the stack trace? Like a complete information about exception. How you can print that one will be there. Sir, at the part of this we discussed, sir. Next, try with multiple except blocks. Sir, maybe a chance single try can be associated with multiple except blocks. What is the need? So what is the advantage of such a type of possible syntax? We are going to discuss, right? Okay, well, sir, next, sir, after this, after these things, the next thing what we are going to discuss, single except block that can handle multiple different exceptions, right? Have you remembered? So one except block only that can handle multiple exception. How you can? So for to handle multiple different type of exceptions, how you can write a single except block? That part we are going to discuss. Next, default except block and the various except block syntaxes, right? So you know there is a default except block is there. Next, total how many syntaxes are there for just writing except block? All those things we are going to discuss, right? Next, finally block. What is the purpose and what is the specialty? Very important, sir. What is the purpose of finally block? To maintain cleanup code. What is the purpose of, what is the specialty of finally block? Finally block will be executed always irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handle or not handle. Like so always it's going to execute, sir. So with the practical examples I showed, sir. Next, there is only one situation where the finally block won't be executed. That is OS underscore exit of 0. If you are using this one, then finally block is not going to be executed. Next, important interview questions are very important. What is the difference between finally block and destructor? Finally block meant for cleanup code. Destructor meant for cleanup code. So then what is the difference between these two things? We have to discuss. Next, control flow in try except finally. Within the try block, if an exception rises, what will happen? Inside except block, if an exception rises. Inside finally block, if an exception rises, what will happen? If you handle, what is the flow? If you are not handle, what is the flow? Like a complete control flow we require to discuss, right? Next, nested try except finally. Theory and demo programs are observe try except finally nested. What is the need of try except finally inside a try block, inside except block, inside finally block? So one or two scenarios I am going to explain, and then demo program also we are going to cover as a part of this. Next, the control flow in nested try except finally. Sir, beautiful concepts are almost 14 cases I discussed as a part of this one. Sir, do you know you people are going to get much clarity about sir these are syntaxes, right? Just this topic is a very very important topic, sir. 15th one. Next, and after that, okay, sir, after that we have to talk about else block with the try except finally theory. So what is the purpose of else block? What is the need of else block? Like so how to use, like we are going to discuss, right? Next, else block with the try except finally demo programs, right? Multiple programs I'm going to discuss as a part of this. Next, various possible combinations of try except else finally. Sir, beautiful concept, almost around 25 so combinations I discussed as a part of this one. Next, types of exception, predefined exception, user defined exception. So what is the meaning of predefined? What is the meaning of user defined? Like next, how to define and raise customizer exceptions on the demo program. Remember this one, how to define and raise customizer exceptions on the demo program. This part also we are going to discuss. Clear, right? Almost around 20 topics we are going to discuss. It is a part of 6 hours concept, more than 6 hours concept. You are going to get much clarity, much perfection, much confidence in the subject, sir. So do you know each and everything? First I am going to explain on the board. Once you people are comfortable, then I will execute on the system. So theoretically, programmatically, you people are going to get much perfection. Okay, be ready to give left and right to the Python exception handling. Okay. Hi friends, the next topic what we have to start, exception handling. One of my favorite topics, sir. So you can expect a concept like anything from this concept, I'm sure, sir. Okay, just I did some great research kind of thing so that you people can get much concept from this topic especially, right? So now in any programming language, if you consider any Python program, you wrote multiple Python programs, right? So in any programming language, can you please spell out how many types of errors are possible? Okay, so there are 2 types of errors are possible. Okay, one is syntax error, second one is runtime error. What is the first one, sir? Syntax error. Second one, runtime error. Okay, what is syntax error? Okay, it's a very very simple, sir. So because of invalid syntax in our program, invalid syntax, you didn't follow the syntax rules properly. If you are writing the code, we may get syntax error. So because of invalid syntax, syntax errors will be raised. Remember this one, sir. Best example, sir, assume I am taking x is equal to 10. Assume that x is equal to 10. Sir, if x is equal to 10, print x value 10, like I want to take, sir. Okay, this is my first example. If I can ask array Python virtual machine, can you please run this code? Like if I can ask Python, then immediately Python is going to give left and right. So you are taking if where is colon is missing, it is a syntax, invalid syntax error. Like immediately Python virtual machine is going to tell, sorry, I can't start execution because there are some syntactical mistakes are there in your program, like it's going to tell, sir. Have a look once here. I have to run this code, sir. Just observe a bit very very carefully about this one. Here x is equal to 10, I'm taking x is equal to 10. If x double equal to 10, can can you please print, sir, x value here, x value is 10, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all, this is my code. Okay, now, sir, here observe a bit very carefully about this one, py test.py. What is the answer we are going to get? If I run this code, immediately Python virtual machine will give left and right. Can you please observe syntax error, invalid syntax. So immediately I will correct that mistake. So colon, if I can take a colon, then happily it is going to run, sir. Okay, x value is the 10, like so. Syntactical mistakes because of invalid syntax errors will be raised. Are you in the position to understand, sir? If you want another example, just observe carefully, sir. If I can go for print hello friends, like this I'm taking, sir. Print hello friends, like I'm taking. Now I will ask, Array Python, can you please run this code? Python virtual machine, can you please run this code? Like immediately Python virtual machine is going to tell, sorry, I can't run. There is a syntactical mistake in your code. Okay, what mistake is? For the print statement, parentheses are mandatory. You didn't take parentheses, that's why I can't run this code. Like so it's going to tell, sir. Now, so in Python 2 it is the valid, because in Python 2 parentheses are optional for print statement, but in Python 3 parentheses are mandatory. Just have a look once. So how the Python is going to respond for this code? Here I'm taking print hello friends, like this I'm taking, sir. Print hello friends, like I'm taking. Now observe carefully, sir. Here what is the answer? By default you will get syntax error, missing parenthesis in call to print. Missing parenthesis in call to print. Did you mean print of hello friends? Okay, like sir, how beautiful Python virtual machine is going to tell, yes, this information, right? Syntax error, missing parenthesis in call to print. Did you mean print of hello friends? Yes, my meaning is the same. Now let me take sir, print of hello friends, like now I'm including parenthesis, right? Okay, now observe carefully, hello friends, like it's going to get the chance. So the important conclusion what you people should aware, because of invalid syntax in our program we will get a syntax errors. Who is the responsible to correct these syntax mistakes, right? Syntax errors? Programmer, because that is our mistake, right? Programmer is the responsible to correct these syntax errors, right? Once all syntax errors corrected, then only the program execution will start. Remember this one. Once all syntax errors corrected, then only Python virtual machine will start execute our program. First syntax checking will be there, sir. So any doubt about this terminology? The first category syntax errors, right? Now the second category, okay, runtime errors. Now runtime errors, like this I'm taking, sir. Runtime errors. Observe very carefully about this runtime errors, right? So you know there are no syntactical mistakes in our program. In our program, no syntax mistakes, right? Yet runtime, while executing program, execution already started. Yet runtime, something goes wrong because of invalid input, invalid end user input, or memory problem, or some programming logic, wrong programming logic. Yet runtime, something goes wrong. Then we will get the runtime errors. Remember this one. Some people in some languages, these runtime errors also known as exceptions. These runtime errors also known as exceptions. In some other languages like Java, we can use the word exceptions, right? Okay, well, so at the runtime, while executing the program, something goes wrong because of end user input, or because of memory problem, or because of some logic mistake in the program. Some way at runtime something goes wrong, then immediately we will get the runtime errors. Remember this one, sir. Sir, best example, if I can consider example 1. Observe carefully, sir. Here, let me read, sir, two numbers from the keyboard. Okay, x is equal to int of input of int of input of enter first number. Enter first number like this I'm taking, sir, because this number I'm always expecting int type, that's why typecasting to int. Next y is equal to int input enter int of input of enter second number, enter second number like I'm trying to enter, sir. Okay, there are two numbers I'm trying to read from the keyboard. Now my target is print the result, print the result is x by y, print of the result x by y like this I'm taking, sir. So can you please tell in this program any syntactical mistake? No syntactical mistake, everything is proper, sir. Okay, at runtime maybe because of end user provided input, maybe a chance of some problem may come, I don't know. So let me execute this code, sir. Observe very carefully. Here is, sir, let me type this code. X is equal to int of input of enter first number, enter first number like I'm taking, sir. Enter first number. Y is equal to int of input of enter second number, enter second number like this, right? Print of the result, print of the result x by y I'm taking, sir. That's all. This is my code. Okay, there are no syntactical mistakes in this code. There is no syntactical mistakes. Perfectly it should work, sir. Okay, let me execute this code. Now observe this one. So now end user providing data. Enter first number 10. Program execution already started. Enter first number 10. Enter second number 2. Now the result 5.0. Perfect. It's working. No problem at all, sir. Let me run again. Enter first number 10. Enter second number 0. Enter second number 0. Now observe what happens, sir. So 0 division error, division by 0. 0 division error, division by 0. Now can you please tell this 0 division error is because of programmer mistake or because of end user input? Respond, friend. Because of what? End user input. End user provided second number as the 0. How divide with 0 is going to be happen? That's why. So at runtime, because of end user input, now the problem is coming. This type of errors are by default considered runtime errors. Clear, right? Can you please spell out which error we are getting? 0 division error. 0 division error. This runtime error we are getting. Clear? Any explanation is required? Now observe. Same thing, sir. Here just let me run this one. Enter first number. Enter first number. TEN I'm taking. So we are trying to typecast this string into int type. Input is always going to take string format. This string into number, int type. But this TEN is not int. Then immediately what will happen here is, so we are going to get, observe that value error. Okay, invalid literal for int with base 10 TEN. Boss, TEN we can't convert into int value. That's why we are going to get what? Value error. Are you in the position to understand? So because of end user input at the runtime something goes wrong, we are getting these errors. These errors are called runtime errors. Can you please give an example for runtime error? 0 division error. Next value error like this, right? Okay, let me go for one more example, sir. Observe this. So in this program at runtime, which type of errors are possible? Can you please spell out? The first one, 0 division error. Sir, these words are very important. Minimum hundreds of times we are going to use in the exception handling only. That's why take special care. 0 division error. Second one, sir, value error. Value error we are getting. Okay, well. Sir, now let me go for one more example. I'm taking f is equal to, sir, open, can you please open? So sir, here xyz dot txt file. Can you please open xyz dot txt file and read print data, print f of read. So here what I'm trying to take, what I'm trying to take is, I'm trying to print the data present inside xyz.txt file. Can you please tell, is there any syntactical mistake in my application? No. So perfectly it is a valid, sir. At runtime, it is trying to read the data and printing that data to the console. By mistake, at runtime, if this file is not available, if this file is not available, then we will get a file not found error. Are you getting what is this one? File not found error we are going to get at runtime. Okay, so file not found error is not because of mistake in my program. Okay, because this file is not available, that's why we are going to get this error. Let me cross check, sir. Here I'm trying to take f is equal to open xyz dot txt file I'm taking, sir. Okay, like, sir, print of f dot read like this, right? So I'm trying to open the file and I'm trying to read the data. Now have a look once. Now I'm trying to execute this code. Observe that immediately we are getting, sir, file not found error. File not found error, no such file or directory. File not found error, no such file or directory. Okay, xyz.txt. So everyone in the position to understand clearly, not required to keep much explanation, sir. So file not found error is not a mistake because of my program. So because that file you didn't provide, then how I can execute this one? That is the problem with your file, not the problem with my program. So such type of errors are by default considered as what? Runtime errors, which are also known as exceptions, right? Suppose assume I'm taking abc.txt. Assume abc.txt. abc.txt file is already available in my system. Now let me run this code, sir, with let me change the file name. Okay, abc.txt like this, right? So let me cross check in my system abc.txt file is available or not. Yes, friend, it's already available. Hello, this is the data from abc.txt file. This data is already there in this file. Now observe what is the name of this file. abc.txt is already there, sir. Okay, now let me run this code. Let me run this code. Perfect, my program definitely is going to execute. We never going to face any problem. Hello, this is the data from abc.txt file. So are you in the position to understand, right? So if the specified file if you provide, then my program will work. Because you didn't provide specified file, that's why, sorry man, it is not in a position to continue. Immediately it will be stopped by raising what? File not found error. So at the runtime, while executing our program, if something goes wrong because lack of required resources or invalid end user input or otherwise memory problem, at the runtime something goes wrong, then our program will be terminated by raising these runtime errors. Such type of things are called exceptions or runtime errors. So can you please give an example for runtime error? Please respond. So zero division error, value error, next and after that what is this one, sir? File not found error. Okay, that's all. So in any program, how many types of errors are possible? There are two types. What the first one? Syntax errors because of invalid syntax. Second ones are runtime errors, which are also known as exceptions. So no problem in our program at runtime because of lack of resources or end user input, some way something goes wrong. Okay, then runtime errors we will get. Now my question is, exception handling concept, is it related to syntax errors or related to runtime errors? I told right, runtime, it is exception handling. So handling related to exception. Exception means what? Runtime error. That's why. So exception handling concept applicable only for runtime errors but not for syntax errors. Remember this one, sir. Suppose you are traveling in the car or otherwise bike. So you drunk because of that accident happened. Okay, you drunk because of that accident happened. Whose mistake it is? That is your mistake. You require to correct, which is nothing but something like syntax error. So while with the drunk don't drive, or getting with the drunk don't drive, that is your mistake. So this is the syntax error. So my driver is good, okay, my driver is good. Next, vehicle is too good condition, happily is going on. So opposite, one drunk driver came and he hit our car, then automatically, have you observed, right? Now it's not our mistake, because something goes wrong at runtime, which is accident, real accident, which is something like runtime errors. Are you in the position to understand, right? Take a bit very special care. What is the difference between syntax error and runtime errors? Exception handling concept applicable only for runtime errors. Sir, have a look up to this whatever we covered. Just let me review these things, right? Okay, now here observe, exceptionally in any programming language there are two types of possible errors. What is the first one? Syntax errors. Second one, runtime errors. Okay, next, sir, syntax errors, the errors which occurs because of invalid syntax, such type of errors are considered as syntax errors, right? Next, a programmer is responsible to correct these syntax errors. Once all syntax errors are corrected, then only program execution will be started. Okay, like next, what about runtime errors, right? Also known as exceptions. Runtime errors also known as exceptions. While executing the program at runtime, if something goes wrong because of end user input, while executing the program at runtime, if something goes wrong because of end user input, memory problems or programming logic, then we will get runtime errors. Okay, exception handling concept applicable for runtime errors but not for syntax errors. Clear for all of you, right? The basic idea, how many types of errors are there, exception handling concept related to which one? Any doubt? Sir, in the last video we covered very clearly about, sir, what is syntax error, runtime error, exception handling is related to which concept, like we covered, right? Okay, well, sir, now the next thing, three most important questions, okay, related to exception handling, sir. So can you please observe, what is an exception? Next, what is the main objective of exception handling? Sir, just now I told our topic name is exception handling. What is the main purpose of exception handling? Next, what is the meaning of exception handling? Sir, handling means what? Compulsory you people should be aware about this terminology, right? Okay, first, can you please spell out what is an exception? What is an exception? Can you define an exception, or can you define a runtime error? Yes, friends. Okay, very, very simple, sir. Suppose assume you start seeing this video. So your flow is, you have to start this video, you have to understand, you have to listen carefully, you have to listen very carefully. So and then you have to use this concept somewhere, maybe in certification exam or maybe in your day-to-day coding, like. So you started watching the video. Almost, sir, half of the video completed, assume. Suddenly, internet gone, the video is not playing. So some unexpected, unwanted event occurs. That disturbs your normal flow. Correct or not? An unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs a normal flow, which is nothing but exception or error. Okay, in this case, let me use internet error I got, sir. Okay, in this case, internet error I'm getting. Okay, well, an unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs your normal flow of the program is by default considered as an exception or error. Sir, here we are getting internet error. Okay, well, suppose, assume that you are attending this class live, assume, sir. So almost you waited for last 1 week onwards to attend this live session. Okay, session started, faculty started explaining the things. So now each and every point what your faculty is telling, you have to listen, you have to understand.